I feel but one way. I feel but one way. You will understand it too. Understand. But one way, you will understand it too. I feel but one way, you will understand. You will understand. I feel but one way. I feel but one way. I feel but one way. You will understand it too. You will understand. I feel but one way. You will understand it too. I feel but one way. You will understand. You will understand.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you.
So a big welcome to All Day Hay Live 2021. We are back, and from Duke Studios in Leeds, we're at a physical venue together.
Fancy.
Fancy.
Yeah.
It feels a bit strange, doesn't it? being back together, socially distanced, of course, but
Especially sitting in this arrangement, in this kind of line, in these distances, like looking at each other out of the corners of our eyes.
If I've been taught one thing, it's never have Phil in your peripheries, right? I'm going to move back a bit just so I can.
Especially
keep an eye.
seated like I'm like an evil genius sitting in his lair, like I am. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's so good to be here, and thanks all for joining us.
yeah, it's fantastic to be back. Last year was such an amazing event. We took it all online, and the stream was amazing, but it's so much better to be able to do it in person. It feels fantastic to be doing events in person again, even though we can't do it with an audience. So welcome to everyone that is watching from home.
Yeah, and thanks also to speakers for getting on board with this unusual kind of format. The speakers have been honestly so supportive, so enthusiastic, and they've got an amazing array of talks for you today. I've actually not seen any of these talks before, and I can't wait to see them. I'm in this just for me at the moment. I can't wait to see these talks.
So, hello, Phil.
Hello. Are we going to jump into it then?
I think we'll hand over to you because you do most of the work during these things.
In fairness, there's a bit of work that goes into getting us here. But now we're here. I get to be the one who has the honour of introducing the speakers, dipping in occasionally to the chat that's happening, and a few other bits and pieces. So if you're happy, we'll get into the meat of the day, shall we?
I'll very gratefully hand over to you. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, in which case, let's see if can I advance any slides here? Come on. There we go. Hello. Welcome, everyone. So, as the guys say, my name's Phil, and I do get the honour of being your host, I guess, for the day. It means that I get to sit in this chair and talk to you and introduce the speakers. A few things just to note before we get into it. Let's do a couple of bits of housekeeping. You've already found this site. You've already found this URL. That's how you're watching it, watching this stream. But just a little reminder that there are a bunch of links and resources on that page, not least of which is the link to the live chat, which is where the chatter is happening in Slack at the moment. It's lovely already to see so many people in there, being friendly, being happy, shouting about where they're from. We do love to see that. So do let us know where you're joining us from, because these days we're not just in Leeds. Now we're reaching across into other places as exotic as Bristol, Edinburgh. I've seen Tallinn in there. I've seen a couple of cities in Spain. There are people from all over the place. So tell us where you're joining from. That just gives us a lovely, lovely buzz, and it's nice to know that people are there and joining us from around the world. I'm struggling. Hang on. If I use my mind to advance the...
Would you like a manual intervention?
Would someone go and press a button for me? We'll do it old school. This is just a power trip from me. There we go. Okay, so just on to a bit about the format of the day. We've got 3 talks coming back to back in just a moment after I stop waffling. Then we'll have a break where we can get some refreshments, get some lunch if that's the right thing for you in your time zone, but take a bit of a breather, get some air, have a stretch. And then we're back after that break with something that is always a real highlight for me. That's the 3 lightning talks that we do rapid fire before then rounding off the day with a couple of more excellent full-length talks as well. So that's the format for the day, and again, you'll be able to see the schedule of all of that and the timings on the site that I think you may already be on, but at the URL that I showed and is on the screen at the moment as well. Yes, please. Let's keep rolling on with these slides. What does that say? Code of conduct. That's an important thing. So, of course, like every good event, we have a code of conduct that again is available via the website. You'll be able to see the code of conduct there, which also gives you information on how to contact us if you need to. We have James in the Slack, kind of keeping an eye on things, but there's also details in the Code of Conduct page via the website so you can find out how to contact us. Please let us know if there's anything at all that's getting in the way of you being able to enjoy the day. It's really important to us that you are that it's an inclusive event and everyone has the perfect time at the event. So please do let us know. And also, come and join us in the chat or in Slack. But if you also want to share things out into the world, we do have a hashtag of AllDayHey. Use that liberally on Twitter. That would be lovely. We're interested to see your photos there as well. But go bananas is what I'd say within the code of conduct. Okay, excellent. The one thing that I should probably also call out is that there was some talk about whether or not there would be biscuit pairings with speakers again this year. Now, I cannot stress this enough. We never do biscuit pairings with speakers. That would be rather crass, not good at all. We do biscuit pairings with talks, and luckily this year you will all have received one of these. Josh, if you wouldn't mind. Everyone would have received, thank you kindly, the official Hey Snack box, which is a thing of joy. Oh, there's my cup of tea, thank you very much. So that we can do the pairings of the talks to the biscuits. Now, we'll get into this throughout the day. And I'll be dipping into the AllDayHey snack box throughout the day. Remember, you will have one of these at home as well. The only reason that you wouldn't have had one is if, I don't know, some of the logistics has fallen away, or if it's fictional, one of those two things. But fear not, we'll be coming to... How do I put this down slickly while holding a microphone?
Would you like me to
No,
get a box?
that would be degrading. This is going to be a fumble. Whoop.
There we go.
What a pro. So we'll get into our pairings as we go throughout the day, but do enjoy a biscuit with all of your talks. It's very important. I think, is there any other housekeeping we need to talk about?
I don't think there's anything more from us. And
We'll get into the talks then, shall we?
We can get into talks.
Excellent.
Perhaps
Okay.
a little bit ahead of schedule, perhaps. But
Maybe
I think
a few
everyone's
minutes, but
knocking around.
the nice thing is that you're in the Slack already. We're seeing lovely chatter in there. Remember that since these talks are pre-recorded, it means that we have the luxury of, I think, almost all the speakers, if not all of the speakers, being around to indulge in the chat as well. There is a room in Slack for every one of the talks, so you can discuss the talks in there, ask questions, talk about the talks, give feedback. Again, let's give the speakers loads and loads of encouragement in those rooms. It's a delight to be able to have the speakers joining us. I know that Ire is standing by, ready for her talk to go out so that she can talk along with you. Harry?
I've had an idea. This is a thing we did impromptu last year, and I'm making the executive decision. Haven't discussed it with anyone.
Exciting.
We're going to run a competition. We did it last year. Best photograph of at-home setup with the AllDayHey hashtag, whether that's on Instagram or Twitter, and we'll pick a winner, just the best one, the best photo shared
Subjectively
with the hashtag.
decided by us.
I'm going to say me. I'm just going to...
Okay.
No, we'll
Okay.
decide.
The
between
power
us.
struggle
This is
has
not
begun.
good.
It won't be picked at random, so do put effort into it.
Yes.
But it'll be like, I don't know, a voucher of some sort, I guess. We'll pick a prize for a winner of a competition that I've just invented. But yeah, we did it last year and it worked well. I think
Yeah.
best photograph of at-home setup.
Yes, please.
We'll pick a winner for some kind of prize.
And I'm sure that having a hot beverage and a biscuit that's well paired with the talks, I imagine you'll have the same pairing as us because that would be weird otherwise.
Indeed.
That would probably sway the judges as well. I love it. And we'll announce the winner of that towards the end of the day?
Towards the end, yeah, I'll make sure that person gets contacted. But yeah, I think we did it last year as a random sort of impromptu bit of fun. That's my idea of fun. And it worked really well. So yeah, let's do it again.
Okay, I love it. Okay, so make sure you put those in Slack, also on Twitter if you want to do that with the hashtag as well. Okay, I think we should move on and get introducing our first talk of the day. Are we good on time?
Yeah, we're running about 5 minutes early. So
5 minutes early.
I think
Okay.
that helps us.
I'll do one more little point of order before we do that, and that is that the talks are available after the event as well. And in fact, I think they're probably available on the site now. So if people are joining and they were expecting that they've joined a little bit, we've moved ahead of time, or we're not quite running according to schedule, we can always access the talks in full, and I think they're available for about 90 days after the event. Is that right?
90 days. That's
Excellent. Okay, that being said, let's get into the business of the day. Let's get our first talk up. Now, I'm really excited to be able to introduce Ire Abderrahmane to you all. I'm sure many of you will have encountered her before. She is a very prolific content creator, author, teacher on the web and has been building things for the web for such a long time. She's based in Lagos in Nigeria, where she is COO and VP Eng of Bitcoins. I almost got that name wrong. Sorry, Ire, but I nailed it in the end. A cryptocurrency company doing really interesting things there. She's also a Google developer expert and does all kinds of things to do with front-end engineering. She's a real inspiration and does incredible content, so I heartily recommend following her on Twitter, following her content, and giving her a huge welcome as she joins the talk. What will she be paired with? What will her talk be paired with? Well, she's going to be talking about progressive web apps. And of course, progressive web apps are layers of technology that enhance the experience from a humble website to something that's a little bit more elevated. And of course, that means that the natural pairing for that would be a custard cream. Maybe mundane layers of things, but layered together really produce something quite exceptional and exciting. Not a traditional breakfast biscuit, but that's where we're starting the day. So please enjoy the talk. Join me in having custard cream to go along with it. Give her a huge round of applause via whatever emojis you think are the most appropriate in her speaker channel in Slack. And let's cut now to our first talk of the day from Ire Aderinokan.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing well wherever you're watching this from. My name is Ire Aderinokan and I'm really excited to be speaking to you all today about the state of progressive web apps in 2021. So before the era of smartphones and I guess like smart everything, websites and native applications, which were essentially limited to like just desktop applications, existed side by side in harmony. So they had very different capabilities and functions, and so they just served different purposes. So websites were just more about passive information sharing, and desktop applications were more where you like got stuff done. They were more interactive and largely like not even connected to the internet. And then we had the introduction of smartphones, which started to blur the difference between what's like a native application versus what is a website. So specifically with the introduction of the iPhone, we now had a world where your phone was all these different things. So it was an iPod, something that was previously just like one device. It was a phone, something that was also previously one device. And it was like an internet connection or connected device. So something that was previously like basically just your desktop computer. And now all these different things could be one. And thus began the app craze. So suddenly a native application was also connected to the web and could do a lot of the same things that websites could do, plus even more. And on the other hand, websites were really struggling to keep up with these same benefits of native applications. So mobile websites were often less usable than native applications. So websites were obviously originally built just for desktop devices. So they didn't really adapt well for mobile, and most websites look like this example on the left. And even when the concept of responsive design came about in about like 2010, it still took a while to become commonplace. And even with that, responsive websites, they became more usable, but they weren't really that comparable to native applications, which were able to like be built and fully utilize like the space available. They were like dedicated to that particular space. And the web in general was also like less capable than native applications. So like I mentioned, the web was mostly passive with less interaction before. So it lacked the features that made mobile apps like really engaging. Things like integration with the device. So being able to like pull your contacts lists, personalization. So being able to like tailor the experience to your particular device, and stuff like push notifications just for like better engagement. And websites were also harder to access. So native applications had a dedicated visual space on your screen. So they were just like one click away from full immersion. But with websites, they were all lumped under the same app. So like Safari. So if you wanted to send a tweet via like a website versus a mobile app, it would be a lot more taps, a lot more steps to get there. And critically, websites were not available offline, and this severely limited how and when they could be used. So even if a mobile application wasn't all that usable without connection, it could at least still be opened, and that was still a better experience than getting like the offline dinosaur or something. And so apps overtook websites in terms of usage on mobile. So if you are on your phone, you're likely using an application, not a website. And since more and more people were just spending time on mobile compared to desktop, then people just started putting a lot more effort into developing just for mobile. And this led to the rise of the mobile first or mobile only applications. So things like Instagram launching only on mobile with no web component and still being like wildly successful. And that brings us to 2016. So where websites were really behind mobile applications. So they had the advantage of being like open and accessible to anyone, anywhere, but they were lacking in pretty much everything else. Like mobile apps were more usable, more capable, easier to access, and available offline. And I like how this was visualized in this graph from the web.dev blog. So native apps are really great in terms of capabilities, but they're poor in reach since they're closed off to a certain ecosystem. And then web apps, on the other hand, are excellent with reach, but are lacking in capabilities. So, of course, the question is, what can be the best of both worlds in terms of having both the reach and the capabilities? And of course, the answer was progressive web apps. And they're actually defined by this exact intersection. So they use modern web capabilities to deliver a user experience similar to native applications. And they do this while maintaining the main benefit of the web, its reach and low barrier to entry. So essentially, progressive web apps are the best of both worlds. And there are three core features that make a progressive web app. So it needs to be capable, reliable, and installable. By capable, we mean that progressive web apps must take advantage of the modern APIs, which put it on the same footing as native applications. So for example, getting like push notifications using the web push API, or getting access to like the contacts book on the device with the contacts API, and so on and so forth. So by reliable, we mean that a progressive web app should feel fast and dependable regardless of network connection. So in essence, nothing should slow down a progressive web app. And in fact, they should take an offline first approach. So they should think of connection to the internet as more of an enhancement and provide a base experience that doesn't depend on being online. And this is probably the most drastic difference between traditional websites and progressive web apps, since the former were defined by their access to the internet. And finally, progressive web apps need to be installable, meaning that they can be installed to the device as a standalone application and used outside of the browser. So they should also be integrated with the system like other native applications. So for example, being accessible by an icon on the home screen or within the app drawer or wherever native applications live on the particular device. And tying all these three concepts together is progressive enhancement. So progressive web apps are so called because at their core, they're applications built with progressive enhancement in mind. So meaning that none of the extra features should be implemented at the detriment to having like the core standard website experience that we've always had. So how did progressive web apps live up to this dream back in 2016? So first, how capable were they? And in order for progressive web apps to really rival native applications, there are some capabilities that are really critical to have. So push notifications and badging for engagement, background fetch and sync, so the app still has the concept of existing and working without the page being actively used or even open. And then access to the device system. So things like files, contacts, settings, which help with personalization. And there are definitely other great features that are important, but I'm just kind of picking these as the most important for something to really feel like a native application. And unfortunately, back when progressive web apps were introduced, these APIs were just not ready yet. So push was just starting to be implemented in Chrome. Background sync and fetch wasn't a thing at all, and neither was access to the file system or any of these other APIs. So in essence, we had to do a lot of this in our code, and it's obviously still a valid and recommended way to write our code for the purpose of progressive enhancement. But unfortunately, most of the time it was like the same old, like I guess boring code that ended up being used. And what this meant was it was just harder to justify spending the time developing the awesome thing when it was hardly ever going to be used. So unfortunately, the web wasn't really quite capable yet. And what about reliable? So were we able to create applications that work well independent of network? And to have a website work independently of the network, we need to use service workers. So service worker is a script that runs separately from the web page and can perform specific features independently of that web page. So this opens the door to a web app being able to exist and function outside of the page being open and the user actively like having to interact with it. And in order to make a web app work independently of the network, the service worker is used as a sort of like buffer between the web page and the cache or the network. So for example, if the connection to the network is like unreliable or absent, the service worker can instead return a cached response. And that's just one of the things that we can do with service worker. It's a really powerful web technology. But using a service worker back in 2016 wasn't all that great an experience. The first issue back then was their support. So like with everything else I've mentioned, it was essentially a brand new technology and hadn't been adopted in a lot of browsers. So although it was available in like Chrome and Opera, it just wasn't so widespread that we could guarantee a significant amount of users would even have it enabled in the first place. So it had all those same issues as the other features in that the case for spending time on them just wasn't really that strong yet. But arguably, the main issue with service workers was just how difficult it was to use and integrate within an existing project. One of the most prevalent problems that would occur when trying to use a service worker was it getting stuck in the waiting stage, essentially forever. So there's these 6 stages in the life cycle of a service worker. So all the way from the file being parsed, to it being like the active service worker in control of the page, and then finally becoming redundant as a new service worker takes over. And what would commonly happen actually is that a new service worker will get stuck on this like waiting stage because the old service worker will just like never be released. And this could happen for a number of reasons, like a user having like a browser tab open somewhere with the page, like keeping the old service worker activated. But it was essentially a real pain to debug. And the solution to this was to use like the self.skipWaiting method, which would essentially just eliminate that waiting stage. But for a lot of people, like the damage was done essentially, and service workers were just thought of as really difficult to use. And another issue with using service workers back then was that it essentially required a complete re-architecture of your application. So the prevailing advice for how to architect like a progressive web app was to use this app shell model. And this is just a way of architecting your application where you would have like an app shell, which is like the minimal HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that's required to power the UI. And you'd have that kept in cache, which could then be loaded instantly. And then the main content of the page would be loaded from the network or local storage as needed. So back when I learned all about this, I wanted to like, I guess, put it into practice. So I created this progressive web app version of my blog, Bits of Code. So on the left, we have this like app shell. And then on the right, we have what it looks like when the articles are actually being displayed. And this is what the markup for that page looks like. So a shell without any content. And this is what is saved to the cache. And then in my service worker, I respond to network requests with either like what's saved in the cache, or if it's not there, just like a regular network request. And then in my main JavaScript file, I fetch articles that like were previously stored in the browser database. And in this case, I'm using IndexedDB. So the articles are loaded and displayed essentially instantly. And then after responding first with the local data, I then update the articles in the background with a regular network request. And of course, if there's no service worker, I just kind of don't bother with that that at all, and I just like fetch and display the articles from the network like any other web app. But one thing you'll notice is that this is like a separate application from my usual blog. And this is because it wasn't all that clear how to integrate this model with an existing website or app. Since it was new, there wasn't really a straightforward or known way to use it with the tools and frameworks we were already using. So in most cases, it kind of had to just be a new project. So although the tools were technically there to make progressive web apps reliable and work offline, in practice, they weren't really able to be used all that well. So we can actually say progressive web apps generally weren't all that reliable either. So finally, were they installable? And as you could expect, the answer is like not really. So the feature of being able to install a website or as a native application was termed like add to home screen. And that in itself is a bit of a problem, but we'll kind of get to that later. But as you can see, the support for the feature was limited to Chrome. And how it was implemented in Chrome was also a bit of an issue. So the app install banner wasn't something that like we as developers could control ourselves. The browser determined when like the banner would show up. And there were 3 requirements for the banner to show up. So a manifest JSON file, a service worker, and then this third thing like visit frequency heuristics, which is as vague as it sounds, but it essentially means that the banner would only show up after Chrome thought that the user had visited or engaged with the domain enough to show an interest in actually like installing the application. And it's like understandable why these barriers were put up, because we didn't obviously want a bunch of like spam websites to start disturbing users with like banners everywhere. But what it meant was that add to home screen was just not the same thing as installing an application. All it did was literally add the website to the home screen like a bookmark, but there just wasn't any much deeper integration into the system than that. And even the experience wasn't the same. So control was taken away from both the user and the developer. So it wasn't really a consistent or dependable experience. So unfortunately, progressive web apps didn't really meet the bar to be called installable either. So across the board, progressive web apps weren't really living up to their name. But what about now? So 5 years on, what's it like developing and using progressive web apps in 2021? So we've definitely seen progressive web apps being used in a lot more cases today than ever before. So basically every major application has a progressive web app version, although they're mostly in addition to like native applications that also exist. There's actually an estimated like 1.5 million websites that are considered to be installable as progressive web apps, with tens of millions of installations happening every single month on Chrome for Android alone. So what can we do with progressive web apps today? And as you'd expect, we are definitely in a much better position when it comes to web capabilities than we were 5 years ago. And this is largely thanks to a project called Project Fugu. And it's an initiative which started with the Chromium team, but has now grown to be like a collective project with contributions from like Microsoft, Intel, Samsung, and the core Google team as well. So what exactly is Project Fugu? So it's an effort to close gaps in the web's capabilities by enabling new classes of applications to run on the web. So this project was needed because typically getting new features standardized took a long time and didn't involve as much iteration and feedback with the community as needed. So with this project, they're taking that same existing approach, but adding like an extra emphasis on iteration. And soliciting feedback is now done much earlier in the process to just allow for fixes and changes to be made earlier. And this results in them just shipping better and more tested APIs. So what's been shipped in these last 5 years, both under Project Fugu and outside of it? So first, let's look at those critical capabilities I mentioned earlier. So push notifications, background sync, and access to the device. So let's just start with push notifications and badging. And this requires a few different parts, and there are a few different APIs that have been created to handle this feature as a whole. So we have the notifications API, which controls the permission and display of a notification message. The push API, which allows the browser to receive push messages from a server. and then the app badging API, which controls the badge on the application icon. So with these three APIs combined, we can provide that native-like experience. So we would start by requesting permission from the user to display push notifications in the first place, and we do that using the notifications API. At this point, we can actually already display a notification directly from the browser. So we can do this by creating a new notification instance and passing in the message we want. So all day, hey, how you doing? And but even though we can do this, obviously this isn't really how notifications work. There's the push element to them, in that the messages are coming from a server, not like just directly within the browser. So to do that, we need a bit more setup. We've already done the first part, so getting permission from the user to send notifications to their device. And next, what we need to do is get what's called the push subscription and then send that to a server so we can have an identifier for the particular device. So to do that, we need service worker. So after we've registered our service worker, we can subscribe to the push manager, passing in some private keys and configuration options. And then finally, we save that push subscription to our server or whatever database we have. Then once the details are sent to our server, then the server can then initiate a web push protocol request, sending the push message to the device. And this push message is received in our service worker push event. And when received, we can then display it using the show notification method. So setting the application badge icon is even simpler. The entire API is just these two methods. So we use set app badge to set the number that should show as the badge icon. And then we use clear app badge to clear the app badge. So yeah, very simple. So let's look at the browser support for these APIs. So the Web Notifications API has been around for a while. I think it's one of the APIs that predates Project Fugu. So the support is pretty decent, even though it's missing a major market in iOS Safari. And support for the push API is also pretty decent and almost the same as Notifications API. I added this asterisk to desktop Safari because it actually does support a form of push notifications, but it's just not the web standard. It's a custom implementation. If you're interested in learning more about that, I'd suggest watching this WWDC video, which outlines how to implement it. But summary is that it does exist. And finally, the newest API is the one for setting the app badge, and it's only about a year old, so it's only supported or mostly supported in like Chromium-based browsers, but we obviously expect more adoption as time goes on. So next we have the feature of background sync and fetch. And again, we have a few different APIs relevant to making this work. So the background sync API allows us to defer actions until the device has a stable connection to the internet. With background fetch, we can perform long-running fetches or downloads in the background. And then with periodic background sync, we can specify sync tasks to be done periodically in the background. So it can be a bit confusing to differentiate between these three APIs. So let's take an example of like a chat messaging application to illustrate like when each of these would be used. So for example, let's say a user is trying to send a message but loses connectivity. So maybe they're like on a train or wherever. So we'd use the background sync API to schedule a task to send the message for when the user comes back online. And here's how that works. So first we register a sync task with a particular identifier. And then in our service worker, we have the sync events, which will be fired when network connectivity becomes available. And then when that event is fired, we can then look at the tag of the sync event that we scheduled and perform whatever task we need. So in this case, we'll be like sending the chat message. So next, let's say a user has been sent a video or a bunch of photos in the messaging app that they want to download, but they don't want to sit there like with the app open, waiting for all the photos to download before they can exit the app. And that's where background fetch comes in. So using this API, you can perform a bunch of like fetch events in the background with the web app not necessarily being like open or active. And we just get features like having the progress of the fetches being available to the user within the like device system UI. And here's how that would work. So again, we have, we'll like register the background fetch task, and then we'll pass it an array of files that we want to like fetch and download, as well as some other like options about like how to display like what is being downloaded within the device. And then we can actually keep track of the progress of the download with this event listener on the fetch task variable that we created. So we can do things like show the download progress within the app itself. So like you can see, this is not within the app. It's like a system-wide UI. And in our service worker, we have a few events that we can listen for to actually just determine what's going on with the background fetch and handle it however we please. So finally, we want to have new messages already fetched when the user opens up the Progressive Web App. So we don't want them to have to like open the app and then start fetching all the new data. We kind of want the app to feel as up to date and fresh as possible. And that's where periodic background sync comes in. So we can set a schedule to perform a certain task at a certain interval. So for example, update the messages every day. And the way this works is very similar to the background sync API. So we just register a new periodic sync task, setting an identifier and how often we want to perform the task. So in this case, once a day. And then in our service worker, we have this periodic sync event, which will be fired when the browser allows for a periodic sync. And then similar to how we did for background sync, we just check the relevant tag and perform the relevant task. So in this case, fetching and updating the chat messages. So now let's look at support. So with the background sync API, we're still relatively restricted to Chromium-based browsers, despite the fact that it's actually been around for a number of years now. This is similar for the background fetch API and the periodic background sync API. So although we're in a state where we can use these APIs with a fairly significant amount of people, we also have to like equally consider that these features are not something that we can rely on existing for all users. So our third critical feature for a progressive web app to be capable revolves around the web app's access to the device. And there are many APIs related to this, but I'm just going to focus on these three since they're some of the most like requested by developers and users. With the Contact Picker API, a progressive web app can have access to the contacts on the device. So if the feature is available, we can select certain data from the contacts on the device. So we can choose to pull like name, email, phone number, image of all the contacts. This is a mobile-only feature, so it's not available on any of the desktop versions of these browsers. That said, support is pretty good, average, all right. Next, the Web Share API. So this API allows us to share data from our progressive web app to other applications. So if the feature is available, we can share things like links, files, and images from our progressive web app to any other app. On the flip side, a progressive web app can also be a target of shares from other applications. So we can set our web app to be an option when sharing certain types of data from other apps. And we do this in our web app manifest. So we add this like share target object. And in this example, we're just allowing our app to accept basic data like links and text, but you can also set it up to be able to accept more complex things like images or other media. Then when the data is received, we can handle it however we choose. So in this case, I'm just like displaying it there. And support for the Web Share API, so sharing data from your progressive web app to other apps is pretty good. For Web Share targets, so the other way, the support isn't as clear. We know for sure it's supported by Chrome and Edge, and it's not supported in Safari, but not so sure about some of the other browsers. So finally, we have the File System Access API, and this grants us access to read and save changes directly to local files on the user's device. So this is how we'd read a local file. So first, this has to be wrapped in some user-initiated event, and then to open the file picker, we use this window.showOpenFilePicker method, and then we have access to the file picked here. And then assuming that the file is a text file, just for this example, we can then get the context of the file to do as we wish. And then on the other side, we can then save back to that same file saved on the user's device. So we just create this writable variable, which we can write to using whatever the new contents of the file are. And then finally close it off. And this is what that looks like. So before a file is open, it usually asks for permission, but since I've done this before, it skipped that. But once I've selected the file, I added it to this text area so I can then edit it. And then when I click save file, it saves it back to that same file. And if you were to open it up again, like in a different thing, it will show the edited version. Support for this API is very limited. It's one of the ones that's just released in the past year or so. So I guess it's expected to be a bit limited. But you know, hopefully support will like improve a lot soon. So as I mentioned, there are like so many APIs shipped by the Fugu project that I couldn't really get into today, but I suggest that you check them out and this like Fugu tracker website, which just shows everything that's like from being shipped to like in testing to just like ideas that they're considering. And you can also figure out how to submit an idea yourself if you're interested in that. So where are we with web capabilities today? So as we've seen, a lot of progress has definitely been made. However, not all platforms have made the progress equally. So looking at Android, I would say we're actually getting very close to parity with native applications. But iOS is essentially not that different to how things were like 5 years ago. That said, we're still generally in a better place. So I gave it this sort of like half smile, like we're kind of making progress. So next, how reliable are progressive web apps today? So how much can we ensure that progressive web app will like exist and function well independent of network? As I mentioned before, service workers are the key to achieving this. And as you can see, we are in a much better position with support today than we were 5 years ago. So essentially every browser that is going to support service workers and should support them already does. We also have better tools for developing service workers. So most browsers now actually allow us to like see and debug the service worker and its life cycle a lot easier. So we have more visibility into the different events that a service worker is tuned into, and we can like simulate a push message, a periodic background sync event, all of that stuff. One of the greatest improvements to the experience of writing service worker code is the introduction of tools like Workbox. So Workbox is a really great library that provides easier ways of doing the most common tasks that we all need service workers to do. So they also provide a set of recipes to do these common things, so making writing this like boilerplate repeatable code a lot easier. So for example, we have a recipe to just cache like all the JavaScript and CSS files from our page while still making sure that they get updated in the background in case there are actual changes, as does happen. So it uses this register route function from the Workbox routing module, which allows us to take like a particular fetch request from our document. And in this case, we're checking to see if the request is for like a script or a style document. And if that's the case, we want to use this stale while revalidate function from the Workbox strategies module. And what this does is it will return a cached response if that's available, and then update the cache in the background. So without Workbox, this flow is something that would take like a whole lot more code and a whole lot more headache. And another thing we can do with Workbox is track Google Analytics even while offline. So it's as simple as these two lines. So we import the relevant library and then initialize it, and that's basically it. But probably more importantly, we have recipes for like caching an offline page and then serving it if the user goes offline. So the first part, which is just caching the offline page, uses just regular service worker code. And that's one of the great things about Workbox. Like as a library, it doesn't interfere with you just interfacing with service worker directly. It's just something that you can add on top of it. So in the service worker install event, we open a cache, which we're calling offline HTML, since that's what we're going to be storing in that cache. And then we add the URL to the offline page. And next we serve the offline page, and this is where like Workbox comes in to like make things easier for us. So similar to how we registered the routes to handle like style and script requests, we can register another one. And to handle this one, we're going to use the navigation route class, which handles routing related to navigation. So as opposed to like the fetch requests for like style and scripts, as we saw before. And then we pass in our custom navigation handler function. And in this function, we first try to get whatever request from the network only. But if that fails, we return with the fallback HTML page instead. And here's what that looks like in practice. So when I'm offline, the page renders. And as you'll notice, actually like the style sheet and the fonts still load because they were cached previously. And then when the user comes back online, their Google Analytics data is also going to be sent by that offline analytics library that we used. So what about the app shell model? So it's still the preferred way to provide an offline first experience, like having the shell cached and then the data provided like dynamically afterwards. But today we have much better support to integrate this model using like frameworks that we are already using. So every major framework now has some form of support for progressive web apps and like the offline first and app shell model. So with Angular, there's like this guide on how to implement the app shell. We have similar guides for React and Vue. So I would say that in terms of reliability, progressive web apps are doing very well. So the support for the tools needed like Service Worker are widespread enough that we can generally expect it to be supported for most users. And the experience of developing service workers has also improved to the point where it's more accessible to more developers. So finally, are progressive web apps now installable? And first, support. So this is definitely looking a lot better than it was 5 years ago. Almost all major browsers, particularly on mobile, have the support for this feature or are working towards it. And even iOS Safari does support the feature, just not within web views. And although the level of install integration differs between browsers, they all have some form of progressive web app install available. So what about the requirements for adding to home screen? Like how have those changed? First, as before, we need a web app manifest. Different browsers have different requirements for what is needed in a web app manifest. Luckily, there's now like a ton of websites that you can go to that will generate this file for you by just like filling out a simple form. Secondly, the domain must be secure. So this is necessary since like progressive web apps are going to be using features that require handling of user data, but it's also just best practice for most websites now anyways. And then next we need the service worker. And this isn't actually a requirement in all browsers, but guessing if you're building a progressive web app, it's something you'll need anyway because you're using some of these features that require a service worker. And one thing to note about this is that I think in a few months, maybe just like in a couple of months now, Chrome will require that your service worker actually also returns a valid response in the fetch event, even when you're offline. So this is a move to making sure that an installable app actually acts like an installable app, like it's usable even without connection to the internet. And finally, we have this user engagement heuristic. So although this is technically still in any documentation I could find, particularly like in Chrome, it doesn't really seem to effectively mean anything. So in most cases, the add to home screen prompt is actually still displayed even like on a first visit. So I kind of just consider it not really like that used or used at all anymore. And more so, we even have better control over the install flow instead of it being something like wholly controlled by the browser. So we can now detect if a progressive web app is able to be installed with this new event, this before install prompt event. So this event is triggered just before the default browser install prompt will show up. So we can actually intercept it and provide a more custom experience. So for example, we would stop the install prompt from showing as it usually would, and then we would save the reference to the install prompt so we could then call it in our custom flow. So then we could like show our own custom install prompt, including like any marketing materials or however we wanted it handled. And then when the user clicks on our own custom install button, we'll then show that prompt that we saved from earlier. And we also get a reference to this variable, which lets us know like the outcome. So if the user actually did choose to install the Progressive Web App or not, and then we can do whatever we need to do based on that. And finally, we have access to this app installed event, which lets us know when the Progressive Web App has successfully been installed. And in this event, we would do whatever we need, like hiding any install UI or anything else that we need to do to clean up. And this is how that works. So before the before install prompt event is triggered, I display that install button. If it isn't triggered, the button wouldn't be displayed at all. And then when a user clicks it, they see the pop-up to confirm that they want to install. And then I can handle everything from there. So we are actually getting closer and closer to add to home screen really becoming installing. So although it's not exactly quite there yet, we're seeing a lot of incremental improvements leading us towards that state. For example, we now have a concept of web APKs. So a web APK is essentially a native application package that's created entirely from a Progressive Web App. So it's done automatically when a user just clicks add to home screen or install. So it doesn't actually require anything extra from us as developers of these web apps. It's done completely behind the scenes, which is great. And we get a lot out of a Progressive Web App being packaged as a web APK. So first, it's displayed in the app drawer along with other native applications. It also has this app info page, the same way that other applications do, at least like on Android. So there's a more like central and standardized way to handle different settings. And we also have these intent filters, which allow links from the website domain to be open in the application instead of the browser. So with web APKs, our Progressive Web App is very close to being treated like any other Android application. Another thing I'd like to mention is this concept of TWAs. So TWAs, Trusted Web Activity. It's a way to open a Progressive Web App from within like a native Android application. So it uses a protocol based on custom tabs. So they're sort of like a web view, but a web view that's intended only to load a domain that you own and control. So meaning that like some special access can be granted. So you kind of may be wondering like, okay, what are the use case for a trusted web activity? And I basically see like two scenarios where a TWA would be used. So the main use case, I think, is someone that already has an Android application, but wants to move some dedicated pages to a Progressive Web App to get certain benefits. So you might have like an about or help section of your app that's updated frequently, and these views can be changed or converted to TWAs so that you get the benefit of being able to update it a lot more frequently without having to go through the whole uploading a whole new like build of your app. And over time, you can actually transition more and more of the app to the web version as needed. Or we might want to go the reverse way. So let's say we have like a fully fledged Progressive Web App, but our app requires some particular feature that's currently only available to like native Android applications. And so you can do it this way, where very like select or specific pages will be native, but most of the app is the web view of the Progressive Web App. So in summary, like a trusted web activity is just kind of a useful combination of these technologies. So you can choose which portions of your app need to be a PWA versus which part needs to be like a native application. And it's kind of just a reminder that like the web and mobile technologies don't need to be like antagonistic. They can actually exist together, and we as developers can decide like, okay, what technology should be used where. And getting into TWAs is a bit outside the scope of this talk, but if you're interested in checking them out, I'd suggest you check out this library called Bubble Wrap, and it was essentially designed for front-end developers to launch their PWAs as TWAs. So in terms of installability, I think progressive web apps have made a lot of progress. So like capabilities, not all platforms have made like progress equally. Like I mentioned, Android is significantly ahead of iOS again, but as a whole, I think we are in a really good position. So what's next for progressive web apps? Where do we expect to be in, let's say, like another 5 years? Obviously, the goal is to get to a state where progressive web apps can be truly capable, reliable, and installable, even to the extent that they exceed native applications, even though I don't really know what that would mean. To get there, we still need to make a lot of progress with capabilities. So there are lots of features currently in the pipeline that should keep moving progressive web apps closer and closer to feature parity with native applications. These are just some of the APIs that I'm personally really excited about and are already either in development or under consideration. So things like being able to access local fonts local to the device, or having like tabs in a progressive web app, detecting orientation, widgets on the home screen is another really good one. Detecting screenshots, requesting permissions at install, having a custom splash screen. There's just like a lot that I'm really excited to come soon. However, although all these features are and will be great, the main thing that needs to be addressed over the next 5 years is the feature parity between the web on different platforms. So currently, the web on Android is miles ahead of the web on iOS, and we need to be really careful not to end up in a situation where the web then suffers the same issues as native applications. The reason progressive web apps are the best of both worlds is because they still have the reach of the web. If there becomes a divide between how the web works depending on the platform, then progressive web apps become no different from native applications. In order for progressive web apps to really be the best of both worlds, the web needs to be the same everywhere. It just needs to be the web. Thank you.
A huge thanks to Ire Aderinokan. Their superb stuff. A typically well-researched and brilliantly delivered detailed talk from Ire. Thank you so much to her for joining us, getting us off to such a great start. Such valuable content there, so important, that message about where the web can go and how we need to treat it to make it as powerful and as accessible as possible, and not go down the route of making it just like any other app store. I love hearing talks that include the phrase progressive enhancement as well. That's my love language. I love to hear that. Great as well to see chatter happening in Slack about the talk. Keep that happening. We're loving seeing that. Keep your questions and discussions going along in the general channel and, of course, in the various speakers channel as well. We have also seen some activity on Twitter, and by crikey, you're doing us proud. We're so happy to see some pictures of where you're watching the event from. It makes us really happy to know there are people out there and you're watching from a lovely environment. I think we might be able to look at one or two of them from Twitter. I think Matthew Shields has got a lovely setup where he's watching from. That's going to be hard to beat. That is pretty fancy, Matthew. Loving the various Star Wars paraphernalia and mood lighting. We love a bit of mood lighting. We're all about that. So there's good stuff there from Matthew. Also, Joey, this is another strong environment to be watching the event from. There's good snack game going on here. I think I can see a Graze box. There's various other treats. You know that this event is strongly rooted in Leeds when there's lots of tea and biscuits and snacks-based themes pervasive throughout. So we're very happy to see that. Keep those coming. Thank you for the two of you for getting us off so well. There are others as well. Keep an eye on the All Day Hey hashtag on Twitter. Post your pictures there. There's been some questions about whether or not including pictures of dogs or other pets would curry favor with the judges. The answer to that, of course, is yes, it absolutely will. You've got us pretty well pegged with that. We love to see that. Okay, moving on then. I think we are going to be moving on to our next wonderful speaker of the day, who is Cassie Evans. Now, Cassie is another person who does incredible work on the web, just puts incredibly inspiring content and educational content out onto the web. I first encountered Cassie when she was working at ClearLeft, and I got to see from a distance just some of the work that was coming out of that amazing digital kind of consultancy based down in Brighton, where Cassie is also based. But since then, I just got to be more aware of the work that she does around animation, particular SVG, just out there on the web. She puts so many resources out there that I find really inspiring and make me want to go and make things. You should definitely go and check out Viewbox, the SVG newsletter that she curates, viewbox.club. You need to go and get on board with that. Cassie has moved on from ClearLeft now, and now works at GSAP, which is the JavaScript animation library from GreenSock that does incredibly powerful things for animating with SVGs. She works in the DevRel team there and has probably the best job title I think I've ever seen anywhere. She's lead bestower of animation superpowers, which that's strong. That's a strong job title. We're not. There's no judgment here. That we certainly wouldn't be judging anyone for their job titles, particularly in this room, where one of the people in this room did include the word wizard in his Twitter handle. So certainly we couldn't be passing any judgment. Lead bestower of animation superpowers is strong indeed. Before we get into Cassie's talk about SVG animations, what do we have in our Hey snack box? Well, the biscuit pairing for this, as I pop this here, you won't be able to see that, but you'll be able to see in your own, of course, your own snack boxes that have been delivered, as you correctly said, by the Owls. The perfect biscuit pairing for Cassie's talk, you'd expect it maybe to be a golden crunch cream. But in fact, since we're doing a talk about animation, which adds surprise and delight for things that you might see that then become to move, this isn't a golden crunch cream. This is, oh wow, we have a close-up of the, never has there been more pressure. I feel like I'm doing kind of telesales now. The golden crunch cream, no, this is a ginger crunch cream. It adds that extra level of surprise and delight once you interact with it, which I will do momentarily. So, as you did with Ire, as you're going to do for all of the speakers throughout the day, please make Cassie incredibly welcome. I know she's here at the event to take your questions, chat, and enjoy the talk with you. Let's go right now to Cassie Evans.
Hi everyone, I'm super happy to be here. I guess technically in this case here is just my lounge, but you know what I mean. I'm super happy to be hanging out with all of you. That's the cool bit about this talk, I guess. I'm currently pre-recording it, so future Cassie is in the chat and can talk to you while I'm doing the talk. It is a bit weird trying to do a talk without an audience though. I'm not really super used to this. So I have a bunch of Furbies that are going to serve as my audience today. So they're going to sit here. And I've also got some sound effects because it's really weird talking to yourself and not having people respond. So we've got some impressed oohs and we've got some disappointed. Hopefully my imaginary audience won't be making too many disappointed noises, but excellent. So I'm all set up. I guess that we should crack on with this. So I guess the polite way to start a talk is an introduction. So I'm Cassie, and as my website says, I like making fun, interactive things with code. Invariably, those things involve SVG because SVG is the best. I've also recently joined the team at GreenSock as the lead bestower of animation superpowers, which is a totally legit and not made up job title. So, as I was saying, SVG. SVG is my favourite thing, and hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll all be pretty excited about it too. So I guess we should start at the beginning. Right now, when I say SVG, what do you think? You can tell future me in the chat, or the chat, I don't know where the chat is. Wherever the chat is, you can tell future me. So I'm guessing there will be answers kind of along these lines. Animation, icons, vectors, flat graphics, illustrations. I throw SVG workshops, and going on the small sample group that's attended a few of my SVG workshops, the most common thing that seems to come to mind is responsive vector illustrations. So SVG is great for that, after all. SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphic, so it's great at making graphics for the web. That's scale. Speaking very broadly here, a lot of the time designers will make SVG illustrations in a graphics editor like Illustrator or Affinity Designer. And then they'll pass these assets over to a developer. So I've spoken to a lot of front-end devs in my workshops who've never even really opened an SVG file. The majority will maybe open them, take a look, stare in horror at the wall of numbers that gets auto-generated out of graphics editing software, maybe bosh it through SVG OMG or SVG Min or something to tidy it up, but ultimately kind of try not to think too hard about it. I've heard Sarah Drasner referring to SVG as number garbage, and although I love SVG, that is a pretty accurate way to describe it. But I kind of find this number garbage really exciting. And the main reason that I find it really exciting is because of this overlap between design and dev. So SVG is both a graphics format that you can design in graphics editing software, and it's also a markup language. So it's code that you can kind of tinker around with and play with. My friend Richard, he actually said this in a talk and I stole it from him. He explained it very eloquently, and it's now my quote that I use in talks. So he says that SVG is an alternate universe version of HTML focused on graphics instead of documents. I really love that. I'll let that sink in for a second. So it's like a markup language for graphics. Now, I personally came from a design background, so when I started learning how to code, this was a mega exciting discovery for me. Like, it meant that I could draw stuff in Illustrator or Affinity Designer or a graphics editing program of some sort, and then take the outputted code and mess around with it. Like, it was a really fun starting point. Like, graphics are infinitely more fun than just a couple of paragraph tags or something. So yeah, it meant that I could mess around with it, and mess around with it I did. I made this little wobbly jellyfish dude using CSS animations and SVG filter effects. I also made this color changing chameleon. So this is taking pixel data from a webcam feed, rendering it to canvas, and then finding the average of all of those pixels. And then I'm using Greenstock for the animation. I just get to decide when you do ooze. This is great. I also made this little dancing blob. He gets shy when a webcam detects a face. So I was using the Chrome face detection API, which was behind a flag at this point. I don't know whether it's in browsers now. It's a bit dystopian and terrifying. But yeah, he gets shy when he sees a face. So basically I made a lot of stuff. And as you can see, the majority of that stuff was entirely pointless and completely just for fun. Or so I kind of thought at the time. Because as I was messing around, I just started to see SVG everywhere. And it started off with noticing really clever uses of animated SVG mixed up with HTML DOM elements. We'll play this one again because it is amazing. So mixing up SVG with semantic DOM elements, making these kind of supercharged, mega whimsical components on the web. This was actually live, like really, really live on the CSS Tricks site. I almost had a joy aneurysm when I saw it. Big shout out to Adam Kuhn for this one. And Aaron Eicher is also the king of this kind of stuff. Like, look at this button. It's such a good button. What a good button. But I know that this kind of thing, although mega joyful and utterly fantastic, isn't really what most of us deal with day to day for the majority of websites. And I think this is one of the reasons why maybe SVG is like deprioritized by a lot of developers. Like it's for whimsical graphics and animations, right? And I'm not a designer, I don't need to know that. Or I don't do illustrations, I don't view myself as artistic, I don't need to learn that. And I think what most of us deal with day to day for the majority of websites is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So we've got structural, presentational, and behavioral. And we all have varying approaches, of course. Everyone that's listening to this talk will have a different approach. There's all sorts of frameworks and techniques and opinions. But at the end of the day, no matter what you use, no matter what part of the stack is your favorite, no matter how convoluted you make the tooling side of things, this is what's being output to the browser. Like, this is what we have to affect the final thing that the user is going to be interacting with. But we also have SVG. And by understanding what it brings to the table, we can unlock like a whole extra world of styling possibilities. It's such a useful tool to have in your belt. And I really believe that it isn't just for illustrations and icons. Like, it's really worth learning. You can use features within SVG to apply visual effects to both SVG and HTML elements. So it allows us to style things in ways that we can't with CSS. I'm gonna do an ooh. Ooh. So in fact, a lot of the core features that we have today in CSS were imported from SVG. So they started out as features in SVG. So masking and clipping, for instance, they've been part of SVG since 2000, I think. And CSS filters, they are a really small, simplified subset, basically the boring ones of what we have available to us with SVG. And we also have a whole bunch of other stuff that we don't have with CSS. So we have patterns and paths and shapes to play with. Wait, another ooh. And SVG is not just purely presentational either. SVG is also a structural markup language. So just like HTML, going back to Richard's quote about it being an alternate universe version of HTML for graphics instead of documents. So we have structural elements within SVG, and we also have structurally external elements, like image and foreign object. So we can have external content referenced inside an SVG, which is pretty exciting. SVG can also be traversed by screen readers. This is one of my favorite things about SVG because I love animating on the web, but a lot of ways that you can animate on the web aren't accessible. Like Canvas is just a black box without JavaScript, and screen readers can't access anything that you draw or animate inside of it. Whereas with SVG graphics and SVG animations can be traversed by screen readers because they have a DOM. So we can even add ARIA labels on graphical elements to infer more meaning. So that's pretty exciting. This is a lot to take in, so we'll step back a little bit. I'm just gonna have a glass of water. So there's this wonderful article by Chris Coyier, a little bit old now, called Your Brain on Front-End Development. And I really loved this when I first read it. Like, it really gave me a kind of good understanding of how different people look and break down a design. And Chris Coyier says that when he looks at a design, his brain starts triggering all sorts of things that he knows about and knows will be related to the task. So there's all sorts of things here, like, what have we got? Multi-line padded text and flexbox headers and stuff like that. Oh, my laptop died. Okay, wait 2 seconds. Cassie. We're gonna barrel through. It's fine. Fuck's sake. So there's this wonderful article by Chris Coyier called Your Brain on Front-End Development, where he talks about how he breaks down a design. And he says that when he looks at a design, his brain starts triggering all sorts of things that he knows will be related to the task. So there's all sorts of good things in here. There's like multi-line padded text, flexbox headers, all sorts of things. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to kind of look at some things that you might commonly find in a design, but we're going to put on our SVG hats and we're going to see how we'd approach a bunch of different things. I really should have got a hat for this bit. I missed a trick. I didn't get a hat, but this little tiny owl has a hat. So we're just going to have a little owl break before we get stuck in, I think. We all deserve an owl break. So let's start with something small. This is a little tooltip. Now, if we were approaching this without our SVG hat on, we might make a little div, background white, border radius, and then think about how we make a triangle. Now, I have to Google this every time, and it still doesn't really make sense to me. There's something about intersecting borders being triangular on divs, and if you make them 0 height and 0 width, you end up with a triangle. But triangles are a pain in CSS. Making complex shapes with DOM elements in general is a pain. You have to do all sorts of weird hacks with borders and box shadows, and it just feels a bit hacky. And I mean, it's right, because it is a bit hacky. HTML is made for documents, and SVG is made for shapes and graphics. So if we were to make a triangle in SVG, how do we do it? Well, we start off by making an SVG and defining a viewbox. So the viewbox is a little bit like saying, hey SVG, make me a grid of paper 100 units wide by 100 units high. And now these aren't pixel units, these are SVG units, so they scale responsively no matter what size you make the SVG. And this is the area that we can draw SVG elements on. So then we can use a polygon to draw from 0, 0 to 10, 0, and then to 5, 10, and it joins up automatically. So that's the lot. You just plot things on a coordinate system. It's kind of just like a piece of grid paper. So this isn't hugely exciting. It is just a triangle. But the fact that SVG has an internal coordinate system that you can plot stuff onto is really exciting. Because it means that we can use SVG to plot stuff onto responsive grids. Like literally anywhere we want. We've got a whole new layout system at our disposal. And now obviously no one's going to be swapping out Flexbox or CSS Grid in favour of boshing everything into an SVG. That would be madness. But for stuff like image grids, this is really ideal. Like image grids with overlapping areas. So if we had an image grid like that, we could plot those rectangles really nicely on the SVG grid. So this little green boy, the top corner is at 60, 60. So X 60, Y 60, and it's 40 wide and 40 high. And then we've got a picture of a puppy inside, which you can't see yet. And then we've got the blue one, is 30 on the x-axis and y 0, so here, 70 wide and 40 high. And you know, with CSS Grid you can overlap areas. It's a little bit tricky if you're not used to it, and the browser support isn't super great yet. But with SVG Grid you can just plot everything wherever you like. So yeah, we can scale these images too in a similar way to background size contain and background size cover, by using preserve aspect ratio. So slice means scale this image up and chop off the excess. Meet means scale me up until I meet the edges of my container. And then we can use xmid, ymid, or xmin, ymax, like the x and y values, to position the image in the container. So it is like the SVG universe version of background size cover and background size contain. So what about an image grid like this? This is a little bit more complicated. Now there's two sides to this. We've got a bunch of shapes, which we know SVG does really well. You could make them in a graphics editor, or you could hand draw them if you were feeling brave. And then we've got an image which is clipped within a large shape in the middle. So we've got an image positioned within the SVG. We've got a path for that shape, and then we're using that shape path to clip that image. So you can see in the example here. Now we do have clipping in CSS now too, but for this kind of thing I really love the tidiness of keeping it within SVG. Plus, there's loads more browser support for clipping in SVG. We've even got Internet Explorer. And I've seen in the past people treating graphics like this as just one large image. So the image of the puppy and all of the shapes, they'd all be exported out as, say, one big PNG with transparent background. And now that makes it really hard to swap out the image in future iterations, and transparent PNGs are really horrible file-wise. So if you do this kind of thing with SVG, you don't have to worry about transparency. You can pull a JPEG in from a CMS, and the file size from the SVG itself is going to be really nice and small. So it's a really nice, tidy solution. Best of all, you can define fills and stroke colors on SVG elements as CSS variables. So I do this on my site for any like graphics or information in my blog posts, because I have a dark theme. So if you've got a dark theme, your graphics can change along with your theming, which is really nice. You can also step it up a little notch because SVG is really good for animations. So you can animate elements within a clip path. You can also animate elements that are being clipped or clip paths themselves. So that's perfect for adding little animation touches like this. I'll play that again because I really like it. And as I said, so you can animate whatever shapes you want within a clip path. The clip path element, anything that you put inside that, any graphical element, the geometry will be used to cut out the image that you apply it to, or the element that you apply it to. So in this case, I've got a little wobbly clip path, and then the liquid masking effect works by moving the wobbly shape, transforming it up and across. So you get this swooshy liquid effect. We haven't done an ooh in a while. Thank you. So as I said a little while back, we can do clipping in CSS. We've got clip path polygon is one way to do clipping, but as you can see, you get kind of a lot of straight edges when you use polygons. And clipping with SVG paths allows us to make really nice smooth curves. So when I see clips like this, I immediately think SVG. So now you might be thinking, okay, that's all good and well, but this is a whole bunch of images, and wrapping every single image in an SVG sounds like a pain in the bum. And you would be right. But you can apply SVG clips to HTML elements as well. So they don't have to be inside an SVG. So for the best browser support, and by best I mean across the board, including Internet Explorer browser support, the SVG with the clip has to be included in the web page, but it can be visually hidden, like position absolute it and yeet it off the page somewhere. The one issue here is that clip path in CSS needs a unit range from 0 to 1 for all the path points specified in the clipping path. So we can see by looking at the view box here that the points are all falling within this range, 191 wide, 210 high. So not the range that we need. We need 0 to 1. So we can fix this by dividing 1 by the viewbox values and then applying a transform to the clip path itself. So we've got transform scale 0.005 to whatever those numbers are. They look like magic numbers, but they're not. They are 1 divided by the viewbox values. And then once we've added that, we've got lovely responsive clip paths that we can apply to any element we like using CSS. We've also got an easier kind of SVG in CSS solution. Unfortunately, this isn't across the board support yet. We don't have Android or Internet Explorer. But this way, all we need is some SVG path data. And then we bosh that path data right in our CSS clip path declaration. And then CSS handles all of the scaling automatically, which is pretty awesome. Ooh. So the fact that SVG paths allow us to make gentle curves is really great because so much of the web is rectangular. Like everything's a rectangle, and digital mediums can feel quite harsh and like digital. So SVG paths feel a bit more organic. They can be really nice for adding softness and fluidity to a design. This is a really great demo from George Francis, where he shows off the difference between squircles and border radius. Like, what are squircles? Everyone says. Squircles are like squarish circles, so they're rounded all the way round instead of only at the corners. Think the new Apple icons. I also see a lot of websites kicking about with these wave dividers or background accents. And wavy dividers are just shouting out for SVG and either kind of clipping or masking. There's even this site that I found called getwaves.io, which allows you to make different SVG waves. You can, get some really wobbly ones. So if you ever need some waves, you can just get some waves from getwaves.io. They're not sponsoring me. And once you have waves, if you wanted, you could morph the path data of those shapes to make jazzy effects like this. Shout out to Blake Bowen for this demo. I really love it and I wish that I'd made it myself. So this example is using GreenSock to tween the values in the D attribute. GreenSock's very good for morphing. Morphing can be quite a tricky thing to accomplish just with JavaScript. So these kind of effects, again, might be getting into the, yes, that's very cool, Cassie, but where am I really going to use that territory? But this is a little mobile modal that I made on the Made by Many site, and dialed down a little bit, it can actually be quite a nice subtle technique for mobile menus or transitions between pages. And because you can morph between paths, you can create kind of squidgy interactions, like this very squishable button. So I'm a really big fan of micro interactions like this. I think that they add a really nice, playful human quality to interfaces. And I really love that when I go to a website and it feels like a human has made it, that there's maybe a little bit of a sense of humor behind some of the design choices. So this is made using GreenSock and GreenSock's Morph SVG plugin. It's got very good browser support and allows you to morph between shapes no matter the number of points, which is usually the tricky thing. But we can also, this is very exciting, we can also morph between SVG paths using CSS in Chromium browsers now. But if it's just a little progressive enhancement, that's okay. It's pretty exciting. It's a little more finicky. You have to have paths with exactly the same number of path points in order to transition between them. I didn't have that when I was setting up this demo, so I couldn't add an ease. But yeah, the fact that it exists is just super exciting. So it's definitely a good one to play around with. Animating SVG paths can lead down some pretty fun rabbit holes too. This is a completely nonsense example. I can't help myself, I'm really sorry. But look how cute it is. It's like it's ticklish. So yeah, SVG paths are just tons of fun to play around with. It's a really good rabbit hole to go down. So back in the more serious world, what about this accent underline here? So this is fun. We can animate SVG paths to make them look like they're being drawn in. So we call that stroke animation. Stroke animations are also my favorites. I have a lot of favorites, but stroke animations can be really impactful as a big part of the design, or just used as an accent. So I recently made this site for UX Fest, and it's got a really big stroke animation that kind of leads people down the page. So in order to do this, we have to have a stroke on a path, and that stroke is dashed, and then we animate the offset of that dash. So you can see this looks like a bunch of tiny little worms wriggling along a path. But in order to do stroke drawing where it looks like the path's being drawn in, you just make the dash the whole length of the path. So we don't have variable width paths in SVG, so we can fake this variable width thing with clipping. So we animate the path, the dash offset, and clip the stroke. So this is all you need in your CSS to do a really simple stroke animation. It's not a lot of CSS at all. The cool trick here actually is path length equals 1. This sets the underlying kind of maths for the path, the kind of unit that all of the calculations are being made of. So rather than having to work out how long the stroke is that you've drawn, you can just set it to 1, and then all of your dash array and dash offset values will fall between 0 and 1. So it makes it a lot easier to deal with. So let's take another look at this design. These background dots. This is another great use case for SVG. So this is one of my favorite SVG elements. I need to stop saying favorite. All of them are my favorite, but it's one of my favorite SVG elements. It's the pattern element. So this allows us to draw shapes and then tile those shapes, whatever you've drawn, across an area as a fill. Like, it's definitely the most complicated way to do fills in SVG. But we can use this to make simple background patterns, and we can fill those background patterns on large areas or just fill in smaller shapes. So you can use the pattern element to make all sorts of crazy patterns. I'm going to go past the slide really quickly because it's hurting my brain right now. You can even animate elements within a pattern. So yeah, I genuinely have yet to find a real world use case for animated background patterns, but it's really cool that you can do it. The best use case for patterns, in my opinion, is this subtle kind of background texture. I really like this site, Hero Patterns. They provide loads and loads of subtle background patterns that you can use in your designs. You can apply them as a data URI. So that's putting the whole SVG inside a data URI, and then you can use it as a background image. But you can also download the SVG file. So if you're not too comfortable with SVG, you can download it and have a look and see how the patterns are made. I'm a big fan of just, breaking things and playing around with things to learn. And it's obviously super fun making your own patterns too. Another cool thing that we have in SVG is filters. And now duotone filters are a little bit like 4 years ago or something, but it's a good example. So we have filters in CSS, sure, but those are a small subset of simplified filters that are available to us in SVG. So with SVG filters, we really get to go under the hood and kind of make our own filters just in any way that we want to. Filters work by combining a different number of filter primitives, and there are loads of filter primitives and you can combine them in any way you can think of. So there's like an infinite number of cool visual effects that you can create. I really like this tool. I recently just found it, and it's really great if you're trying to wrap your head around how filters work. It's got this kind of draggy drop max MSP type thing going on, and you can see how the filters work by chaining them together. So you kind of pipe pixel data through filters, and the output of one filter you'll plug into the next one. Each filter primitive pipes data along to the next one. So yeah, it's a really good GUI to have a play around with if you're learning. So they're really fun to mess about with, and they're also super useful because you can define image effects in code rather than having to rely on people uploading images with the right treatments to a CMS, because we all know that doesn't happen. So right here we've got this section. This is where all of the cool stuff is actually. These table values, they aren't actually magic numbers. You take the RGB values of 2 different colors, you divide them by 255 because that's the number of bits you have in a byte. And then you get these numbers. So the first one of each of these, I can't make this any wider, it's annoying. So these are the first color values, and then the second ones are the second color values. I've put all the links to my CodePens if you want to have a little play around. We can also apply filters to HTML elements as well. So this is a classic from Lucas Beber. It's using a really clever mixture of blurring and alpha contrast to kind of blend elements together so they look gooey. So you can do stuff like this. And now SVG filters are notoriously not very performant to animate, but if you're doing small interactions like this that are over within like a second, I think that's perfectly fine. You just don't want to be animating SVG filters over a large area in a kind of infinite way. And again, we can apply SVG filters to text. This is super useful because although the text here is all jazzed up, it's got, it's still accessible for screen readers. So with this filter, we're extruding the text, we're flooding that area with the color purple, and then we're using convolve matrix, which nobody really understands. This is a 16 pixel kind of extrusion made with convolve matrix. The number of zeros are also related to the number that you put into this value here. I feel like SVG filters are like wild horses, and you can never really tame them, but with enough love and patience, they will let you along for the ride. Back in design land, another thing that I see a lot, especially in scrolly telling sites or blog posts, are graphics with information in, kind of like graphs or images with text inside. And a lot of the time I see them being saved out as PNGs or JPEGs. And this brings me to the coolest and my most favorite of all the SVG elements we're looking at today. The foreign object tag. So the foreign object tag allows us to add proper semantic HTML content inside an SVG. And this is HTML content that can be styled with modern CSS. So if you needed, you could create flexbox layouts within an SVG, or you could have wrapping text. And we can also, more importantly, make sure that our graphics are accessible. So we can allow screen readers to traverse the whole SVG DOM by setting role equals group. You have to be careful with that because you have to make sure that the content within your SVG is accessible if you are adding that. You can also add title and description tags, which are treated quite similarly to alt text. And right here, this is our foreign object tag. And inside it, we've got a heading, we've got some paragraph text, and we've got a proper button. So let's do a demo.
Foreign object in SVG. Infographic, an important infographic group. This is some very important graph info. Heading 1. It's actually HTML inside an SVG. You can access this information with a screen reader because SVG is hella cool. This is a glorious tabbable button element. Button.
So yeah, I think that that's super cool, the fact that we can create accessible graphics and infographics with SVG. So that's the lot. I hope you've really enjoyed taking a look at the web with SVG in mind, and I hope that after this maybe you'll spot a clever way to use SVG in one of your upcoming projects. It definitely deserves more than being relegated to icon sets that no one looks at forever. So we've covered a lot today, but we've also barely scratched the surface. So if you've enjoyed this and you want to dig a little bit deeper, I have a monthly newsletter that I co-write with my friend Louis. And you can sign up and see the back catalogue at viewbox.club. So you can subscribe. You can even buy us a coffee if you'd like. I also run online SVG workshops, so you can find out more about that on my site if you're interested. Also, if you're on Twitter, first of all, I'm really sorry about that. But you can also follow me at Cassie Codes. Hopefully I'll inject some joy into your feed. Thanks very much for having me, folks. My dog has just woken up. What wonderful timing. He was asleep the entire talk. So future me will be kicking around in the chat to answer any questions you have. Don't hesitate to reach out. So I'll try and get Brody to come over here. Brody, come over here. Come over here, buddy. Come say hi. Aww. Here we go. That's the lot. Thanks, everyone.
A huge thanks to Cassie Evans there. If you're not smiling after that talk, I don't know what will put a smile on your face. Wonderful, wonderful stuff there. And how lovely it is to see so many questions happening in the Slack chat. I saw Cassie was very, very active in there as well. So our thanks to past Cassie and present Cassie, and hopefully to future Cassie as well, for all of the stuff that she's doing to kind of inspire us for making SVG animations and learning more about these amazing things. I have to say, she did mention the word favorite a lot of times. She did say a few things were her favorite. That's quite all right. I think we're all in the same boat. We all had many, many favorite moments in that talk as well. I think the expression joy aneurysm is something that I'm going to be taking home with me and trying to use as often as I possibly can. Also, everything should have an owl break from now on. I should also apologize. I don't really think it was fair for the production team here to put in with post-production that potty mouth moment? What about supporting our speakers and giving them the best possible platform? Unbelievable. Turns out she's a human. I loved it. I loved every second of the talk. A huge thanks to Cassie. Okay, so as we continue, one thing I would just point out is you're all very active in the Slack already. There is now a brand new channel in the Slack called Networking. We've noticed that people are trying to connect. You know, people are either available for work or looking for contracts or looking for people to do work. We just want to make it easier to connect people. So there is now a networking channel which is intended for that. So please make use of it. Find each other there. If that helps, we'd really delighted about that. Okay, I think it might be time once again to reach into the Hey Snack box. So I'm going to do that now. Let's see what we have in here. Oh, finally, the moment has come. I don't know if we're able to go to Biscuit Cam. That would be lovely to be able to do that, because our next pairing is. Of course, for the wonderful Max Stoiber. And for Max, who comes from Vienna, there we are, Biscuit Cam in all its glory. And you will, of course, recognize these as the wonderful Garibaldi biscuits. Now, I was alarmed to hear Josh mention that he'd never had a Garibaldi biscuit. Livid I was about that, but we'll put that right. The reason for this pairing, when we come to Max's talk, which is how I decided what I want to do with my life, there's so much in this talk about finding unexpected pleasures and finding things that you wouldn't normally expect. The Garibaldi biscuit, of course, school children know it as the dead fly biscuit, but actually there's fruit hidden in there, secreted in there, that you will discover along the way, which is why it's the perfect pairing for this talk. Max, however, I hope you may have interacted with Max in the past already. He's very, very active on Twitter and active in open source development. He's built all kinds of things for open source, including he's the creator of Style Components and React Boilerplate, which are projects you may well have encountered. He also was one of the creators of Spectrum, another place to interact and like a social hub, if you like, which was acquired by GitHub a few years ago. Since then, he moved on to working at Gatsby and did some wonderful work at Gatsby before, more recently, launching out on his own to bring us Bedrock, which is another React boilerplate project built on Next.js and GraphQL. Really exciting things that he's doing there as well. So this is the talk that's going to take us up to our lunch break. I'm delighted that we're going to be able to welcome Max from Vienna and in the chat. So once again, find the right chat room, go berserk with support, with the right emojis, and make him very welcome as we hear from Max Stoiber.
Hey, I am Max, and I am super excited to be here today. When Harry reached out and asked me to speak at All Day Hey, that was one of my favorite emails I've ever gotten. I'm a huge fan of the conference, and the fact that I get to speak at it is absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, this time I could not use that as an opportunity to visit Leeds, but I hope we can make that happen next year. Either way, I'm super excited to be here today and speak about one of life's, I guess, fundamental questions. What do I want to do with my life? When I thought about what I wanted to talk about today, I realized that that's the question I had spent the most time thinking about over the past half a year or so. It all started in 2017. I was a young engineer working at an Australian agency called ThinkMill. And ThinkMill employed me to work full-time on open source, which is freaking cool, right? Who gets to work full-time on open source? It's kind of incredible. And I had this incredible opportunity to work for them, and they built this in-house open source content management system called Keystone. And so I was employed to maintain that content management system and add features to it and fix bugs and help them be successful with it. And while I was doing that and while I was visiting them in Sydney, I also met Glenn Mattern, who was the original creator of CSS modules. And together we created styled components. But that wasn't directly a ThinkMill project, they were extremely supportive and with me exploring that because it was very relevant to what they were doing. And so I thankfully got to work on it and launch it eventually. And it's by now gotten to be my most popular open source project, which is quite cool. And in fact, it's the HTTP archive recently did a huge analysis of their entire dataset, and they came to the conclusion that style components is used on about 1% of all publicly crawlable websites, which is kinda very cool. The fact that we invented that is really cool, and I'm really proud of that work. But really what that work led to is even cooler, because one day, a couple months after we had announced style components and made it public and people started using it, a guy named Bryn Jackson reached out to me. Now, Bryn at the time was, I think, working at Figma or had just left Figma, and he was rebuilding his personal portfolio website, bryn.io, with style components. And he reached out and asked me, told me that he had a bit of an issue with a big flash of unstyled content ever since he started using style components, and whether I had any idea what to do, how to fix it. Now, I had known of Bryn and his best friend Brian Lovin for a long time. Bryn Jackson and Brian Lovin are two very well-known designers in the industry because they created the Design Details podcast together, which is one of the most popular podcasts on design on the internet. And so I've been following both of them for a while because I'm a huge fan of good design, and I like, even though I'm not very good at design, I like staying in touch with that community and that industry. And so I've been following them for a while. And when he reached out, I was overjoyed, honestly, because he's somewhat of a hero of mine, and he and Brian are both heroes of mine. And so when he reached out and said, "Hey, I have this issue, can you help me fix it?" Of course I said yes, and I helped him resolve his issue and fix that flash of unstyled content by implementing server-side rendering properly with styled components. And he was super grateful, and said, "Hey, building this portfolio was kind of a great intro to styled components. I'm super stoked to use it for Spectrum." And I said, "Oh, that's awesome. What's Spectrum?" And so Bryn and Brian had been building this community around their podcast for a while. They turned Design Details into this podcast network called Spec FM, where they hosted more than just Design Details, but a whole set of, I think, 8 or 9 podcasts. And to connect all the listeners together, they created a Slack workspace and invited everybody there to chat with each other about the contents of the podcast, but really about anything at all, right? It was basically 8,000 or 9,000 developers and designers and other tech people in one Slack, just having a chat, having a goof, just talking about anything they care about. And that worked really well until Slack came to them and said, "Hey, what you're doing is really cool and we like it, but please either pay us for this workspace or go somewhere else." Now, Slack charged at the time, I think, $5 per active user, and they had about 8,000 active users. So they were looking at paying $45,000 every single month for their free community, which they obviously couldn't afford, right? Who can afford to pay that amount of money for a free community? That makes no sense. And so they looked around at different options, but none of them really appealed to them because they realized what they wanted to build was, what they wanted to use was something that was public and crawlable, because there were a ton of interesting conversations happening in that Slack, in that community, that really didn't need to be locked to this one Slack. They didn't need to be private and behind authentication, right? Like anybody should be able to read those. And they looked around at whether there was anything that solved that use case, but nothing really that did or even does today. And so they started building Spectrum. And I said, that is super cool. That is amazing. I mean, I've been building communities for my open source projects like React Boilerplate and Style Components, but I'd always put them on Gitter, which was one big chat room, right? Literally one big chat room for all of the tens of thousands of people that use Style Components and React Boilerplate, which obviously doesn't work, right? If you only have a single chat room, that can never scale to that size of conversation. Never mind being publicly indexed, right? Gitter was also behind auth, and I was like, this is amazing. I want to help you as much as I can. And so they pinged me over the month with, or over a week or something with some more questions about Style Components and how to do certain things, how to do media queries, how to do other stuff. And I answered all of their questions, and we eventually had a call where I helped them a little bit. And then Bryn sent me this very life-changing message, even though I didn't know it at the time. He said, "We seem to work well together. Brian just mentioned you want to work on Spectrum with us. Any idea how you'd like to be compensated so we can talk to John, who at the time was their other technical person? Profit share or something?" And through that resulted a bunch of conversations about where they wanted Spectrum to go, what they wanted to do with it, what I wanted to do with my life. And eventually they offered me to come on board as a co-founder of a new company that was going to build Spectrum, amongst other things initially, but eventually we decided to focus on Spectrum. And I didn't know what to say because I was living the dream, right? I had a job. I was employed to work on open source. That's not something many people get to do. I'm eternally grateful to ThinkMill, and particularly Jed Watson, the founder of ThinkMill, for making that happen for me. And I didn't want to leave that behind, right? It felt kind of odd because I'd sort of achieved the dream. Everybody wants to work on open source and I get to work on open source, right? Like, why would I leave? That makes no sense. But I also realized that this kind of was probably an opportunity of a lifetime, right? Bryn and Brian are two of the very best designers on the planet. They worked at Buffer, Facebook, and Figma, and they had a wealth of experience that I could learn from. And I realized that even if the company thing didn't go anywhere, just working with them for a couple of months, I would learn so much about design and about how to build a company that I could then use in the future, right? And also they were just awesome people. Like, they're just two great, really nice folks that I love to talk to and hang out with. And so I said yes. I said I'm going to join Spectrum. I told Jed Watson that I unfortunately wasn't going to work for him anymore, which made me really sad, but also I was very excited about this upcoming opportunity. And so we started hacking on Spectrum and we started building this thing together. And a couple months later, I even flew out to San Francisco and actually met these two in person for the first time, which is kind of crazy, right? Nowadays, that's maybe a little bit more normal, but we're talking 2017. I'd never met those two. I'd never met Bryn and Brian in person before I decided to co-found a company with them, which kind of interesting, right? But I flew out and they're as nice in person, or even nicer in person than they are online, and we had a great time. And basically, life was great, right? We were in San Francisco hacking away from Bryn's apartment. We'd set up sort of temporary workstations there, and we were just hacking away on Spectrum, building a product, designing things, engineering things. And after a couple months of working on Spectrum, we realized that it was going to take a while longer than we thought it would because it's quite a complex product to build. We wanted it to be a public, real-time community platform, which is the combination of public, real-time, and community means that there's a very high bar for quality. And so we realized we needed more time than we had money for. And we went to investors and we raised a pre-seed round. And we raised a little bit of money from friends of Bryn and Brian. And life was even better, right? Now we're even getting paid for working on Spectrum, which is amazing, right? And we were just building our product. Now, a short side note on taking money from investors, right? As soon as you take money from investors, you are a startup. And a startup, the fundamental reason a startup exists is because of growth. If a startup doesn't grow, then it dies, right? By taking money from investors, you put yourself onto a trajectory. And if you don't manage to go down that sort of exponential growth trajectory, you're not going to get follow-up investment, and you're essentially just going to die, and your product is going to crash into the ground, and you're going to be very sad. That's not something that many people realize, right? If I were to build a business today that makes $10 million a month, or a year even, right? $10 million a year, that's a lot of money, right? That's holy shit, that would be amazing, right? But if you take money from investors, that's kind of like not good enough, right? If you just hit a ceiling at $10 million, you have basically failed at building a startup, because the only thing that matters is that you become the next Dropbox or Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and you get to that $1 billion valuation and you IPO. And that's the only thing that matters. And so the only thing that matters for startups is growth. And we knew that going in, right? And we were sort of excited about the prospect of trying to grow a new social network, which is something that not many people had attempted for a while, because it is really difficult. Now, we thankfully had kind of an advantage, right? We had the existing community of SpecFM. And so one of the first things we did once we had a prototype was we transitioned the SpecFM community from Slack to Spectrum. Now, the screenshot I show you here is what Spectrum looks like today, because we don't have a screenshot, unfortunately, of what Spectrum looked like back then. it was very different. But the thread is still the original one where we invited everybody on board. And people came in droves. Thousands of people from that community checked out Spectrum and started talking and chatting with each other, right? And that was amazing. We had our first growth to basically thousands of users without really having to do any work at all, which was awesome, right? That was a great starting point. Unfortunately, at the same time, we also very quickly realized that Firebase, the technology we're using to store our data, does not scale. And it became really slow, and permissions were really hard to handle. And it became really difficult to use Spectrum already, even though it was just 1,000 people, which is way less than the amount of people we wanted to use Spectrum. So we were kind of in a mess, right? And I don't want to sort of diss Firebase at all. Firebase is a great technology and it helped us get something out there really quickly. But for that specific use case of a public real-time community platform, it just didn't work very well. And so we looked around at different options, but very quickly decided that we were going to need to build a custom backend based on Node.js because we were all JavaScript developers. And we did that. Over the next couple of months, we worked on that Node.js backend. And in October of 2017, or almost November, I think, we launched Spectrum publicly. And it went pretty well. Our growth started to pick up just organically, right? We started getting traffic just because all of the content that was on there was public and search index. And so people were finding Spectrum through Google. They were sharing the conversations publicly. They were sharing them with friends. And so Spectrum started having this really nice growth. And we were sort of growing 10% week over week, which is the benchmark you're supposed to do as a startup. And life was great, right? Everybody was happy. We were growing. We got a ton of feedback from our users. And so we were implementing new features, fixing bugs, doing all the things you're supposed to do. And then our servers started crashing. And our servers started crashing with out-of-memory errors, which turned out to be a memory leak. And in fact, this memory leak that we had didn't just crash our servers once, it crashed it every single day, at least once. Which, of course, if you're building a real-time public community platform, which I've now said a million times, that's really bad news because users expect you to be there. And you can't just be down, you can't just be unreliable or even lose messages. Imagine if somebody writes a message or writes a post, they try to post it, the server's down, and their message is gone. That was what the experience of using Spectrum at that stage was like. It was terrible, right? And we were dismayed. And in fact, not only were we dismayed, but our users were also very unhappy with us. And our growth slowed down. In fact, we were almost shrinking, which is the absolute worst thing that can happen to you as a startup. Because like I said, a startup is growth. And if you don't have growth, then you're basically dead. So we were kind of in a mess. Now, I have to take full responsibility for this. I had never built a production backend before, never mind for a real-time public thing, right? I had no idea what I was doing. I was more or less a front-end developer with a little bit of Node.js experience from Keystone, but not a lot. And I really had no idea what I was doing with databases, what I was doing with scaling, what I was doing with caching. I had no idea what the hell I was doing. And so I dug deep into our database drivers, our Redis setup, our caching setup. I tried to figure out how can I fix this memory leak. I tried adjusting the pool options for our database driver because we were getting database errors, and so we thought it might be related to that. We tried limiting the amount of DB connections our servers could have. We reached out to friends and advisors that we had, like Guillermo Rauch, and asked them, hey, have you seen this before? How do we solve this? How do we fix this? What do we do, right? And we implemented their suggestions, and nothing worked. We kept crashing every single day, all the way through December of 2017, all the way through Christmas and early January. That was one of the most stressful Christmases I've ever had, honestly, because every single day my brain was just like thinking, why do we have a memory leak? Where could this problem be? Like, how can I fix this? Because I was the most technical person, right? The other two, while Bryn and Brian can code, they really were designers, and I was sort of the engineer on the team, and it was my responsibility, right? I should have been the one to fix this and to even never let it happen in the first place, but at least fix it once it happens. And I racked my brain and I read through all of our code 50 times, but I just could not find the problem. And so eventually we decided in January, okay, we've now spent 2 months crashing every single day. We have to implement just superficial fixes, right? So we implemented too busy handling so that our servers would respond with too busy when they were down at least, and then our host would sort of cycle around the different server instances that we had based on which one was healthy and which one wasn't, which was a nice superficial patch, right? We added retries to our client-side data fetches so that our clients would retry when network requests failed. We added a UI to the app itself that showed users when they weren't connected and disallowed them from sending messages so they wouldn't lose any content, which were all super incredibly important, but also all completely superficial patches that didn't fix the underlying issues. And so we're now talking 2 to 3 months of daily server crashes and a terrible experience for our users. And suddenly I have an idea. I kept thinking about this problem and I realized the way we were handling all of our real time was that we were creating one change feed per database table. Now, change feeds are a RethinkDB feature that lets you listen to changes on any database query, basically. And so we had sort of like 3 big change feeds, one for every thread that changed, one for every message that changed, and one for every community that changed. And we basically pipe all of the data through those 3 change feeds, and then on the server side, filter them out based on who was listening to the real-time events. And I realized that actually, through talking to RethinkDB core developers, RethinkDB was meant to have more ephemeral change feeds, right? We basically had 3 very long-lived change feeds that lived for the basically life cycle of a server. But instead, RethinkDB recommended to have more ephemeral change feeds that were specific to users, right? So we would create a change feed for every user that connected to our server, and then that change feed would already be filtered by what the user cared about. So we would listen to changes on, I don't know, the threads table, to new threads or new messages in the threads that the user was looking at. And so while we had a lot more change feeds, we also connected and disconnected relatively more frequently. Rather than having one very long-lived change feed, we had thousands of very short-lived ones, which was supposed to fix our problems. And I submitted that PR and I implemented it that way, and our memory leaks went away. We had fixed the issue, except we were now hitting database connection errors. And not only did we hit database connection errors, but we went from daily server memory leak crashes to hourly database crashes. So we weren't crashing once a day anymore, we were crashing once an hour or more. Oh my God, I made it even worse. That made me very sad. And I realized I had no idea how to fix this problem and no one else could help me, and I just had to figure it out. And then one random day, I remember standing in the shower, and I wasn't even thinking about this. I was just standing in the shower, washing my hair, minding my own business, when suddenly another idea popped into my head. And not only an idea, but I actually realized what the problem was that we were hitting with memory leaks. Because we'd essentially had this period of memory leaks in our server that I tried to fix by changing the change feed setup. But I hadn't really fixed the memory leaks. I'd only made the crashes more frequent so that our servers could never have the time to run out of memory, right? If the servers run out of memory once a day, but you're crashing every hour, of course, the server never has time to run out of memory. So you're not getting the memory leaks anymore, but you still have the memory leak in your code. It just doesn't happen anymore because the server crashes too quickly. And as I was brewing on this whole problem, I realized there's a function in this util that we use to convert the callback-based database listeners to an async iterator. Because what we're using for real-time was GraphQL subscriptions, and that expects an async iterator. And I'd never worked with async iterators before, so I basically just copy and pasted a bunch of code from Stack Overflow that turns a callback-based listener into an async iterator. And I'd looked at that piece of code, I'd read through it like 50 times because it seemed like such an obvious source of the problem, but I could never figure out what that actually does and whether it was actually the problem. And then while I was standing in the shower, not even thinking about this, it hit me. There's a function in that asyncify util that I'd copy and pasted that is called empty queue. But that function is only called when the async iterator either crashes or errors or finishes. But of course, our async iterators didn't really do that. And what I realized was if there's an empty queue function, then that means there must be a queue that things are getting written to, right? And what actually happened was that this util did buffering. So whenever a new message came in from the database, it would sort of buffer all of the stuff that came in from the database. Even as users were coming and going to the server, it just kept buffering all the stuff that changed in our database basically forever, which obviously caused our server to run out of memory because that's a lot of data. Particularly as we kept growing and got more users, that just became more and more data. And I stood in the shower and I had this revelation, and I just immediately sat down and coded out the solution, merged it, and that actually finally fixed our scaling problems. Literally, that one fix, it was a tiny fix, less than 100 lines of code, but that fixed our problems and we were finally back to normal. Spectrum was stable, the database was all right, no more connection errors, no more memory leaks, everything was perfect. And with that, our growth resumed. And we started going back to the up and to the right, exactly as a startup is meant to do. And life was great. And in fact, based on that, Zeit, now called Vercel, decided to move their entire community, including the Next.js community, to Spectrum. And we just kept growing. We just kept growing up and to the right. And life was great. Everything was going exactly as it is supposed to do, right? We were growing as startups are supposed to do. People were happy with our app, even though we still had a lot of work to do. It worked, and it did what it was supposed to do. And everything was great, except we were running out of money. Because we never built any business thing into Spectrum, right? And we were kind of running out of money. Our investor money wasn't going to last for much longer. And the problem was that no investor wanted to give us more money. And the reason is that usually when you build a social network or any kind of user-generated content site, think Quora, Facebook, Google, Twitter, right? All of these sites that have user-generated content, all of them monetize by having ads and selling the user's data. And we just did not want to do that, right? We did not want to sell our users' data. We were just ethically opposed to that. We did not want to build a business based on selling our users' data. And so we just didn't know how to make money. We figured we'll figure it out eventually, but now was the time to figure it out. And so we butted our heads together and we launched a product called Spectrum Concierge, where we would essentially community manage a company's community for them. And, well, nobody cared. Literally not a single person bought that thing. So we were kind of in a mess. We literally had no other ideas of what we wanted to do, except for doing ads, which again, we really did not want to do for ethical reasons. And Bryn randomly reached out to a friend at GitHub and said, hey, we have this problem, blah, 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 blah. Wouldn't GitHub maybe be interested in acquiring Spectrum? And GitHub said, maybe. It's actually not too bad of an idea, because at the time, Spectrum was really mainly used by open source communities. Lots of open source projects hosted their communities on Spectrum, like Style Components, React Boilerplate, Next.js, and they'd all seen some sort of success with it. And so GitHub was like, yeah, maybe actually not a bad idea, right? Like, what if we could actually integrate this into GitHub? And then came the due diligence. Now, for people that have never been through an acquisition before, like I had never been through an acquisition or even close to an acquisition before. I had no idea what that meant. But essentially, it means hundreds of questions. And the thing is, they send you these questions that are extremely detailed, right? They go into every single detail, from what are the people that are working on this? What are their histories? What have they done before? What have they done at Spectrum? To your technical stack, like which technologies are used? Why did you use Node.js for the backend? Why did you use RethinkDB? Which problems have you had? How much code is there? Blah, 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 blah. All of these questions. And the thing is, from the other side, you have no idea which of these questions could be a deal breaker. And I was extremely worried that something that I'd done, like a technical decision or a code decision or something we'd built, would be a deal breaker for GitHub, because we did not know what was a deal breaker, right? Maybe they said, oh, you're hosted on site. Well, then that's a deal breaker and we can't buy, right? Or maybe they would have said, hey, you're using Node.js? Yeah, we're not interested, right? And I just had no idea. And that meant I had sleepless nights for months. Now, I tend to be a very good sleeper, thankfully, which I'm very grateful for. But in those months, I really did not sleep very well, because I was just constantly worried that I would be the one that answered that one question that GitHub really cared about wrong. And so the whole deal would fall through. But as many of you probably know, ultimately, the deal did go through, and GitHub did acquire Spectrum. And life was good again, right? We had founded the startup, we'd had a great time for 1.5 years, and then while we didn't really succeed in building a business out of it, we built something people liked, right? And ultimately even got acquired by GitHub. which is just fantastic, right? And if I were to summarize all of this sort of founding a startup thing in one graph, it would be this, right? Over the 1.5 years that we built Spectrum, this was sort of my emotional state, with the big red part being when we had all the memory leaks, and at the end, the sort of dip was when we went through the due diligence. So there was a lot of up and down, but even still, it was a great experience, right? And overall, I would probably give those 1.5 years an 11 out of 10, right? It was a great experience. When I think about in that moment where I decided to found Spectrum with Bryn and Brian, would I make that same decision again, knowing what I know now? And the answer is 100 times yes, 1,000,000 times yes. I would make that choice every single time because it was 100% worth it. And then we joined GitHub and we started working at GitHub on various projects. And it was fine, right? I was at GitHub also a year or a year and a half. And if I were to summarize it in one graph, it would be this, but it's like you can see, it's sort of, it was fine, right? Like there wasn't as much up and down. It was just sort of like fine the whole time, right? Like there was nothing bad, but there was also nothing very exciting, right? It was sort of like flat the whole time. And I just kept doing my job, and I loved my team. I worked with really great people at GitHub. Basically everybody I worked with at GitHub was great. And so I had a good time, and it was fine. And overall, I would probably give that time a 5 out of 10. Now, going from an 11 out of 10 to 5 out of 10, of course, is kind of meh, you know? Like, it was fine. It was a job. It just wasn't right for me. That's not a knock on GitHub or on what we worked on or on my team at all. It's just, for me personally, I just wasn't as happy as I could be. I just didn't feel as good as I could, as I know I could. And so I looked around and I realized Gatsby was hiring for a really exciting position, and I applied and they hired me. And so I joined Gatsby. Now, Gatsby is a startup, but they already have 60 people, or had 60 people when I joined. And so it was sort of like a bigger startup, which was nice because I wanted to see what that's like. And life was exciting again, right? I joined a new company, I joined a new team. The people there, people at Gatsby were great. The team I was on was great. I worked on really cool stuff. And after a year, I looked back and I realized that still it was great, but also it was kind of fine again. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't as exciting as building Spectrum. It was maybe a little bit more exciting than GitHub, but also it was still sort of like a 6 out of 10 on the overall scale. Now, again, not a knock on Gatsby at all, not a knock on my teammates at all. I had a great time working at Gatsby. Just for me personally, it didn't really fulfill me as much as I hoped it would. And so I was sort of again in the state of, well, what do I do? How do I get back to that 11 out of 10, right? Like, what do I really want in life, and how the hell do I figure that out? And so I went to my coach and I discussed with him for a while, and he basically posed the question of, what do you actually value? Figure out what do you actually value? What made you so happy about building Spectrum, or what made you less happy about working at GitHub and Gatsby? And that was one of the hardest things I've ever done, because it required being extremely honest with myself. Now, I'm going to share the list of things that I value and that I don't value. I didn't expect to share this publicly ever, but I realized if I don't show you the list, most of what I say is not going to make any sense, so I kind of have to share it. Take that list with a grain of salt. It's very rough, right? It was just me writing for myself, trying to figure out what do I value, but also what do I really not value? What do I not care about? What do I want, right? Which required being really honest with myself. And here's where I arrived. The list is what I value is connection, responsibility, agency, variety, openness, and prestige. And also what I don't value is money and impact. And a couple of those pieces were really hard for me to admit. The fact that I don't care about impact is kind of like maybe a little bit even of a red flag for potential employers. Because when you work, for example, at GitHub and at Gatsby, the promotion process is based entirely on impact. What impact have you had in the last year? And you're supposed to aim for the maximum amount of impact, right? Reach the maximum amount of people, change the trajectory, the maximum amount of possible, and you get rewarded for that. But personally, I don't care. I worked at GitHub on stuff that impacts millions of developers, right? And at Spectrum, I would have been happy. I would have been just as happy had we built something that only the 5,000 people in the SpecFM community used. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't care about the scale of that impact. I just cared about making some people's lives better. That was what I ultimately cared about, but I didn't care about having a large impact. The same thing goes for money. Personally, I live in Austria, right? I don't need a ton of money, and I don't even know what to spend it on, right? I don't really have a need for a ton of money that a well-paying job would give me, right? And on the other side, the other thing that was really hard for me to admit was that I really care about prestige. I care about people thinking well of me. I care about connection to people, and I care about that those people like me, that people like me, you know, and that's a hard thing to admit because it's sort of superficial, but it is just the truth, right? If I look at my life, there's a reason I have way too many followers on Twitter and I spend way too much time on there, right? It's because I care about that prestige. And that was really hard for me to admit, but once I admitted it, I realized, this is actually really helpful, because now that I know what I care about and also what I really don't care about, I can sort of compare my options, right? Which at the time were keep doing my job or maybe find a new job, or maybe go do my own thing again, which was very scary, honestly. And so I looked at the list and I said, okay, if I stay at my job or I get a new job, whatever, how does that cover sort of the things that I care about, right? And it definitely covers connection, it definitely covers prestige, and it definitely covers money and impact. But it sort of covers less responsibility, agency, variety, and openness, because when you are at a company and you have a job, you just have to do your job, right? Like, you're an engineer, you're engineering. You can't just decide that the most important thing the company needs right now is marketing and go do marketing, because you're going to step on the marketing team's toes, right? And also, even if you're high up, really, you're not going to have a lot of responsibility at a big company. If there's 6,000 people in a company, the amount of responsibility you're going to have is relatively limited. And never mind agency or openness. Now compare that to founding another startup, right? That basically covers everything that I really value. I have all the agency, variety, openness, and responsibility that I could ever hope for. Now, in terms of money or impact, the story is a bit different, because when you found a startup, right, only about 1% of startups is successful. And so whether or not you're going to make money and whether or not you're going to have impact is highly unlikely, honestly. It's much more safe and stable to go for a job if that's what you value. Because if you go work at GitHub or something, you're A, going to make a lot of money, and B, you're also going to have a lot of impact, right? There's no way you're not going to have either of those. But since I didn't really care about them that much, I was like, that's a trade-off I'm willing to take, right? If I found a startup and it doesn't go anywhere and I don't have any impact and I don't make any money, whatever, right? As long as I make enough to live and I make at least one person's life better, I don't care. You know, that's not what I'm optimizing for. What I'm optimizing for is all of these other things that a startup definitely has. And so at that point, I just still wasn't sure though. So I kept talking with my friends, right? And some of them reminded me that I am in the 0.1% of people on the planet that are both privileged enough and have the ability to actually try building a $1 billion company, right? There's whatever 9 billion people on the planet. Maybe there's 10 million people on the planet that have the privilege and the ability to try to build a $1 billion company, and I am in that 0.1%, right? I have, whether I'm going to be successful or not, I have no idea, but I am in the 0.1% that can even try. And so why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? If it's the thing I enjoy, if it makes me happy, why wouldn't I do that, right? And then I kept reflecting, what does it mean to fail, right? What even is failure, right? And to me, honestly, failure would be if I spent my life doing something that I don't enjoy. Because ultimately, I spend way too much time at work, right? 40 hours a week at least, I'm thinking about work. So probably a third to a half of my awake time is spent on this one thing. And if I'm not enjoying that time, why am I doing it, right? And if you think about how startups fail, right? Like we've failed at Spectrum, right? Like, we didn't build a business. We couldn't raise any money anymore from investors. We had to get acquired, and we couldn't sort of fulfill the dream of what we were trying to build. But honestly, did we really fail? I had a great time building Spectrum. I made a bunch of friends. I made a bunch of new experiences. I had a really exciting 1.5 years that I always fondly remember. Does that sound like failure? To me, it doesn't. And that's when I realized I cannot fail, right? I literally cannot fail if I found a startup. Even if I do that and I build something for a year and it doesn't go anywhere and I have to shut it down and it just didn't go anywhere, right? Nobody ever cared. Well, then I probably still had a great time, right? I'm probably still happier than if I'm spending 40 hours a week doing something that I don't enjoy. And in fact, I'm actually very certain that that's the case. I would enjoy my time more and I would be more happy. And ultimately, I only have this one life, right? I mean, YOLO is sort of like a stupid thing that teenagers say, but really, you do only live once, right? And I only have this one life. And why would I spend my time doing something that I don't enjoy? That makes no sense to me. That's failure. Trying something and it not succeeding, that's not failure. That's fun. That's exciting. That's what I want to do with my life. And so I decided I'm going to found another startup. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody should found a startup, right? That was very much based on what I personally value and based on my own personal experience, my own personal privilege, my own personal ability, where I'm at in my life. That is the right choice for me. That doesn't mean it's the right choice for you, but what I'm trying to say here is think critically about what you actually value, because you only have this one life and you better spend it doing something that you really enjoy. Now, the obvious next question then is, what the hell do I found and with whom, right? And I kept thinking about this topic and I kind of wrote a list of problems to see what resonated, but really, I didn't really find anything I was particularly excited about, right? I sort of was at my job and it was kind of fine, right? But like, I knew I wanted to found something new, but I didn't know what. I didn't have an idea. I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know with whom I was going to do something. Everybody that I liked was kind of busy or doing their own thing, or I don't know. I just didn't find anything that resonated. But remember when I said I talked with my friends about my future? Now, just before I keep going, one quick disclaimer. Everything I say now is confidential. Now, of course, this is a public conference talk that you all are watching. And so saying it's confidential is kind of stupid because obviously it's not confidential anymore if I talk about it and share it publicly. What I mean by this is I haven't talked about this publicly. I haven't told anyone except you. You're literally the first people to hear this. And so we're not quite ready. I'm not quite ready to tell everybody, right? But I did want to sort of I didn't want to end the talk without saying what I arrived at, right? That would be extremely unsatisfying. So I do want to talk about it. Just if you could, please don't share it too widely yet. What I'm working on is going to be public in a couple of weeks at the latest. And at that point, I would be more than excited for all of you to talk about it publicly and share it widely. But for now, if you could, please just keep it confidential. I know it's kind of stupid, but please just don't tweet about it. And you know what I mean. Anyways, with that out of the way, so what happened was I was talking to a friend of mine called Andreas Klinger, who was this ex-CTO of Product Hunt. And he had another friend in Berlin called Tim. And Tim had been working on a side project called GraphCDN, which was a GraphQL CDN. And so Andreas introduced us both. And he was like, hey, Tim has been building this thing called GraphCDN, but doesn't quite know where to take it. And Max, you're looking for something new to do. Maybe this is an opportunity for you two to work together. And I was like, well, this is awesome. Because when we were building Spectrum, remember how I said we had all of these scaling problems? Well, we actually tried to find a solution for that by simply caching our GraphQL API. We were using GraphQL, and we just wanted to put something in front of our GraphQL API to cache it, and it would have probably allowed us to scale a lot further than we were able to do, and it would have alleviated a lot of the scaling problems that we ended up running into. But that just didn't exist. And I totally forgotten about that problem and that thought that I had, 2 years ago, until Andreas basically said, hey, Tim built a prototype of this. And so what he had built is GraphCDN, a CDN for a GraphQL API. And I looked at it and I was like, damn, this is really cool. This is exactly what I'd envisioned back then, but I didn't have the skills to build it. And Tim had just built it as a side project next to his job at Prisma. And so I was like, Tim, we got to hop on a call. We did calls for like 2 weeks straight, basically figured out where our heads at. Do we want to work together? Like, what are we like? I flew to Berlin for a week to meet him and hang out with him. I stayed in his apartment on his couch, and basically we just spent the entire week chatting with each other and talking with each other and trying to figure out who are we, right? Like, and where do we want to go? What are our goals? What are our values? Are we aligned? And after that week, we decided we're going to co-found GraphCDN together. And that's what I've been doing for the past months. And now, just to sort of really tie the knot here and tie the loop and not leave you all empty-handed, here's a very quick demo of GraphCDN, where you can see a GraphQL API where we query some data. Now, the server takes about 900 milliseconds to return that, and we pipe it through GraphCDN, which actually caches it. And we set the max age to 300 seconds. And then the next time you request the same thing, it's cached. And suddenly it doesn't even hit the GraphQL server anymore, right? And even if 500 users request the same data, it's always cached. And it takes about 30 milliseconds to return, and that's it. And now here comes the really cool part though. When you now send a GraphQL mutation to change that data, in this case, edit the project with a new name, normally the old data would still be returned for 300 milliseconds until the max age expires. But with GraphCDN, because we're aware of GraphQL and we know that those mutations have run and have changed the data, we actually invalidate that data globally, and you get the fresh data fully automatically. And once that data has been requested once, the fresh data is cached again and cached globally. And that actually enables people to cache a lot more data than they normally could with a normal GraphQL API. So that's what I've been working on with Tim for the past months. This part works, and we're very excited about where we want to go. Again, please keep this quiet for now. If you do have a GraphQL API, please come talk to me. Just ping me on Twitter, ping me via email, because we would love to have you on board as one of our first customers. But for now, that's sort of where we're at, and that's what I want to show today. To sort of tie the knot on everything and answer the question that I posed in the title of this talk, how I decided what to do with my life is, one, I got outside perspectives from people that know me well. I talked to friends, I asked them, what do you think I should do? What is your view of me? I went to my coach and asked him, how do I figure this out? Which led to having a really honest conversation with myself about what I really value personally in life. What do I really want to spend my time doing? And I also realized that what I do doesn't really have to be for everyone, right? It just has to be right for me. That's all that ultimately matters. I want to spend my time doing something that I enjoy. And maybe this talk, I sounded a little bit like I sort of glorified startups and that everybody should found startups, but that's not actually the point of this. The point of this is founding startups is right for me. And I figured that out by having a really honest conversation with myself about what I really value. Go out there and have that really honest conversation with yourself. What do you actually value? What do you actually deeply care about, and what are you completely irrelevant about? And once you know that, it's going to become much easier to make a decision. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed this talk, and I look forward to chatting about this and hearing all of your questions.
Thanks so much to the wonderful Max Stoiber there. I love hearing stories about the behind the scenes of some of these projects and these products. It's particularly interesting to me when it's something maybe I've seen from the outside and we've maybe heard about. Getting to have a peek behind the scenes and then have those kind of insights I just really enjoy it. So thank you, Max, for being so generous to share so much of that and tell us those stories. And thanks also for being in the chat and chatting along to people, and for everyone for your questions and your comments. Okay, we are now at the point that we're going to have a break. So there's a lot, we got through a lot there. Lots of things gone into our brains. So we now have a break for lunch if you're in the UK, and whatever other refreshments and chance to stretch your legs if you're elsewhere. We're going to come back at 1:55 UK time, and that is in about an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll see you back here at 5 to the hour. We're going to start off with the lightning talks. So 3 back-to-back sessions quite quickly, short, punchy sessions. I always really enjoy the lightning talk, so you're not going to want to miss those. Believe me, there's 1 or 2 bits and pieces in there that really, really got my attention. So please find your way back to us for 5 to 2 UK time, and we'll kick off with those. After those, we're going to have a short break. And then we've got our last 2 full-length talks of the event. And again, you're really not going to want to miss them. The wonderful Tammy Everts, who is always fantastic, and Mark Robbins, who will really surprise and delight you with some of the content in his talk about emails, some things that I did not know about and were a huge surprise to me. So you're not going to miss them. Okay, enjoy your break. I'll be here if you need me, relaxing in my wonderful chair, putting my feet up and having a cup of tea. See you at 5 to the hour. Enjoy your break. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back from your break. I hope you had a lovely break and you managed to get some food, some refreshment, a bit of fresh air, something. I realised that saying welcome back from lunch is, I don't know, it feels a little bit sketchy after we didn't feed you, other than the snack box, of course. But anyway, we hope you're back with us. We've been really enjoying seeing where you're watching the event from. I think we have a few pictures on Twitter that we can maybe take a little look at. Should we jump straight in and see what people have been tweeting with the all day hey hashtag? I know there's a particularly good one from Alistair. Is that, yeah, there's the one from Alistair. What I really like in this picture is a number of keyboards, the split keyboard, meaning that he can have the tea and biscuits front and center, kind of ready for him to just bow down to occasionally and just keep his hands on the keyboard. Love the focus there and the attention on the tea and biscuits. Bravo, Alistair. There's another one that I also rather enjoy. This is a very restful one. Stu has shared this, and there's some lovely consistency that goes on with the background in red, the picture of his son in red, and other bits and pieces. It's very restful. We like it. It looks like a nice space to watch the event from. Thanks for sharing that with us, Stu. And the last one, maybe we'll look at this one from Grace. Hooray to seeing dogs making an appearance. Seeing pictures of your pets makes us probably unduly happy. We really rather like that. So thank you for sharing that. It's lovely seeing that there are people out there enjoying the event, watching from nice environments, and it's always interesting to get a little peek of that. So thanks for your generosity in sharing. Okay, right. We are into our afternoon, so we're going to kick off with some lightning talks. We've got 3 lightning talks. They're around 15 minutes each, and I think you're going to really enjoy all of them. The first one that we have for you is from Linda Ojo, who also works at Bycoins. She's an engineer there down in Lagos in Nigeria. She's going to talk to us about media queries in just a second. Don't think for a second that just because these aren't full-length talks, there won't be biscuit pairings. Of course there will. How could we do without it? And as you might expect, I'm sure you're probably way ahead of me for figuring out what the biscuit pairings are. There we have on Biscuit Cam, of course, malted milk for media queries, because it's a very flexible biscuit. It's very adaptable. It can be used in lots of different circumstances, and exactly the right pairing for media query talk. So, thank you for organising your own biscuit pairings if need be. Let's now stop mucking about and get right into the talk from Linda Ojo.
Hello everyone, my name is Linda, and today I'm going to be talking about breaking out of media queries. We all know media queries, we all love media queries, but when it comes to responsive websites, I think that there are other things that HTML and CSS provide for us that can help us build responsive websites apart from media queries. I think media queries are the most popular parts of CSS that you can use, but it doesn't have to be just media queries. You might be wondering, why can't we just use media queries? Well, when you're building a large website with a lot of pages that's going to be used across different devices, the work on media queries tends to have its downsides. First off, maintainability. It becomes really hard to maintain CSS files that contain a lot of media queries, because you'll have to repeat yourself again and again when defining, for instance, the font size of a page for different devices. And also performance, because you have to repeat yourself over and over again when using media queries. It's very easy for the CSS files to become bulky, and when they become bulky, that means that it's going to take longer for the browser to download these CSS files. That's why I'm going to be sharing a few things that we can use provided to us by HTML and CSS apart from media queries to build responsive websites. And the first thing I'm going to mention is relative units. Well, relative units are popular. We all know things like the view width and the view height, and also using percentage, right? And yes, I agree that these things make it easier to work with different screen sizes, as for instance the view width is dependent on the present view, the width of the present viewport of the device that you are on. But I think that we can actually take this a step further, and that's why I love the calc CSS function. I'm calling it the calc boost, and I think that this really lets us unlock all the powers, or most of the powers, of relative units. I have an example here. I have a banner, and with this banner it's absolutely positioned, but I am setting a fixed margin of 40 pixels on both sides. Let me show it to you on my CodePen. So here is the banner called Breaking Out, and as you can see, the width of the banner adjusts with different screen sizes, but yet still maintains the fixed margin of 40 pixels on both sides. And I think this is really handy. If the width was set, let's say using a fixed or absolute unit like pixels, then it would be hard to define and maintain the width at all times using media queries. Next, I have an example with columns. So in this situation, I am separating, well, like I say, defining the width of a column by dividing the full width of the parent element by 7. That means that I now have 7 units, and I can share these units within different columns. So as you can see, with the first unit I'm giving it just 1, and then with the second unit I'm saying 100% divided by 7 multiplied by 2, and then with the last one I'm saying multiplied by 3. So that means that this would always be twice the size of this, and this third column will always be twice the size of this. So calc is really fun. You should always make sure that you use you can use the right operators. You can divide, you can multiply numbers, you can subtract, and you can add, but you have to use you have to use relative units or absolute units of the same format. So you can multiply view height with view width, or pixels with rem, or something like that. Next, we can set minimum and maximum values. This is actually one of my favorites. I'm going to be showing you, we have the min and we have the max. So let me explain the min function. So with the min function, it takes in a preferred value and a maximum value. I'm setting the font size in this situation, and I'm saying that, okay, I want the font size to be 2.5 of the view width of whatever device it's on at the moment. But once 2.5 of the view width, once evaluated, is greater than 4 rems, I don't want you to exceed that. Use 4 rems instead. And then you can also see, you can do the reverse of that with the max function, stating that, okay, hey, I want the font size to be 2.5 view widths, but the minimum should be 4 rems. So once 2.5 of the parent view port, like of the parent view port's width, is less than 4 rems, then it's going to evaluate to use 4 rem. And now I'm going to show you a CodePen inspired by Una Kovacs. So with this, I am setting the width of this div to 50%, and then I'm also setting the maximum to 40 pixels. So I'm telling this way, I'm saying, hey, I want you to be 50% of the view of your parent element, whatever it's with it. But once this 50% of the parent element exceeds 400 pixels, I don't want you to go beyond that. So as you can see, it keeps going and going, But once 50% of the parent element exceeds 40 pixels, it stops growing. And this is really nice because it lets you achieve a fluid design, and unlike with media queries where you have to be jumping from one width to another, instead of having a jumpy design, this just lets everything go fluidly. Next, you have clamping of values. So clamp is a merge of the minimum value and basically the min function and the max function, and it takes in minimum value, preferred value, and maximum value. So in this situation here, I'm setting the minimum value to 1.5 rem and the preferred value to be 2.5 view width, and then the maximum value should be 4 rem. So if you understood the min and the max, you should also get this. It's just saying that, hey, the minimum you can be at every point is 1.5, maximum it should be 4, preferred it should be 2.5. And look at how this works with the fonts. So here with fonts, I'm setting both for the head H1 and for the P tag, I'm setting the font size using clamp. And as you can see, when I readjust the size of my screen, you see how at first, at this point, it's just 1 rem, which is the minimum, and then it starts growing and growing, and then it stops growing. Let's stop growing now because it has reached the maximum font size. So everything is just transforming according to the size of the screen. We're not breaking any borders. You can set in the upper bound and the lower bound and define how you want everything to look like with just this simple line of code. Imagine if this was to be written with media queries. You would have to say, oh, for this size, write this. You have to repeat yourself multiple times. But here you just have one line of code of CSS fixing everything. So I must mention that the calc function, min, max, and clamp, these CSS functions work with a variety of CSS properties. So wherever there's length, you're passing in length, frequency, angle time, percentage, number, or integer, you should know that these CSS functions accept all of these inputs. They are valid inputs. So next thing I'm going to show us is responsive images, using responsive images. So at a deep point, we know that we have responsive units, so we can scale according to the present screen size, and then we also have the min and max, so we can set the min upper boundary and the lower boundaries. But how about images? Because everybody knows that the average website right now, every website has an image. There's always an image somewhere. And that HTML has provided the picture and source tag, so they work together. So as you can see here, you can easily specify what image you want to be rendered at a particular width. At this point, I'm specifying max width, but as you know, it can take max height, it can take other properties too, and you can set different pictures based on the width size. And you can also do this with resolution, but since I'm really focused on just like screen sizes, I didn't add a snippet for that. But now Cloudinary has this awesome responsive image breakpoint generator that lets you upload an image and then specify like the resolution and the width and all of that, and it prints out and it gives you all the different images for all the different sizes, and that just kind of takes the burden off of you. So basically making building responsive websites easier. Thank you, Cloudinary. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So remember, always use your responsive your relative units. Use your relative units. You should use min, max, and clamp and calc to have more control of the values or the values of properties at different width sizes, and also you can take advantage of the picture and source tags in HTML to specify images for different widths. Thank you very much, and that's all.
And thank you, Linda. Thank you for that wonderful talk. We're off and running with the Lightning Talks. That's a great way to start. Of course, not media queries, but going beyond media queries, breaking out of media queries, and the kind of utilities that we can be using right away to great effect. Thank you for such clear and concise and well-presented examples. That's lovely stuff. If you haven't already, applause in the chat for Linda, I think, is appropriate. Right, moving swiftly along to our next Lightning Talk, and finally the appearance of the much requested, much anticipated Bourbon Cream. Oh yes. Oh hello. Ooh, hello there. Look at these two railway sleepers presented there as the Bourbon Creams, long anticipated for their appearance. Now the reason, of course, that they are paired for this particular talk is John Bower, who's a principal engineer at Covia Insurance right here in Leeds, is going to give a talk to us about building Grand Theft Auto in CSS. So naturally, there's the Bourbon Cream here, because this is going to be something that's been built on lots of levels. There's lots of parallax, and of course the Bourbon Cream has many levels. Grand Theft Auto, a little bit dark, so perfect pairing. So it's a natural way for us to progress. I think you're going to really enjoy this talk from John Bower. Make him very welcome in the chat as we hear from John Bower.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my Lightning Talk. I'm going to talk today about how to make Grand Theft Auto using CSS as much as possible. So for anybody who was born under a rock or young, this is the Grand Theft Auto that I'm talking about. The top-down original version. This was the first Grand Theft Auto. Still probably one of my favorite games. And anyway, so let's start with what is CSS 3D. CSS 3D, in case you didn't know, is a method of manipulating DOM elements in 3D without any plugins or JavaScript, so it's just completely CSS. You can use the transform properties. These are all the standard transform properties that you would normally use with CSS. And you can also use matrix transformations if you're a complete psychopath. And animations can be achieved using standard CSS transitions, the same as normal 2D CSS. And most importantly, everything remains part of the DOM. So you have all the standard HTML element properties, and you can listen to events as well. So this is how it started. I wanted to try and make a demo that shows what CSS 3D can do. As with, I do this a lot. If there's a new feature or something like that coming out, I tend to just sort of mess around and see what you can do. I come up with ideas all the time. I just wanted to come up with I just wanted to make a cube, not get carried away with it, and just make a cube, just make it move around the screen a little bit. So anyway, this is what my cube turned into. Oops, I'll just move me car around here. So as you can see here, the cube sort of evolved pretty quickly into a 2D array of cubes, and there's a few graphical glitches there, as you can see. I'm not sure what's going on with the browser painting at the edges, but the thing is the Z order issue. So I realized that just using CSS 3D alone and just moving it around with JavaScript wasn't gonna fix the Z order issue. I had to add some JavaScript to change the order, the layering, so that you can see the Z fighting even now with that code in there. This is the code here. Also, don't judge me for using jQuery. I did this in a hurry. So you can see here that what it's doing is it's setting the Z index for the it's radiating outwards from the center of the screen, so the divs in the center of the screen are closest to the camera, and then as it goes out towards the edges, they get further and further away. It sort of works, but it doesn't work for the big buildings. You also notice here, any eagle-eyed person may have seen this double tilde operator. I use this a lot in computer games. It's called the bitwise double knot operator. It works a little bit like the math.floor. It's basically the same as math.floor, except math.floor always rounds down. Bitwise double knot rounds closer to 0. In a lot of cases, if you're using if you're trying to round down positive floats, then the bitwise double knot operator is a lot faster. Actually, not so much in Chrome, but in every other browser, it's considerably faster. So I had to switch to 3JS to fix that Z-order thing. Well, when 3JS actually has a vast array of matrix utilities, there was no reason why I should mess around with matrices myself. It can support multiple rendering plugins. You can render to Canvas, or you can render to like ASCII or all sorts. There's so much you can do. And it now includes a CSS 3D renderer. When I did my original CodePen demo, there was no CSS 3D renderer, but when they added it, I thought, well, it was worth sort of reviving the demo and having a go and seeing if I could make it better. So initialize 3JS the same way as you normally do. You create the scene, you choose what renderer you want, and you just add the containers to the DOM. Super simple. So the first thing that I needed to do was create the map. The map structure is a one-dimensional array of strings. It's actually a two-dimensional array because JavaScript's kind of crazy and it can treat strings as arrays as well. So you can actually access each element as if it was an array. And so I did it like this just so that I could sort of visualize it better. If you were doing this in any sort of grown-up language, then you would specifically type these before and not just use the sort of weird quirks of the language in order to do that. The buildings are just made up of classes essentially. All the styling I wanted to have in CSS, there was as little. I wanted JavaScript to do very little styling at all. So the SCSS there, look, there's a pseudo block. And that gets inherited. All these other classes here just inherit that pseudo block, so everything's all in one place, so it's easy for me to edit. So the adding the map is going through a 2D array, pretty standard stuff. If it's an X in the string, then it places a building. The building is just made up of divs. Each of the elements get added to that. Each of the divs get added to separate CSS 3D objects, and then if it's not a building, then it's just a bottom div, and then that just gets added to the scene like that. And then very quickly, the render loop is super standard. It's just a basic render loop. You just request the animation frame, and when that times out, it updates and renders. So that's what it looks like. It creates that 2D map. Then adding the car. Again, using SCSS to create the elements, and the object is just inherited divs again, and oops, I'm just zipping through these slides here. So that's the car, and then the next step is to make the car move, and so it's just using basic trigonometry. I'm converting angles to radians using math.sine, math.cos to work out the new x and y positions. That's the code there. This is all open source code. I'll give you a link at the end of the demo. So now it's moving around like that, and I've got the wheels rotating slightly. You can drive through the walls. So the next step is to do collision detection. The collision detection was just simple 2-point collision detection. I didn't want to go too crazy. It was just to prove that this works. So there's a front point and a rear point, and a little bit of maths there just to make sure that we're not going over the edges of the map. And essentially all it's doing is it's working out if that front point is in a map square that's got an X in it, and the same with the rear point there. If it is, then it just inverts the speed and then it divides it by 2, just to give it a bit of speed loss when you bump into something. like that. Bonk. Right, so that's collision detection. So the next step was to add textures to make it look pretty. I just created a texture map here using some copyright-free images that I found on Google Images, and again, this is all happening in CSS. So there's nothing sort of JavaScripty going on here. It's all just, and it looks like that. So we've got a nice city to drive around now, although it's looking a bit flat. So the next step for me was to have a look at lighting. So in computer games generally, there's something called light mapping. If you've done any computer game development in the past, you probably know what light mapping is. It's pre-calculated lighting that gets overlaid over textures within the scene, and it sort of creates this sort of fake lighting and shadow effect. In a similar way, what CSS wanted to do was just use classes to style certain elements and say that certain elements were in shadow from the buildings and what kind of shadow that was. So there was 3 types of shadow: full shadow and 2 half shadows. And so I had to use background layering for this. I hadn't really used background layering before, so it's quite interesting to find out how it works. You add backgrounds in order that you want them to appear from front to back. So in this case, in order to get this effect, what I wanted to do was use a linear gradient and then a background image behind it. So the background image is whatever was being set for, so that would be the image map. So that gives us this. I've also set some background colors on the buildings as well, on the building sides, so you can see that one side is slightly darker, well, 2 sides are slightly darker rather. So that gives us a lot more sort of visual depth to the scene. Okay, so the next step is to add pedestrians. Obviously it's not Grand Theft Auto without pedestrians. In order to keep it a bit lighter, I've decided to make them zombies. So this is the zombie GIF that I found. I've put a link to the source there. And I use the A-star algorithm to move them around the scene. A-star is a great way to create, to do pathfinding in a 2-dimensional map. And what you do is you give it a start point and an end point. It will use depth first search to work out the way, the quickest way through the map. I use it on a lot of games in the past. You can also add weighting to each of the grid squares so that it knows that some bits are harder to walk through, like sand or mud or something like that. In this case, so this is the link to the A-star algorithm that I used, and yeah, so adding weight to each tile here. In this case, I wanted the pavement to equal 1. I wanted the road to equal 3, and all the buildings to equal 100. So it will always try and find the easiest path to get from A to B. If it's going to take too many pavement tiles to walk through, then they'll cut across the road, which makes it kind of a bit more sort of realistic. And then the path detection is pretty basic. It just uses lerping or linear interpolation to go from A to B. There's the linear interpolation. And what that means is it's going from 0 to 1 and working its way from A to B in that respect. And then when it gets to that to B, it works out what the next node is in the graph. And also added some collision detection as well. Super basic, just bounding box collision detection. So now when I drive around, hoover up the car, hoover up the zombies. I've included all of these slides in the source code, so if you clone the code, you can you've got all the slides available. If you want to go through them yourself at a more leisurely pace than what I'm going through right now. So the next part is to make it a game. Essentially, all I'm doing here is just adding a score, and when the pedestrian dies, then it just the score gets added. Again, very simple, and then adding the UI there to make it work. So just run that guy over. There's $100. So you're getting paid to run over zombies. Cool. So the next step, this is where I got carried away because I was just like, well, this is getting stupid now. I've made the game. I've added pedestrians. I've added collision detection. The first step is to make tyre marks. So the tyre marks are actually just a massive canvas that goes over the whole map. And there's all the code there. It shows you how it works. It's constantly updating on each frame and then drawing a line between the previous mark and the new mark. And you can just drive around like that and it will just make the tyre marks. And then I wanted to add a bit of blood splatter as well. So there's the blood splats. And then I updated the skid marks thing to include blood on the tyres as well. So as you drive around, now let's find a zombie, splat. And then you can see that the tyre marks go a bit red when you drive over them. There you go. A lot of fun driving over zombies. So performance-wise, getting on mobile, it's ridiculously fast. Actually, on Safari, it's ridiculously fast. For Chrome, for some reason, it lags a bit. But this is the thing. It's not really designed for making games, but you can make games with it. And most importantly, it's really good for making 3D multimedia experiences. The performance does vary massively between browsers. And if your website doesn't allow you to run zombies over in 2021, then how can you be taken seriously? So yeah, get on GitHub, download the code, and I want to see what you can do with it. Thank you very much.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Goodness me. Is that what we were all doing with CSS already? I think we probably were. Absolutely mind-boggling stuff there. There's one quote in particular I really like, which I have to refer back to. John at one point said, "In order to make things lighter, I made everyone zombies," which isn't something I was expecting to hear today. Thank you so much, John. I think if you look at the chat, there aren't many questions. There are just lots of astonished faces. I love seeing wild things like this. Thank you so much for that talk. Okay, our final lightning talk of the day comes from Emma Brittner, who's in London. She's an engineer with Twitter, and she's going to talk about leveling up and teaching others. And I'm really delighted that there's a talk on this subject here. I think it's such a valuable thing and something that can enrich not just the teacher, but not just the student, but the teacher as well, which of course is why we have the appearance of the shortcake biscuit, because it's often overlooked. It doesn't get the credibility or the attention it typically deserves, as is the case with teaching. Also, if you put shortcake with something else, with a dessert, for instance, both are elevated, which makes it the perfect accompaniment for a talk on leveling up and teaching others. So, let's get straight into it. Once again, find the right channel in the chat. You've been doing that so well already. Loads of applause and encouragement, please, as we hear from Emma Brittner.
Hello, welcome to my talk on leveling up in your career by teaching others. To start off with, hi, I'm Emma. My pronouns are she, her, and I've been a software engineer in the tech industry for around 3 years, currently working for Twitter. I love all things front end, web accessibility, and I'm also a massive advocate for getting more women into tech. Yeah, at uni I studied digital media, and so with no computer science degree, I've self-taught a lot, and that's what kind of drove my passion to helping others who are in the same position that I was 3 years ago. And it's also what inspired my talk today. I'm really excited to be here with you all. So as a community, we are constantly advocating for others to learn to code. You know, there are so many free resources out there for beginners, and it's amazing. You know, like, we all like to learn, right? That's why we're here at this conference. However, we rarely talk about the huge benefits to being on the other side of that as the teacher. I'm hoping to empower and encourage you all to get involved in teaching, whether that be to a class of students, industry professionals like yourselves, or just with your peers over the next 15 minutes. So where did it all start for me? Like I said, I've been a software engineer for the past 3 years. And around a year ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, I took a vow to myself to do more things that scared me. This talk definitely being one of them. And I sent off an application to a social enterprise which was set up to teach women how to code. I wanted to be a volunteer instructor for them for their Introduction to Web Development course, which spanned across about 8 weeks. I was terrified. But now, today, I've roughly taught over 100 women to code, and I've also spent time mentoring some of these women as well. And I've loved every single minute. And do you know what? I'm just so proud of what they've all achieved and how I've been able to see them grow. And not only that, but in this past year is when me personally, I've seen the most growth in myself. When I took that leap, you know, and sent off my application, I had absolutely no idea the ripple effect that it was going to have. And I know what you're thinking. You know, life and work gets in the way. I'm too busy. I just don't have the time, Emma. And I get it. You know, I'm not saying that you have to get involved in teaching an 8-week course. You know, that's not the point that I'm trying to make here. But even setting up some kind of brunch and learn at work so that there's that open space for discussion is a start. And the truth is, you're probably already doing some form of teaching without realizing it, or you're at least exposed to opportunities for teaching in your current work schedule. You know, if you've ever posted an answer to Stack Overflow, technically you have taught someone something, but it just might not have felt that way at the time. Or, you know, if you've learned some really cool tech on the weekend and then you come in Monday morning, you just offload to all of your colleagues about what you've just spent time learning. You know, you've just taught them something. You learned it on the weekend and you've come in on the Monday and you've taught it to them. So if you can identify these opportunities and use them as a means for growth, you'll visibly see the rewards. You know, it could be mentoring at work, content creation, writing documentation, or just presenting at some kind of, you know, form of knowledge sharing event. Demos are great, but personally, I feel like they're more of a format of show and tell. I think if you refocus your presentation slot into teaching your audience about something that they don't know about, can really help you both. It opens up that space for discussion, and most importantly, growth on both parts. But I'm not an expert. I think the most common misconception that we have is that to be a teacher, you must be an expert. You know, I don't teach because I think I'm an expert by any means. It's because I learn so much in the process. You know, we've seen a rise in the popularity of learning in public with the likes of Twitch live coding streams and things like that. And the reason why so many people find this idea so terrifying is because you're opening yourself up to that critique from others, from the people that are watching you. You know, the worry that you might not have all of the answers to their questions. But if you're sat there asking yourself, how do I know if I can teach this topic? The answer is you can. You know, I don't fully believe that you've truly learned something until you've taught it to someone else, because to teach a subject requires such a deeper level of understanding for it. I think one of the biggest fears that we have is those dreaded questions, you know. But actually, if someone asks you a question, right, and you don't know what the answer is, that can be a good thing. You've just identified a gap in your knowledge that you can now go and work on to improve. How great is that, right? If you've not taught this session, you may have never found out that you are missing that key bit of information that you can now go and use. And then on the flip side, it's also an opportunity for you to demonstrate your knowledge, right? Show off what you know, become that expert. This will do wonders for your confidence, right? If you take me as an example, my ability to give this talk is fueled by my growth in confidence from spending time weekly delivering content to 30 women. And not only that, but it will also help you fight off that imposter syndrome. You've just taught them something that they didn't know. Yeah, you've helped someone else to upskill. You did that. That's pretty amazing, right? And the truth is, you're not just helping yourself and those around you, but it's also going to improve your communication in your day job, because their questions may not be down to a gap in your knowledge. It may be down to the way you're communicating. And so instead of explaining things in a way like, you do this and then that and move this over here so this can access that, right? It's confusing, you lose track, and it can be pretty overwhelming if the person that you're talking to has absolutely no idea what this and that is, right? Instead, through teaching, you can learn to refine and master your explaining techniques, referring to implementation details with correct technical terms. That way, they can listen, pick up on the things that they don't know, and then they can further go and research it if they're unsure. And the bit that's key is they now know what to Google. We often say that as a junior, the hardest thing to master is knowing what to Google. But you see what's happening here, you've just taught them, but you're both benefiting from it. And not only that, but if you explain things or over-explain things, or ramble, your students will lose interest pretty quickly and you will know about it. This will help you to learn to be concise when communicating with others, also very quickly. Another skill which transfers directly into the workplace. But, something else you might be thinking is, but am I too much of an expert? And by that, I mean, maybe you feel you're too senior to be teaching juniors, or you feel your time is better spent, invested elsewhere for your own personal growth. But actually, as a leader, your job is to inspire, right? And you get to be inspired too. That is the best thing I get from teaching code. It's, the excitement and passion I see bubbling up out of them for the ability to just build cool things, and their imaginations run wild. It gets me excited. It motivates and it inspires me, and it also reminds me why I do what I do, and it gives me that extra drive. And it makes me want to learn new things, because learning new things is so exciting and it reminds me of that. If you're a person who has influence, then important changes within your workplace can begin with you. And, if you start teaching, other people want to teach, and then everyone around can reap the rewards. Your teammates are your collaborators, they're not your competitors. If we encourage sharing knowledge and teaching each other, I guarantee that your team will be much more successful. And it will just be a better environment to work in as well. But you can also push yourself outside of your comfort zone and get involved in teaching external to your company. And this will help you to build out your network. Meeting with people who have similar interests and experiences helps you to feel part of that community. And the power of a community is truly incredible. Someone may be like, thanks so much for teaching me about this. Have you ever thought about this aspect? Or have you ever done a course or a class on this piece of tech? And you might be like, no, I haven't, but I do know somebody else who has. You then put them in touch with the person that you know. They'll then do the same next time you're looking for help or advice. Plus, you never know where people may be working in the future, or who may be looking for a job when your company is hiring. And having these connections is great, especially the connections with those in the beginning of their career. And that's because I think that investing time in juniors is one of the best things that you can do. And that's because of 2 reasons. So one, helping juniors is incredibly rewarding because do you know what? Learning is hard, right? And it can be overwhelming, especially as a junior. You know, you're either a junior right now or you've all been a junior at some point in your life. Like, do you remember how hard it was? But when you witness them write their first hello world, like that is so exciting. And seeing your students go from never having opened a code editor to building a fully fledged website is like, it just makes you absolutely burst with pride. And 2, when you invest in juniors, you make an impact on them. You know, we spoke earlier about inspiring and motivating people. And when it comes to the time that your company is hiring, you now have access to all of this incredible junior talent, and they will remember the time that you invested in them. And not only that, but experience teaching beginners can help you to foster this collaborative working environment in the workplace. You know, we encourage beginners to ask questions and remind them that no question is too stupid. But then why do so many of us feel so apprehensive when you ask these kinds of questions, same kinds of questions in the workplace? In the same way that some of us are so confident and feel comfortable enough teaching outside of the work, but when you then bring that same teaching opportunity into the confines of our office, people lose all that confidence. Why do you think that is? It's because we've been made to feel that way in a certain kind of environment. And, you know, in a learning environment like a classroom, we feel very different. But as we spend more time engaging in these kinds of environments, you know, where collaboration and knowledge sharing is encouraged, failing is normalized, taking risks is encouraged, we'll then begin to apply that same attitude into the workplace too. And most importantly, these juniors and beginners that you're investing your time in now are our future leaders, right? And our future teachers. The long-term gains are there as well. So how can I get involved? There are so many different ways, but I'm just going to leave you with a few here. So you could get involved in mentoring, be that at work or within a community. You could start blogging. You know, when you learn something new, write a blog post about it. Something someone told me is that we blog for ourselves more than we blog for other people, right? Like putting our thoughts down and explaining what we've learned to someone else helps us to clarify our own knowledge. And then also you could set up a brunch and learn at work, right? If there's one there, sign up to share something that you've learned recently, no matter how big or small. Or like I said, yeah, if there's not one there, set it up. Be that person to start it off at your company. And the key bit of that is that it becomes part of your day and your colleagues' day. So it's not something that you then have to do extra outside of your working hours. Or if you don't want to teach alone as well, because that can be terrifying, you can also get involved with teaching alongside other people, which is even better because you learn from your students and your other instructors. You know, there's even more people to learn from. But that's what places like Code First Girls offer. You can teach alongside 2 or 3 other instructors, and they also provide all of the resources that you need. So the preparation for those kinds of things are pretty minimal, but it is a longer term commitment. And then there's also charities like CodeBar, where you can sign up to become a coach, and they'll place you on one of their workshops. That's a really great community to be a part of. There's also loads of others out there, so these are just a couple that I've personally been involved with. But if you know of something great that I'm also missing out on, please do let me know and get in contact with me. But on that note, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you to Josh and Harry and All Day Hey for having me. I love meeting new people and chatting, so if anybody fancies a chat with me, then please reach out to me on Twitter at BritnallCodes, or drop me an email. Otherwise, thank you.
Just a brilliant talk, brilliantly presented by Emma Brittner. Thank you so much, Emma, for that. I think the feedback in the chat speaks volumes. So many people nodding vigorously along and loving the advice, loving the sentiment. What a brilliant way to end a brilliant set of lightning talks. Thank you so much. Yeah, investing time in juniors, incredibly rewarding. What a, yes, hard subscribe to that. Okay, we are now at a break. We have one more break today, and we have arrived at it. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. 25 minutes, in fact. We'll be coming back at 10 minutes past the hour. So we'll start promptly for our last two talks of the day. I have been getting some fairly robust feedback about the biscuit pairings. I don't know what you think you're talking about. Maybe you haven't seen the bigger picture. It's a program. It's an entire holistic experience. So you can't judge it until you get to the end. So thank you for your robust feedback, nonetheless. Okay, we're having a break. Enjoy your break. Get a refreshment. Stretch your legs. Maybe get some air. We'll see you at 3:10 UK time, about 25 minutes. See you in a bit. So, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again for this last segment of the day. I hope you managed to get a break, find some refreshments, queue up your final pairings for the last two talks of the day. I'm overjoyed that we're going to have these last two talks to finish us out and to play us through for the rest of the day. Up next is Tammy Eberts, who I'm just the biggest fan of, so forgive me if I fanboy a little bit at this moment. Tammy is Chief Experience Officer at SpeedCurve, who are a company who do various products for monitoring and auditing performance of sites, and they do a whole host of other services around that as well, and they're just incredible working in that space. Tammy also wrote a book for O'Reilly a few years back on performance, and is also co-chair of the Performance Now conference in Amsterdam, which I believe is making a return this year in November, so fingers crossed for that. That's also a wonderful event. Tammy's going to join us from British Columbia. I'm thinking she's going to be in the chat to participate in just the same way as everyone else is. I'm excited for that. So we'll get to that talk in just a second. First things first, let's have a little look. Oh, at long last, I'm so happy that at long last we have the very regal appearance of the Chocolate Digestive. And naturally, it's the dark chocolate digestive, because this is an opinionated guide to web performance budgets that we're pairing this with. So it's not just your standard milk chocolate, everyone get it. A performance budget is one thing, deciding to create one is one thing, but actually figuring out how to do it and being a bit more refined and opinionated takes it to the next level, which of course is why the often requested dark chocolate digestive is here for the perfect pairing. I hope you're delighted with that. Again, enjoying your feedback. So, shall we get into it? Let's give Tammy a huge welcome in the chat as we hear her talk on opinionated performance budgets. It's Tammy Eberts.
Hi there, this is Tammy Eberts. I am super happy to be here, at All Day Hey. And for the next 45 minutes-ish, I will be talking about my very opinionated guide to performance budgets. If you don't know what a web performance budget is, that's okay. I will be talking about that. If you don't know what web performance means, that's okay. I'll be talking about that too. So I'm looking forward to just sort of jumping in. And what I love about this format is that I'm also, by the magic of editing and technology, as you're watching this, I'm going to be in the Slack channel for the event, so I will be answering questions there. So get over there and say hi, ask me anything almost. This is where I live. Just the state of the world today. I'm super interested in knowing where other people are from. So this is where I live, just west of the Rockies in British Columbia, Canada. This tiny little ski town. I don't want to say the middle of nowhere because it definitely feels like someplace to me. But it's a great little place. If you're ever by this way, come and say hey. So this is me. Probably the chance that you're going to get to my ski town are very, very slim. So you can also find me on Twitter at Tam Eberts. And I work for a really excellent company called SpeedCurve. I've been here for exactly 4 years. And I've been doing performance things for about the last 11 or 12 years. I kind of lose track. But at SpeedCurve, we help companies of all sizes to measure the performance of their web pages. So by performance, I mean how fast is the page, how responsive is the page, how fast does it feel, and how responsive does it feel when people are actually using it. And if it doesn't feel fast or responsive, why? How do you fix those problems? And then also, how do you kind of correlate the awesome optimization work that you did with actually making users faster or improving your business? So I get to do a lot of talks like this, and I talk to a lot of customers, and I get to kind of explain how to measure all these fun things. And I'm going to share some of that with you folks. I mentioned I've been doing performance things for a long time. O'Reilly invited me to write this book, Time is Money, where I corralled a lot of case studies around sort of proving what is the business value in investing in making your pages more performant. And this is out there. If you're interested in still buying print books, I don't know if anybody does that anymore. You can also find a lot of great case studies at WPO Stats. So it's just WPOstats.com, and it's a website that's a repository of case studies that I curate among a few other folks, Tim Kadlec and Sergey Chernyshev, if you know either of those folks. And it's just a great collection that's sort of sorted by metric. So whatever metric you care about, if it's SEO or bounce rate or conversion, there's probably a handful of case studies, at least in WPO Stats, that kind of proves the value of the positive impact of investing in performance on that metric. Oh, and just to go back, just a little shameless plug here. It's actually totally vendor agnostic, but I'm going to plug it anyways. If you have a case study, also hook us up with that, because we're always adding more case studies here. And then there's also this great little tool that I'm really happy to be part of, which is the industry benchmarks project, where for the past year and a half-ish, we've been tracking and kind of making openly available performance data for top sites in a lot of different industries: auto, retail, tech, media, and in the EU and in the United States. And if you're interested and you want to see, oh, okay, well, how do these different sites stack up against different metrics, you can come to speedcurve.com benchmarks and check it out. So let's kind of get back to kind of what we're here for, talking about performance budgets. And the first question, of course, is what exactly is a performance budget? Simplest way to think about it is that it's a threshold that you create for the metrics that are most meaningful for your site. And so kind of those metrics can be around milestone timing. So if you're familiar with metrics like start render, that's kind of measuring a milestone in when your page begins to render. They can be kind of quantity-based metrics, like what's the size of the page, or the weight of the images on the page, or how many JavaScript files are on the page. Or they can be rules-based, like more recently it's Lighthouse scores, but there are other scores out there like cumulative layout shift, page speed insight scores, kind of a little bit more dated, but still relevant for some folks. So you can create thresholds and budgets for all of these metrics and get alerted on when you go out of bounds on those metrics. So what a good performance budget should show you is, what is your budget? When do you go out of bounds? How long do you stay out of bounds? And ideally, when do you come back within your threshold? And so that can look a lot like this. You can see this is a time series chart where we're tracking start render time. And I'll get into kind of definitions for a lot of these metrics very shortly. But start render time simply just being when visual content begins to render in the viewport. And we're doing that for the Amazon homepage across Chrome, Firefox, and Internet Explorer. And you can see that over time, the threshold, the budget, which is represented by this straight red line, is 2 seconds. So we want the page to have started to render within 2 seconds, ideally faster. And you can see the little blips where we go out of bounds here are when that's basically these are the alerts, these are the notifications. So this chart's kind of doing exactly what a good performance budget should do. It should show you what the budget is, that you're mostly within it, when you go out of bounds, and when you kind of return back to your safety zone. And why do you need them? For some folks, it might be a bit self-explanatory, but I'll just kind of dip into this case study that made a big impression on me when I was first starting out in performance. So there used to be a conference that O'Reilly put on called the Velocity Conference, which was completely focused on web performance. And this company called Shopzilla presented a case study in 2009 where they shared that they did this performance optimization sprint in their dev team. They took their average load time from 6 seconds down to 1.2 seconds, that's a lot of hard work. And they increased their conversion rate by up to 12%, and they increased page views by 25%, which is amazing. So it's a great case study, really positive. And that kind of stuck with me. And then kind of fast forward to 2011, they presented another case study, also at Velocity, where they shared that in the time in between this 2009 case study and the 2011 one, they kind of took their eye off the ball, and average load time degraded to 5 seconds. They started getting, kind of annoyed, frustrated emails from users saying things like, I will not come back to this site again. And so finally there was kind of internal pressure to refocus on performance. And at the time that they presented kind of this new data at the 2011 Velocity, even in the short period of time after they had done this refocusing, they already saw their conversion rate starting to increase again. So, how did this happen? How did they kind of get to that state? Kind of a lot of very relatable challenges and problems that I'm sure, we can all kind of understand. One, not having any consistent long-term front-end measurement in place. Being constantly tasked with developing new features. So you can't really babysit the features that you already have and the site that you already had if you're just constantly being tasked to build other things. And then, badly implemented third parties, kind of back in the day when, third parties were just starting to kind of burst on the scene, and it was a little bit of a Wild West situation. Waiting too long to tackle problems, kind of relying on performance sprints to kind of like, oh, okay, well, we'll fix that in 6 months when we do a sprint. And really just having no way to track regressions. Those are the big issues there. So kind of what that looks like in a chart, and this isn't a chart from the Shopzilla case study, but just to kind of show what that can look like if you take your eye off things. You start off kind of mostly underneath the budget, but maybe blipping up every so often. But then if you're not really focusing on, okay, what was causing those little blips, things worsen, code changes on the page, new content gets added, new third parties get added, and next thing you know, you're kind of just consistently outside your threshold. And if nobody's paying attention to this, then, how are you supposed to be able to address it? So the big questions that I get asked, as I mentioned earlier, I talk to a lot of companies, developers, product managers, marketing folks. And when we talk about performance budgets, these are the 3 questions I get asked the most. Well, which metrics should I even focus on? It's a really good question. There are so many metrics. What should my budget thresholds even be? And then how do I stay on top of them, and how do I share them with other people on my team so that we can actually act on them really quickly whenever we go out of bounds? So that's going to be the gist of what I want to talk about for the next little bit. So let's start with which metrics to focus on. I would love to tell you there was just one unicorn metric. There isn't, but I get asked that a lot. Like, what if there's just one thing I can show to the executive team? But unfortunately, no, not the case. What we really have is something kind of more like this. It's just, and this is kind of just actually a super simplified chart. There's, if you do performance, or you've been doing performance for a while and you're using performance tools, you know that you're seeing dozens and dozens, possibly even hundreds of different metrics that you can chase, depending on how nuanced your tool is and what, kind of how deep you want to go. And so it really is kind of an OMG, WTF kind of situation. Like, where do you even start? And I find it really helpful to keep these 3 questions in mind to apply as a litmus test to any metrics that you're considering tracking. Does this metric let you know that the page is actually loading? Because, you want to know that the page is even working, that nothing's kind of broken behind the scenes. And from a user's perspective, is it loading? Are they getting early visual feedback that they're even on a page that's going to work for them? Can I use the page? Like, can I even interact with it? And then how does it feel? Does it feel really janky? Does it feel sluggish? If you're on mobile, are you going to have that frustrating experience of like you think that everything is rendered and then you go to tap something and something else is slid in like the 500 milliseconds that it took for your finger to get to the screen, and you open up the wrong link, and it's, you know, all of those things are what you want to be kind of thinking about when you get started, at least with thinking about what metrics to track. And obviously there are, if you've been doing this for a while and you've been, you know, using performance budgets for a while, there are all kinds of use cases that are a lot more nuanced for needing to track much more kind of arcane metrics. But this is just to kind of get you started and kind of baby stepping with this. And what tools do we use for tracking performance metrics and creating budgets? If you are new to performance, I'll just kind of break this down for you really quickly. We have synthetic tools and we have real user monitoring tools. And ideally you're using both because they do very different things and they're very complementary. So it's not an either or situation. So for your synthetic is, this is kind of letting you test individual pages in almost like a lab-like setting. So sometimes we see this referred to as lab testing. And what a synthetic testing tool lets you do is plug in specific URLs and then test kind of to simulate what that URL, how it would render given very specific network, browser, geographic, other conditions that you create. So you're kind of creating this simulator that runs tests on specific URLs. And ideally you're doing this over time so you can see the impact of code changes over time on this same page under all these kind of environmental conditions. And synthetic testing is great because it lets you compare any sites, like your site, compared to your competitor sites. It gives you very detailed kind of analysis and best practices that you need to apply to your pages and kind of what rules you might be breaking. It gives you things like waterfall charts, film strips from videos, all kinds of great stuff like that. Real user monitoring, on the other hand, which is also called field testing, depending on which kind of vendor you're using, is more specific, but also, as the name kind of implies, it is based on real world user experiences. And you install a JavaScript snippet on your page that then collects very specific, totally not anything that's going to impose on you know, identity stuff, but it's going to collect information about the user's browser environment. So what browser are they using? Where are they located in terms of like kind of city, country, and then how the page actually performed for that unique user. And like I said, it's not collecting like IP addresses or personal information, names, or anything that's personally identifiable. But what the value of that data is, if you collect enough of it, you can start to get really interesting perspectives into how is your site actually performing in the real world for different cohorts of users in different regions, different browsers, that sort of thing. And because real user monitoring, or RUM, is also tracking things like bounce rate, you can correlate all of your performance metrics with metrics like bounce rate. So you can actually see what is the impact of performance, of site slowness or speed on how likely people are to bounce. So this is kind of like, you want to think about it this way. This is your synthetic testing, clean, sterile. It's not going to have any gotchas like, oh, your site went down, or anything like that. And it's very specific to whatever test environment you've created. And it generates results like this, test results like this, where you can see a film strip view of the page rendering. You can see a handful of kind of key metrics and kind of how they line up to how the page rendered and when those different metrics fire, that sort of thing. And you can even see kind of competitive benchmarking where you can see how, in this case, I tested my blog against some of my friends in the performance community, Steve Souders and Tim Cadleck, and my colleague Joseph Wynn. He's wildly inaccurate. He's not actually. He's very accurate. Anyways, and you can kind of see how you compare over time and get these like great little stacked film strip views that show you that as well. RUM, as I've said, is a little bit more of a a crazy kind of anything could happen situation because you're actually talking about real users in the real world. But it lets you understand things like, well, okay, of your actual users, how many of those users are experiencing what we call like unhappy page views? They're just subpar. We know that pages below certain thresholds, certain speeds, people are more likely to be dissatisfied with those experiences. You can actually see over time how large a chunk of your traffic of your page views is unhappy. And you can also measure interactions, such as when did the first scroll or click or key interaction happen on a page or on a set of pages, and then first input delay, which is how long did it take for the page to actually respond to whatever that interaction was. So these are things you can only get from RUM. And these metrics are really great ways of seeing, is the page broken? Is there if you've got really high first input delay or FID numbers, it's a sign that maybe people aren't finding, the content that you need, or they're when they're clicking on whatever it is they need to click on, it's just not responding. And as I mentioned earlier, because we're correlating bounce rate, or we're capturing bounce rate information, we can correlate things like bounce rate against your performance metrics like start render. So in this case, you can see this, the blue bars represent a histogram that shows all the different start render times for a particular site. And you can see that that pink line shows that bounce rate gets slightly worse as start render degrades. So the next question is just wanting to look at, is it loading? So it's as a good metric, or sorry, what are the metrics you can investigate to understand, is the page even loading properly for the user? So very first one, also known as backend time, is time to first byte. So this is just letting you know that the server is even responding to the request. And the nice thing about time to first byte is it can be captured in synthetic and RUM, so you can actually like hold on to your data for and look at the data side by side for both. Start render is the time that it took for the initial navigation until the very first bit of non-white content is painted. So basically, does anything start to appear in the viewport? And start render, it's been around for a long time. People don't talk about it as much as I would like, because kind of newer, sexier metrics have come along. But I really love start render because it's simple, it's easy to understand, and actually, when you look at things like correlation charts of RUM data, where we look at relationships between performance metrics and conversion rate or bounce rate or any of the other kind of user or business metrics we track, start render is still a really good metric. It actually you can see strong correlations when you look at start render. And in case studies that I've read and case studies that I've participated in, you can also see that start render is a really good metric to track on, to actually understand if what you did to the site made it actually work better for users. So a film strip view where we're kind of illustrating start render kind of looks like this. You can sort of see at the far left of the film strip that the screen is, the viewport's empty, and then you can see that it starts to populate. And as I said, you can see in this correlation chart, this really, really strong correlation between bounce rate being much better when the page is much faster, when it has a start render of like 0.2 seconds, and how quickly bounce rate increases as start render degrades to even just 1.8 seconds. So this is really, really helpful data, especially if you need to make a business case to other people in your organization about why you need to focus on performance. So we've talked about time to first byte, and we've talked about start render as kind of good metrics to get started with is something even loading? Next question is, can I use it? Is the page even usable? So this is an interesting little bit of research from a usability study that I did a few years ago, where this wasn't even the kind of the main point of the study. We just thought, oh, it'd be interesting to see when do people start to interact with a page. And what was really interesting was that we found that about half of users, so you can see 10.5% of the people in our study waited for all images to load before they even started, like all images to load in the viewport, before they started to interact with the page. And 40.9% of them waited for most images to load. And 47% of them started to interact with the page at least as soon as text appeared. But you had like just over half of these users want most or all images to load before they start interacting. And I think that's really interesting. So if you're looking at metrics to capture to answer the question, how interactive is this page, or does it feel interactive? Thinking about when do meaningful metrics, or sorry, when do meaningful images like visual content render is a really good thing to look at. So largest contentful paint is a metric that's part of Google's Core Web Vitals. And so I've actually included their little traffic light score that shows how they think your LCP should track in order to be considered good or needs improvement or poor by Google for SEO purposes. But what LCP is just the amount of time it takes for the largest visual image element to render. So that could be an image, it could be a video file typically. And so that's a good one. When we kind of try to validate that looking at actual user data actual performance data, you can see that there's a film strip view and this simplified sort of metrics waterfall where you can see that 0.54 seconds is when largest contentful paint fires, and the film strip view is kind of showing, okay, nothing at 0.5 seconds and a lot of content at 0.6 seconds. So yeah, it kind of falls in there. So yeah, and to me as a user, just to kind of put it through the personal test, yeah, like at 0.6 seconds, I feel like I look at that film, frame, and I think I could interact with that. I could use that. I could start to use this website. Important thing to bear in mind is that LCP is only available in Chrome and Chromium-based browsers. So as an alternative, there's another metric called Last Painted Hero. And so hero metrics are your first H1 tag, your first, your largest hero image, or your largest background image. And so that's kind of a trio of metrics. So we actually created at SpeedCurve, and then we open source them, so they're available to any other synthetic tools that want to track them as well. And so what you can do is track things like, well, what is the first hero element? So first image or a header that rendered, and what's the last hero element that rendered? And you can see those kind of side by side and track them over time. So that's a good alternative to LCP. So the next question we want to ask is just, how does it feel? Does the page feel janky? Like ideally, we want pages that feel stable. We want to feel like if I start to click on something, I'm not going to accidentally click or tap on the wrong thing as the page shifts around. And so cumulative layout shift is another one of Google's Core Web Vitals. And it's a score-based metric that kind of takes into consideration how many elements shift on the page, what is the size of the elements that shift, how much do they shift. And so it's an algorithm that's used to calculate that. And like LCP, it's available in Chrome-based browsers. But just to kind of go into a little bit more about what does it actually mean? What does it look like? Actually, I'll go back for a quick sec. So you can see these numbers, 0.1 seconds and under is considered a good CLS score. 0.25 seconds and under is kind of needs improvement, and anything above 0.25 seconds is poor. So kind of bearing that in mind, those are scores. How it's actually calculated is it's a cumulative score. So these are just a couple of screenshots showing kind of the start of a series of visuals that show the various layout shifts that happen on one page and that contribute to this cumulative score. So you can see here we've got nothing in the top left frame, and that's kind of the frame area. And then this large shift happens at about 2.3 seconds, and immediately gives you this massive layout shift score of 0.613, which takes you immediately like right over Google's 0.1 threshold. And that's the start of your cumulative score. And as you kind of move down and you look at the next pair of frames, you can see that the next layout shift happens at 3.53 seconds and has a much smaller layout shift score because the elements are smaller and they're not moving around as much, but the cumulative score kind of increases. And so depending on how many shifts are on the page, this can be quite a long set of visuals where you're seeing kind of each shift that happens on the page. So some things that matter, as I said, the size of the shifting element matters. Here you can see that there's the cumulative score is quite high, the layout shift score, is not that high. It's 0.01. Even though elements shifted, you can see that slight shift up in the frame on the right. Because it didn't shift very much, even though it was a large shifting element, it didn't really ratchet up the score that much in and of itself. Important to know that image carousels can generate false positives. So sometimes some metrics, this is a good example of sometimes a metric just doesn't work for how your particular page is built. And you have to basically say, this could be a good metric for another site, for another page, but not for this particular page. And it goes to show the value, and I can't emphasize this enough, of not just relying on numbers in a time series chart or numbers in a spreadsheet when you're looking at your performance data. You really do need to visually validate using things like these layout shift visuals or film strips or whatever visuals you have on hand to make sure that what this metric is calculating is even working properly on your page, because not all metrics work on all pages. Web fonts and opacity changes can also cause issues. So you can see that from the left to the right, a web font kind of slid in and altered the content, and that basically is a contributor to the CLS score increasing. So some interesting things, and again, why you need to validate against your own site and looking at your own data. I did an analysis where I looked at a set of sites and I wanted to see, like, well, does CLS degradation have any kind of consistent, measurable impact on user engagement or, any kind of, user or business metrics? And so I looked at bounce rate because that's an easy one. And what I found was, looking at a lot of different sites, was that in some cases, bounce rate got worse as CLS degraded. In some cases, it stayed the same as bounce rate as CLS degraded, and in some ways, it actually even got worse, or sorry, it got better as CLS degrades. So again, you need to validate everything, and you need to understand, like, maybe this metric, I need to track it for Google's purposes if I care about SEO and Google, but does it actually, kind of come into play with my actual users and business? Maybe not. First input delay is kind of the third in this trifecta of core web vitals. And again, we've shown basically ideal first input delay is 100 milliseconds or less. And it's the amount of time it takes for the page to respond to user input. Again, as I mentioned earlier. And it is only measurable in RUM. Other CLS and large contentful paint, you can measure those in synthetic and RUM. FID is only measurable in RUM because it's an interaction metric. My colleague Cliff did this really great blog post. I'm not going to go into all of the detail right now, but he did note that there are a few kind of gotchas with FID where it can seem fast because the user interactions are actually taking place much later in the page's rendering cycle, after all the kind of CPU hogging things have kind of already taken place earlier in the rendering cycle. So I'll kind of just leave this here for you to kind of investigate and dive into at your leisure. But I feel like if I'm presenting these different metrics for you to care about, I do also want you to understand that they come with certain caveats or things that you might want to sort of investigate and understand further, and not just to kind of accept them on just pure faith. Although, it would be lovely that you have that much faith in me, a stranger on your screen. Cliff also found that there was no correlation between FID and conversion when he looked at a lot of sessions. But when he looked at the 75th percentile of data, so basically like what is the kind of 75th percentile of people, so they're experiencing kind of not great experiences on your site, not the worst, but definitely not average or median either. And he did see that there was a stronger correlation between FID and conversion rate. Okay, so long tasks is a metric that we really recommend people look at if you need to measure across all browser types, which I expect that you do, but also if you want to measure in synthetic and RUM. And so what a long task is the definition of that is any JavaScript function that takes 50 milliseconds or longer. And a long task isn't the same as a blocking script, although sometimes those two things can be conflated, or a blocking script can also be a long task. But a long task can be a non-blocking script that just takes a while to parse. And if you have long tasks or a lot of long tasks on the page, so a lot of individual scripts that have that would be considered long tasks, it can really make the page feel very, very janky. And so it's kind of more of a user experience metric than just a rendering metric. You can track longest tasks, you can track the number of long tasks on a page, you should track the total long task time. These are all different things that you can kind of be looking at whenever you're thinking about long tasks, but definitely recommend that long tasks are something that you learn more about and consider adding to your performance budget repertoire. The other great thing is that, again, as part of the investigation that Cliff did into FID, when he looked at long tasks as an alternative to FID, there was a really high correlation between long tasks, excessive long task time, and conversion, as you can see from this chart. So some other metrics to consider. Custom metrics. So what we mean when we talk about custom metrics, so I'm using the royal we, in our industry, when we talk about custom metrics, is these are timestamps that you actually add to the code on your page that mark the timestamps around specific pieces of content. So, and you can do this once you've added these timestamps to the page, and I've included the link to the W3C spec and a little bit more content to learn more about custom metrics and how they work. But basically, once you've added these timers to your pages, you can capture data in synthetic and RUM tools that support custom metrics, which I think by now is pretty much all of them. So for example, you want to know how long it takes for a main product image to display on your site. So you want to make sure that you're measuring a very specific image. You could put a custom timer around that. Some good examples. Twitter has a custom timer called time to first tweet. Pinterest has a custom timer called pinner wait time, and Cars.com has a custom time to interactive metric that it's a little bit kind of in their own black box, but there's a lot of different things you can do. I recommend being really focused about it, because if you start tracking a lot of different custom timers, it can get really, really kind of messy in your charts, and it's just a lot to take on. Unfortunately, custom timers, a little tricky to implement. You got to manage them. Content in your page changes. It means you've got to change the custom timers as well. And so for that reason, only roughly 15%, sometimes less, depending on kind of when I look at HTTP archive data, use custom timers. So that's kind of something to bear in mind. You kind of do need to have a team that can maintain them. But again, great if you have the resources and the in-house expertise to manage custom timers. Lighthouse scores are, by now most people are familiar with Lighthouse, but if you're not, this is another Google initiative where it calculates scores based on audits run on your synthetic tests, and it checks your page against rules, very specific rules for a few different categories. So there's performance rules, SEO rules, PWA rules, and then for each of these categories you get a score out of 100, and then you get very detailed recommendations on what to fix. And I really recommend that you check out Lighthouse if you're not doing that already. So kind of looks like this. You get these different scores, and then you can expand and see, well, what are the actual audits and what are the different rules and the diagnostics. So you can actually get a really great punch list of what to fix on your page. Again, caveat, this is a great blog post that explains how you can build a really, really, really inaccessible site and still get a perfect Lighthouse score on it. So again, I'm just putting this out there. I think I have very good feelings about Lighthouse and about Lighthouse scores, and I think they definitely fill a need. But you do want to make sure that you're actually looking at your pages to make sure that you're not kind of falling into this camp of like, oh, our Lighthouse scores are great, and we don't need to fix anything, and you might actually still need to fix some things. Some other things to look at: page size and total requests. You know, you want to still avoid serving really huge pages to mobile. You know, it's part of it is, you know, the bigger the page, the more things can go wrong. But as I mentioned earlier, the more resources on a page, you know, the more likelihood there is of some of those resources going a bit rogue, having lots of long tasks, that sort of thing. And then there's just also just the CPU hogging, that parsing all those resource houses on your device's CPU, and then just, you know, blowing people's data plans. I say this as somebody who has been quite shocked at how much data I've managed to eat through when I've traveled out of country, for example. So this is an example of just a kind of a typical page for a media site. I'm not going to name which one, but, you know, easily over 3 megs in size, and this with 230 requests, and this is a page that was being served to mobile devices. So something just really strongly to be aware of. I really like these performance budgets from Zillow, where they track image requests and image size, and they, you know, got notified right away if having somebody had introduced a large image, an unoptimized image, or kind of suddenly too many images to a page. So in this case, they noticed that their image request budget suddenly shot up, but also they noticed their image size budget really shot up. And so it helped them to kind of triangulate really quickly on like where there might have been an issue. Tracking third parties, I cannot recommend this enough. There's a few different things you can track on, like long tasks, as I mentioned earlier. You can actually track individual long task times for each individual third party, and I highly recommend you do that because you might be surprised at what you learn. You can also track the total size of each third party in terms of like total kilobytes and the total number of requests that each third party makes. So for example, looking at Google Analytics as a script, so easy to just pick Google to kind of pick on. They're just the big elephant in the room. I can't take them down. So anyways, Google Analytics, this script is, interestingly, you know, these charts are very typical for what I see when I look at third-party metrics for a lot of different customers. And so the total number of requests, only 2. It's about this, you know, it's pretty flat, doesn't change very much. Total size of the requests, 18 kilobytes, doesn't seem like very much. But where you see all that variability is in this green line, where you see like the long task time for this particular script. And you can see sometimes it's great, but sometimes it's shooting up about 50 milliseconds and as high as 100 milliseconds. And so that's something that you might want to have more visibility into. Just the number of requests and the size of the request isn't enough for third parties. So some metrics you might not want to track. And I'm aware that this is where it gets kind of controversial. That's why I use this alarming red screen, because you might still be tracking some of these, and you might still actually, in fairness, have good reasons to track them. But if you're tracking them just because you've been told to, or you've been doing them for a long time and haven't validated them recently, you might want to consider just checking it again with them, doing that validation, and maybe considering kind of more up-to-date metrics that are going to help you fine-tune kind of what it is you actually want to look at on your site. So speed index was a great metric. It was algorithm based. It gave you a score that, in a nutshell, told you the average time at which the visible parts of the page are in the viewport and are pretty stable. The problem with speed index was that it just had lots of different gotchas that made it not reliable for many pages. And so it kind of served its purpose at the time that it came out several years ago to make people realize, like myself included, that we needed to do more than just look at crude things like page load time or start render, but actually to think about, well, how does the content actually render? Like what's happening between kind of when the page starts to render and when it fully renders, and to kind of look at that in between space. And so it was really a great metric for doing that, that we have better metrics now. Load time, again, just kind of measure, and load time and fully loaded time, they're not the same. Load time is just from the start of the initial navigation to the beginning of the Windows load event, the onload event, and fully loaded is when everything loads on the page. These were more meaningful metrics 10 years ago when pages were simpler. Now pages are just so complex that you can have, your meaningful content pretty much on the screen at 2.8 seconds, but the page isn't fully loaded till 35.37 seconds. And so if you're focusing on fully loaded, you might still want to track it just to understand, like when content has gone rogue or some JavaScript is just never, it's just the page is just never resolving. A really long fully loaded time can give you that information. But as a user experience metric, not so much. So now all these first paint metrics, these were kind of really hot a few years ago. So we have first paint, first contentful paint, first meaningful paint. They all sound really great because it sounds like, okay, paints, that means something is showing up in the browser, something in the viewport. And first is like, okay, the first thing that shows up. That seems like something I would want to track. So first paint, pixels first start to render. First contentful paint, text and graphics start to render. But the problem with FCP is that it often captures non-meaningful paints like headers and nav bars and things like that. So content you don't actually care about that much. And first meaningful paint is basically trying to be a little bit more nuanced than the previous paint metrics and say like, well, what is actually a meaningful piece of content, like a big thing that happens in the layout of the page, and so yeah, so it's trying to be a little bit more nuanced and more specific, like trying to tell you when visual content is rendered. Well, an analysis that my colleague Joseph Wynn did a couple of years ago when he looked at 40 top-ranked Alexa sites was that 95% of first paint events were happening before start render. 50% of first meaningful paint events were happening before start render. And what that means is basically a lot of these paint events were firing when the viewport was still blank for all intents and purposes. Timed interactive is, I'm going to just read this because this is a funny one. It sounds like a great metric because like, great, when can I interact with the page? When is the page going to actually function? Here's the definition. It's the first span of 5 seconds where the browser main thread remains unblocked for more than 50 milliseconds after first contentful paint is fired with no more than 2 in-flight requests. Or TLDR, a page can be interactive well before TTI fires. So it's the problem with time to interactive was we found when we actually look at it in film strips is that it just often comes in way too late. So again, looking at the same film strip we looked at earlier, 2.8 seconds, you've got meaningful content in the browser, it looks ready to go, but timed interactive doesn't fire till 8.32 seconds. So it's just a really conservative number. So the next big question is, what should my budget thresholds even be? That's a really important question. I want to make it really clear, and the performance budgets are not the same as your performance goals. A goal is aspirational. How fast do I want my site to be eventually? And it's great to have performance goals. But budgets are pragmatic. They ask the question, how can I keep my site from getting slower while I work toward my performance goals? So you can have goals in the back of your mind, but while you set your budgets to actually kind of keep yourself honest and keep from getting worse. And the idea is that you're kind of going to be tracking both sort of simultaneously. So priority 1, as I said before, create budgets to fight regression. So how you do that pragmatically, and kind of a hat tip to Harry Roberts for this, because when he presented this tip a year or so ago at another conference, I was like, oh my God, that's exactly how you should do performance budgets. And so I quickly adopted that as my own practice and recommendation as well. And it just makes so much sense. So what you want to do is look at your last 2 to 4 weeks worth of data, find the worst data point there and make that your threshold. And the idea is that then becomes the point you don't want to get worse than that as you're trying to get better. And so you can see here for this particular site, things did get better. And so ideally things continue to get better. And in 2 to 4 weeks, when you revisit this data, you're going to reduce the threshold to maybe even 2 seconds. And that becomes your new threshold. So priority 2 is you want to set long-term goals. So goals for your site. So there are a few questions you can ask yourself when you're setting goals, which is how fast are my competitors? You know, there's a kind of a rule of thumb that you want to be 20% faster than your fastest competitor. So here, if Amazon is a competitor and they have a start render time of like around 1 second, you would like to be under 1 second. And you can use whatever benchmarking tool you use to kind of track that. You can also look at case studies, as I mentioned before, and kind of see like, okay, well, what do other people in my industry or just people in e-commerce as a whole, what did they do and where do they tend to see good results, and kind of take that kind of under advisement. Or if you're looking at RUM data and you're creating correlation charts, you can see, oh, okay, well, I see that in this correlation chart, when I have start render that's under 0.5 seconds, my bounce rate is as low as 40.6%. I would like to get my start render to as close to that as possible across the board. How can I improve SEO? Well, again, this is where you can track your various core web vitals metrics and keep track of them over time, and bear in mind, kind of, if you care about Google, again, what those vitals recommendations are, and track those and use those as your goals, those various numbers that are very publicly available. And if you are not familiar with Web Vitals and how it relates to Google search, Google is doing a gradual rollout of adding Core Web Vitals as ranking signals that will start in June. Originally it was supposed to be actually around now, but they've kind of pushed it back. And so you can kind of check the Google search blog and get more information about that there. So you can do a screenshot of this if this is helpful to you. Bear in mind, these are goals, not budgets. I don't recommend you use these as your budgets unless they miraculously happen to align with your actual numbers. But just a roundup of what you want to know, what the metric is, and how does it feel. And if you are using RUM, you might want to be tracking these at the 75th percentile, because, as I said before, that's what Google cares about, and all of its recommendations are based on 75th percentiles. How do you stay on top of your budgets? Really good question. So these are some FAQs. So do I set up my performance budgets in RUM or synthetic or both? And a couple scenarios. One scenario is you can create performance budgets in RUM and then drill down into your test results in synthetic. So what that looks like, for example, is here you can see that you can track start render as a metric in RUM and synthetic. You track them in the same chart. And then when you go out of bounds, as you can kind of see flagged up there in red at 1.92 seconds, you can then drill down into the corresponding synthetic data where you're going to get all of those great lighthouse audits and performance improvement recommendations and things like that, and actually see what you need to fix. So that's a good use case right there for setting your performance budget in RUM and then doing your diagnostic piece in synthetic. Or scenario 2, you can create your performance budgets in your synthetic tool and then integrate your performance budget with your CI/CD process. So a lot of synthetic tools allow you to do this now, where you can create your performance budget in your tool And then when you go to push your page, even if you're just on your dev site, you can trigger a round of tests, and you'll get alerted that, oh, okay, actually, if we push this to production, we're going to violate our performance budgets. And you can kind of roll things back. You can break the build. You can kind of push it to production anyways, but you can kind of flag what the issues are and kind of work on them kind of as rapidly as possible behind the scenes. So you've got that option. For example, this is what an alert would look like if you violated that, and you get an alert sent to Slack or whatever webhook you would like to do. So as I said, this is kind of something that a lot of tools allow you to do now, is to integrate your synthetic testing and your performance budgets with your CI/CD process. Or should I create performance budgets for every metric I track? Don't do that unless you're only tracking a really small number of metrics. Chances are the number of metrics you're going to want to track is going to continue to grow and become more nuanced. I don't recommend creating budgets for all of them, because it can look a lot like this, where you've got 50 different budgets on a page and it just looks like garbage and becomes unusable. Or you get alert fatigue because you're constantly getting alerted on things. You want to have visibility into a lot of different metrics, but really you want to pick those crucial metrics to have performance budgets for, kind of getting back to those first principles I talked about earlier. And then who should be responsible for managing your budgets? Well, one of the, I was going to just launch right into reading this. I really love this case study from Vox Media where they talk about creating performance budgets. And they made it really clear amongst themselves, and as they were implementing performance budgets in their organization, that they did not want to be performance cops. They didn't want to be micromanaging people's performance budgets and slapping people on the wrist and giving them warnings if they violated them. They wanted to set up best practices, educate people within the org about what those best practices are, help people to set their own performance budgets on the metrics they care about, whether it's SEO related or third party related, depending on what team you're part of, and then have those people have the tools to manage their own budgets, get alerted when things break, and take care of fixes. I just put this here because I really like this chart. We're just showing like a great web performance win where you can see things kind of dropping down and this 50% improvement in, well, time to interactive. But it's just really great to kind of be able to have those wins kind of shareable and broadcast them within your org and outside your org as well, for that matter. So just remember, I've gone a little bit over here, so I'm just going to wrap things up. If you're just getting started with performance budgets, or maybe your budget's gotten out of hand and you want to kind of just go back to first principles and revisit things, start as small as you can. Look at your own pages and data. Don't derive your budgets from what you've even done at previous sites and previous companies. Really stick with the site that you're working with. Tailor metrics to your audiences. So maybe you have an audience, like maybe your SEO team, maybe all they care about is your SEO score in Lighthouse and your Core Web Vitals. That's it. Just give them those metrics and don't fuss about the other ones for them. Maybe your executive team only cares about how many unhappy users they have versus how many happy users they have. And so you're just going to track that and share that with them and show them that your users are staying happier, getting happier. One metric is fine if that's the right metric for that audience. Remember that metrics are always evolving. This talk is very different from talks that I've given in previous years about what metrics to focus on. It's probably going to age poorly in the sense that in 2 years, I'm going to be like, oh, I have to redo this talk. But that's okay. Metrics are getting better, and I would be really disappointed if they weren't. So metrics are going to keep changing, and it's kind of up to us to kind of keep track of them and update our tools and what we focus on as we evolve. And never stop measuring. Just always be measuring and staying on top of what's going on so you can fight regressions and just get faster, but don't get worse. So thank you very much for your time. I'm going to be in the Slack for a little while longer, but if you're watching this at a later date, you can find me on Twitter at Tam Everts. And thank you very much.
So thanks to Tammy Everts there. So much information. There's one of those talks that you want to dip into at particular times. I know that that's the kind of thing that I've needed when I've been having difficult conversations with clients and on projects in the past. Tammy did mention that she'd still be around in the Slack to answer more questions. You may have noticed, sadly, she wasn't able to join us in the Slack today. I'm sure she'll send her apologies for that. I know that it was her plan to be with us, but nonetheless, I'm sure you can find her on Twitter. I put the link to her Twitter in the Slack channel, and I'm sure she'd be happy with polite requests for follow-ups on Twitter, and she's a great person to follow nonetheless. Right, well then, we come to our last talk of the day. I hope your brains are doing okay. There's a lot of information that we've all taken in over the last, how many hours was it? Did we start today? It was today we started, right? Well, there's a lot that we've taken on. I hope you've been enjoying it just as much as I have. We'll get to Mark and the final talk in just a second. I would just mention, as a little reminder, we've been enjoying your various photos of your workspaces and the places that you've been enjoying the day from. The photos of those have been keeping us smiling throughout the day. We will be choosing our grand winner at the end of the day, so the panel is convening right now. Well, it's Harry's power trip, I think. Is that what he said at the start of the day? But we are debating it at the moment, so it's still time if you want to get a photo in. But we will be announcing the winner after this final talk. The winner is, we were thinking, what's easy? We might just do an Amazon voucher, but it's nicer, I think, in times like this to maybe support local businesses. So we'll figure out, wherever the winner is, we'll figure out some kind of voucher for, I don't know, a restaurant or a bar or an experience somewhere close to you, so you can support a local business as well. And we'll be doing that after this next talk. This next talk, then, this surprised me, this talk, because I looked at the title, Pushing the Email Envelope, and I thought, it's a nutty title, but is this a talk about email? That sounds terribly dull. I was surprised with exactly how much I didn't know and how much fun and shenanigans can go on within an email client. I really don't think you're going to want to miss this. There's some good stuff in here. Mark Robbins is based in Brighton. He works as an engineer for Salesforce, and he does all kinds of very exploratory things to do with email and the turbulent kind of client world that can be, trying to do things predictably in email clients. He kind of gathers a lot of these resources on this site, goodemailcode.com. Who'd have thought that domain would have been available? Not too many people clamoring for that, but it's an absolute goldmine of stuff. Not an obvious place for excitement, you might think, an email experience, but stay tuned, you'll be surprised. As such, what do we have for our final pairing of the day? I've been nervous about this all day, this pairing, because there's been a bit of judgment around. I won't deny it. The final pairing of the day is the humble, overlooked, but should be celebrated rich tea. Yes, it's the rich tea biscuit. And of course, that's the perfect pairing for a talk about email, which on the surface you might think, that's boring. It's been around forever. There's nothing exciting about it. But it props up the biscuit world. It is the perfect accompaniment to a cup of tea. It elevates the experience, and it is underappreciated, as is email, as we are about to see. There's so much fun and so many interesting things that you didn't know you could do with email and the email experiences, which we'll see now from Mark Robbins. So for one last time today, please go crazy in the chat, give him loads and loads of support, and enjoy this talk. Mark Robbins.
Hello, thanks a lot for joining. So today I'm going to talk to you about email and like pushing the envelope of email to see what we can really do with email code in the modern day. So I'm going to assume that a lot of the people watching this are more focused on web, so you're more web developers rather than email developers. And so I'm going to do a quick quick show of hands, who has built an HTML email at some point in their career. Now, I can't see you, but you can maybe post something in the Slack channel if you like. Okay, quick show of hands, or you can just hold your hand up in front of your computer. Now, keep your hand up if you really enjoyed that experience. You think, oh, email's brilliant. I really like working with email code, and this is much more fun than web, and email's the best. So I'm going to assume most of you still have your hand up because you all love email. But, I mean, there's a chance some of you don't, haven't yet been converted. So I'm going to try and convince you throughout the process of this talk. So my name's Mark Robbins. I am a software engineer. I work at Salesforce. I work on email code. All my work is email based. I haven't done a web project. Well, I did one this year. It's the first web project I've done in quite a while. And it was a web project for sharing email code. Yes, it's very email focused. I'm specializing in interactive email and accessibility in email. So as we go along, I'm going to be in the Slack channel, so please feel free to post your questions. I'll try and answer as much as I can. I'm also on the Twitters, m_j_robbins, and I am on the email, mark.robbins@salesforce.com. Now, because I work for Salesforce, I've got a quick disclaimer that any purchasing decisions should be made of products that are currently available. Right, anyway, so when I start talking to people about email and email code, a lot of people think that it's still stuck in the 90s and you can't really do much with it. So I don't agree with that. Is HTML email still stuck in the 90s? To answer that, you have to quote the dance sensation of the time, 2 Unlimited, and say no. No, 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 no. It's not as limited as you might think. I'm not going to say there's no limits. That would be ridiculous. There are some limitations, but we can work within those to do some really cool stuff. So one of the first things that always comes up is table layouts. Emails need table layouts. You need to use tables for everything. Well, do HTML emails still need to use table layouts? Yes, but it's only for Outlook desktop app on Windows and the Windows Mail desktop app. Now, in 2007, when Outlook 2007 came out, Microsoft made the decision to switch from using Internet Explorer as the rendering engine to using Microsoft Office as the rendering engine. So this is the equivalent of maybe browsing a web page using Microsoft Word. So that because of those restrictions of that rendering engine, we do need to use table layouts for those email clients, but they only count for about 7% of users or 7% of opens. So I'm going to keep referring back to market share and percentages throughout this talk. This is all coming from one place, which is emailclientmarketshare.com. So this company Litmus, great, do some email analytics, and at the end of every month they put together the analytics that they've gathered for all these different companies around the world, and they publish it on this website, emailclientmarketshare.com. So the statistics I'm looking at the moment are from March of this year, March 2021, and it's 1.15 billion opens. I look at this chart every month when it comes out, and it doesn't change that much. I think when I started doing email, 8 or 9 years ago, Outlooks were about 9%. It's now dropped to about 7%. And there's no big change. There's more of a change between industries and depending on your specific list you're sending to. But as a global stat, that this is what we have here. 7% is a good guide. So if this only works, this is only required for 7% of your users. 93% of the recipients don't need table layouts. So we don't need to build everything with tables, and then we can build everything with divs and then have tables as a fallback. Like, it shouldn't be a standard. This is a fallback that we need. Also, people tend to use a lot of tables in their emails. It's not needed. That you don't really need it. You only need it when you're changing like a width, background, or doing a multiple column part of the layout. All other email clients, we can use div layouts. We can even use like HTML5 semantic landmark type layouts in some, but that's not recommended because when those tags are stripped out, then we lose the elements. We also lose any class ID, style, any other attributes are on there as well. So you're better off using role attributes if you want to get that landmark semantic code going in, which is good and you should do. So how do we work around this for the MSO outlooks? So we can use what's known as ghost tables with conditional comments. So if you, back in the day, you were using IE conditional comments for targeting Internet Explorer, MSO conditional comments are basically the same concept, but we can use them for Outlook. So MSO is Microsoft Office, it stands for. So here in this code sample, I've got an MSO comment around table opening tags, table TR/TD opening tags, and then I've got a div, and then I've got the closing TD/TR table closing tags. And all that table code is wrapped inside conditional comments. So all the other email clients, the other 93%, don't care about that. They're not going to see that, so that's all fine. And then I've got the div inside for those clients and the table for the MSO Outlooks. I could also wrap conditional comments around the div, so Outlook will ignore it, but Outlook's going to ignore those styles that I've applied on anyway, so we don't need to worry about that now. One of the other things people mention about restrictions for email clients is inline styles. Do we need them? Yes, we do. Some email clients don't support style blocks, so we have to use inline styles. It's not a lot. I mean, the biggest one is Gmail IMAP accounts. These are often referred to as Ganga, which is a Gmail app, not a Gmail account. So if I was to be looking at my phone and I were to look at my Gmail account, that's Gmail. If I was to look at my Yahoo account in my Gmail app, then that counts as Ganga. However, if I was to look at my Salesforce account, that is a Google Workspace account. So that is still a Google email account. So that still renders like the regular Gmail. So we don't have the restrictions there. So it's only a small part of Gmail opens where this renders only on mobile apps. So T-Online is another one, which is a German email client. Also, we have some mixed support in ProtonMail and SFR where it might work in the app but not the webmail, or vice versa. I forget which way around that is now. So market share for this is really hard to measure. I'd say it's likely to be under 2%, maybe 2, maybe up to 3, but it's low. But it's still significant enough for us to want to think about it. So what do we do to work around this? Well, we just set the essential styles in line. As long as it looks fine without the style blocks, then that's fine. It just needs to be functional. It doesn't need to look the same everywhere. Then we can use style blocks to enhance it. We can add some more styles. We can add something a bit more creative, something a bit more fancy there. We can also do things like hover styles, like add in some web fonts, some media queries to get a responsive design, some media queries for a dark mode even. Using CSS grid, CSS animation. They don't work everywhere, but you can use them in some places, and where they do, you're just adding that progressive enhancement. So another thing that people say about emails, which is you can't use relative units, so you have to use absolute units. Well, no, that's not true. Actually, relative units have pretty good support. Things like M, X, and % units have full support. I've not found an email client yet that doesn't support those, and I've tested a lot of email. The one exception that I have found is inside VML code. So VML code is some code that we can use inside of the MSO Outlooks. I'm going to talk about it a bit more later, so we'll just skip over that for now. So M units, yeah, we can use those everywhere. Rem units for the root font only have about 80% support, so it's still pretty good, but it's not quite full support, so we can't use them reliably throughout the whole email. But we have got workarounds. But also another issue with Rem units is if you're looking across browsers, you're looking at like your Safari, Opera, Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and you look at what the default font size is, it's pretty much going to be 16 pixels across all of those. Some of the sort of lesser known browsers might have something a bit different there, but generally it's 16 pixels. Email clients, it varies a lot more. So in Apple Mail, it's only 12 pixels is the default font size, whereas something like Thunderbird is 17, so it's much bigger. But that's a concern, the 12 pixels. So if I set my font size to be 1 rem, then that's rendering as 12 pixels in Apple Mail. And the user hasn't necessarily made that decision to have a small font size. They're just using the default settings. So now they are having very small text, and that can cause accessibility issues. So our solution, a way around this, we're going to set a base font size on the wrapper of the email and then use M units inside the body. So we use M units for everything in the inside, but on the outer wrapper, we put wrapper div around the whole content, and we set our base font size. So actually set 3 font sizes here. So first up, we set our fallback. So font size 16 pixels is for email clients that don't support Rem. So that's like 20%. Then we set font size 1 rem for the email clients that do support rem. But then we've got the issue of the small default font size. So then we set a third one and we use max. We use max 16 pixels 1 rem. So if you're not familiar with max, it's CSS property that we can give an array of units, an array of values to this. And then as it's rendered, it will look at the array there and it will pick the largest of those. So if I'm setting 16 pixels 1 rem, if the value of 1 rem is less than 16 pixels, it will use the 16 pixels value. If it's more than 16 pixels, it will use the 1 rem value, whatever that may be. So now we can provide a much more accessible font size and sizing throughout everything. We can use, all our spacing, all our everything sizing with M's inside it based off that root font size that we're setting on the wrapper. There is a bit of a restriction. If a user has chosen a small font size, a font size less than 16 pixels, we're not going to respect that. But if they have a larger font size they've chosen, then we do respect that. So it's not perfect, but I think it's a good compromise. So next up, absolute positioning. So can we use position absolute in email? It's only about 50% support, but we can fake it. We can get a very similar effect by using styles that are supported. So think, what does position absolute do? What is it we're trying to achieve by doing that? So first thing, when you take an element and you put position absolute on it, it takes it out of the flow of the document. So any content below is just going to move up and take up the space that was there. So we can do this if we wrap our elements in a div and we add a max height 0 and a max width 0. We don't need to use both. Using both will just take it out completely. You could just use one or the other depending on what you're trying to do with it. But now that's taken it out of the flow of the document and the content below it is going to move up. So next we want to look at how we can move the element. So we've taken it out of the flow, but we want to move it to a new location. So instead of using like top and left, we can use a margin top and a margin left to move it to our desired location. If you want to position it from the right, we can do a float right and then use a margin right to move it from there. We can't do left and right at the same time. Margin bottom, we can't really do it from the bottom. We could probably do something with some flexbox or some grid hacking, but that's not going to have as much support as this is on its own. So then we've got our element, we've taken out the document flow and we've moved it to its new location, but we might have some issues with Z-index now, as the content which was below it has now moved up to cover it potentially. So how do we work around that? So Z-index doesn't have great support, but you can engage Z-index without giving it a value by using position relative or by using opacity with a value less than 1. Both of these methods have mixed support in email clients, but if we put both of them together, then they overlap enough to give us really good support. With the opacity, I've set it to 0.999. So it is slightly transparent, but personally I can't see anything, but my eyes aren't the best. But yeah, you can't really notice it. But don't be tempted to add an extra value. So if it was 0.9999 with 4 decimal places, then mail.ru is going to round that number up to 1, and then it doesn't engage the Z-index, so it will just fall back behind. So keep it to 0.9999. So this works really well across most email clients, except going back again to these MSO Outlook clients. So this is where we can use VML. So VML is vector markup language. So it's very similar to SVG in a lot of ways. So actually, back in 1998, there was a proposal to bring this out, and lots of different like vector imaging languages were proposed. W3C looked at them all and then decided just to create a fresh one, but influenced by all these other proposals. So that's where SVG actually came from, which came out in 2001. So VML was sort of developed and submitted in 1998, but development ceased as well in 1998. They didn't really take it much further than the initial stages. Officially, it was depreciated in IE9, but it is actually still used today. So if you go into Microsoft Word and you draw a shape and then you export that and you save it as a web file, then you look at the code, you can actually see the VML code in there. But what's interesting for us is that VML works in Outlook, so we can do some things there. So on the right hand side there, I've got a code sample of some VML code. So what's interesting here is I'm using position absolute. So position absolute does not work in Outlook regularly, but it does work if you use it inside VML code, then you can use position absolute. However, as I said before, we can't use M units here, but we can use pixel units. And because Outlook is one of the clients that doesn't support REM units, then we're effectively using a fixed height unit anyway, so we can convert that ourselves. So 2M will be 32 pixels. So if we put those two pieces of code together, there we go, and it works really well. It's a lot of code, I will admit that, and it's not that easy to control, and it takes a while to sort of get into doing things like this, but it is possible, and that's just what I want to show, that it is possible. We can do some cool things. So we could do this on the web by just writing position absolute top 2M, left 2M, and we'll get the same effect. But this works in email, and it's cool. But so it's not something I use often, but it is just a handy tool. So this got me thinking. If we can position things on top of each other, we can position shapes on top of each other, we can maybe draw a picture. And maybe, so I started thinking about CSS art. I love CSS art. There's some people doing some really incredible stuff with it on the web. And so I wanted to see, like, is this possible in email? So I start off by drawing some shapes. So just a quick caveat that MSO outlooks, I'm going to talk about them in a bit. So but this works everywhere else. So we'd have a div, we have a height 2M, width 2M, and a background of blue. And we have this, we've created a square, we've drawn a shape, brilliant. Stick a border radius on there, we've got a circle, amazing. Triangle, now this is the hack, I'm sure some of you will be familiar with it, maybe using borders to draw a triangle. So here I've got a border on the top and a transparent border on the left and the right, which sort of bring it in, and no border on the bottom. And my element has no height and no width, so it sort of collapses down to the point. Here I've done that by using a div with no content and setting it to inline block, so it just sort of collapses down on the height and the width. So if we're using our fake absolute positioning technique, we can draw a couple of shapes, put them on top of each other, and we've created this little avatar here. So here I've just got, two shapes, one sort of circle for a head and a rounded rectangle, I guess, for the body. So how are we going to do this for the MSO outlooks? Well, let's take it back again to VML. VML is actually quite cool. So to start off with, let's look at SVG. So I built this, or drew this shape in Figma, exported it as SVG. And then there's the code for it, and now I've manually converted it to VML. So that's the VML code. Now, as I said, VML and SVG are quite similar. SVG is in part based on VML, I believe. So if we look at this here, so in the VML, I'm combining two shapes. I want to group them together, so I've wrapped it in a V group, and I've set on that a width and a height of 500 and chord size 500, 500. If we go back to the SVG, then we have a width and a height of 500 and a view box 0, 0, 500, 500. So that's the same, although view box has got 4 values and the chord size has only got 2. If we wanted to get those other 2 values, we can add another attribute onto the VML to get those as well. So we can replicate that. Now for drawing the custom shape, sort of the body shape that I'm using here, we have using a path element with a D attribute on there setting the values. In VML, we have V-shape attribute with a V-shape element with a path attribute. And actually the numbers are pretty much the same. There's a couple of differences we need to change to make it work. VML only accepts whole numbers, so we need to round off all those decimal points. So we've got whole numbers there. Also in SVG, we've got V and H shortcuts, so to sort of keep a constant or vertical or horizontal position. So we need to work those out. So we just look at the previous coordinates to know what that is pulling through. And so we can create our VML path. And then both of them are opened with an M, but SVG is closed with a Z. VML is closed with an X to return to the start point and an E to stop drawing. For the head, using a V oval in VML, and we're using an ellipse in SVG. So the ellipse is sized from the center of the shape. So and we're using the CX and CY. But VML, we're giving it the full height and full width. So we just double those values. Other things on here, like stroked F is stroke false, because VML defaults to stroke on a shape, whereas SVG defaults not to. So also we're using fill color here for VML rather than fill in SVG, but they're quite similar. If you start looking at the code, you can, and you're familiar with SVG, you can sort of understand it a bit. So I wanted to draw something. I wanted to draw something cool. So I thought, what do I want to draw? So I'm a bass player. I play a Rickenbacker. This is a beautiful bass guitar, and I love it. So I wanted to try and draw it in CSS. So this is a CSS drawing of my guitar. And this works in email clients. This works in a lot of email clients. So I've tested it, and there's a few different screenshots there. I've got Apple Mail, Outlook, App, Yahoo Mail, Gmail, Samsung I think is there as well. So we've got a few different email clients, and it just looks the same in all of them, and it works and it renders and it's brilliant. For Outlook, I did the same technique. I took an SVG, I drew an SVG shape, exported it, manually converted it to Figma. Now that Outlook base is a bit more simple than the design of the CSS one, but actually the VML could potentially be more complicated. It could have more detail to it because it's much more flexible language than trying to do this in CSS. However, manually converting SVG to VML takes a long time, and I've spent quite a few hours building the CSS version. I sort of ran out of time and patience to do any more than that. It was just more of a proof of concept. So one more example of this I want to show. As GMX. GMX doesn't support border radius. So we get some kind of 80s Lego guitar, I guess. It kind of looks cool. It's sort of recognizable, right? You know, work with me here. It looks like a guitar, yeah. But so it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, and it works in a lot of places. GMX is a German email client. I don't know if they've really got much presence outside of Germany. So yeah, there might be some other sort of email clients that I haven't tested in. There's thousands of them that might also have this, but generally the support is pretty good. So next up, I want to talk about interactive email. Now this is probably what I'm best known for. So what is interactive email? So this is an action taken in an email that triggers an event without leaving that email. So traditionally in an email, when you're sending an email, the main purpose is often to get a user to click on a link to go to the website and do something. So the idea of interactive email is we can bring some of that do something into the inbox. So we can engage the user earlier. We can give them something more to do in the email rather than just click through to the website. So it's done using user action pseudo classes. So things like hover, focus, active, and checked are the main ones we use. You can also do things like focus within and target and stuff like that, although their support is not quite as good as these four are the main ones we're focusing on. So often we're combining these, particularly when we're using checked, we're combining this with sibling selectors. So we're using the plus for like the next direct sibling, or the tilde for like a general sibling some way down the line. Support for it's pretty decent. 57% of email opens support interactive email. So we've got Apple Mail on desktop and iOS. We've got Samsung Mail, Thunderbird, AOL Mail, Yahoo Mail. They're both sort of Verizon, so they're grouped together that way. and Outlook. But this is not the MSO Outlooks. This is Outlook Webmail. This is Outlook PWA. This is Outlook Android, Outlook on iOS, and Outlook on Mac. So most of them, but actually the market share is less, unfortunately. But it's pretty good support here. 57% of email opens supporting interactive email. So I'm going to do a quick demo and show you some emails. Let's have a look. If I drag my inbox in over here. So I've got this open in Apple Mail. So the interactions, I like to break it down into two sort of groupings of interactions. We have fleeting interactions and we have lasting interactions. So fleeting interaction is hover, focus, and active. So hover will be when you hover over something. So these are fleeting because they're only true. The style selector is only true for as long as the action is taking place. So hover is while I'm hovering, focus is while it's in focus. As soon as you focus on something else, you lose it, and active while it's clicked. We can do some things like with transition delay to sort of fake it and make it look like it's lasting a bit more, but it's still fleeting. Interesting here, you can combine hover and focus if you do focus first and then hover. So that can be used to do some trickery. Then our lasting interactions, these ones are a bit more definite. Like a hover, a user can easily trigger that by accident as they sort of move their mouse over it. A lasting interaction, something like a checkbox or a radio button, using a checked selector, the user has definitely made that decision. The user has clicked on this checkbox, and it will stay, that style will stay true until they click on it again to unselect it. So the same with radio buttons, they can click on it, but only one of them at a time will stay true. So how are we going to use this in an email? So here we've got a little email for Northern Trail Outfitters. This is a fictional brand we use at Salesforce. So I've got a little hover function on this add to cart. It just emphasizes to a user that this is a clickable button. It encourages that engagement a little bit more. Then we've got a little hamburger menu at the top here. Love them or hate them, they exist. And we can do that with the checkbox. So when the checkbox is checked, it opens up and we can see some navigation there. And when it's unchecked, it's hidden away. Again, we've got details, so we can show some more details. We can click show details and we can get a bit more information. And then we can click hide details. We can hide it if we want. And then using those again is checkboxes, and using radio buttons, we can do a little image gallery. So we have 2 images at the bottom there and 3 at the top here. So we can just jump through and click on these images. So depending on which radio button is selected, it's going to change the image at the top. So this is it's a nice way of laying out an email. So if we would send this and we had maybe, it's starting to look a bit busy when you've got both the details open. If we were to have all those photos showing, again, it's more busy. So it's being able to narrow down that content to get a cleaner design and less clutter on the screen to help the user engage with it. So next up, forms in email. So what do I mean by forms in email? And it's just an HTML form, an HTML form that is completed inside the email, then submitted. HTML forms are amazing. They're great. They don't really need much else to work. You just put your HTML in and submit, and it works. It's magic. So this is done with form input, select text area elements. You put them in, select an endpoint to send it to, and hit submit, and it sends the information off. So one thing worth mentioning is post submit is a bit limited in its support. So we use get method for submitting the forms. Now that means that when the form is submitted, all the information that is entered is put into the URL string and taken through to the landing page. So that is visible. So there are some privacy, security concerns around that. But one thing we can do is we can think about it as if it's a text input, then that is going in as it is. But if we're using a select or radio button, we can slightly obscure that information. So instead of using a name and value of what's your favorite color and the value of red, then we could say question 1, answer 2. And then it's not exactly explicit what it's saying through there. But it's just a way of obscuring it a little bit. But as I say, text inputs are always going to show as they are. So form support, 84%. That is winning. We are really good for email form support. So these work in, it's very similar logos to before, but we've lost two. We've lost the Outlooks, unfortunately, and we've lost Thunderbird, unfortunately. But both of those have quite small market share. What we've gained is Gmail, and Gmail has a lot of market share. So that's pushed us right up to 84%. So there's not many where we need to put a fallback in. But for the fallback, we just give them a link back. This is what people are doing currently. Give a link back to a form that you can fill in online. So let's do a demo of some forms. I'm sure a lot of you have seen forms before. Here's an email. I've got a tent here. Let's give it a 4 out of 5. Got a little hover effect on here just to show the stars. 4 out of 5. Review title, nice tent. Review, it's huge. It is a massive tent. I must admit I did not buy this tent. Then if you hit submit, then that submits that data through and you've got the review there. And these perform really, really well. They outperform just sending a link to a review form like dramatically. Now there's a few reasons I think for that. Like this is, it's changing the question. It's instead of saying, would you like to leave us a review? It's saying, what did you think? So it's a bit more of a direct question. Also, it's much more transparent. If you ask me to click on a link to go through to a website and do something, I don't know how long this form is. Is there lots of questions? But here I can see there's just 3 simple questions. So nice and simple. So forms work really well. It's something we built into Salesforce. We built it into the content builder. So it's like a little drag and drop editor. So you can just use them really easily there. And yeah, people love them and it's doing really well. And one of the things we talk about a lot in email marketing is personalization. And you can't do much with personalization unless you know something about the user. So you can just ask them, send them a survey, say, what are you interested in? What do you want to hear from us about? So next up, AMP for email. So a lot of you may be familiar with the AMP project. So AMP for email is a version of that. AMP for email allows senders to include AMP components inside emails. So yeah, as I say, a lot of you may be aware of AMP and accelerated mobile pages. It was set up by Google. It's an open source project. So we now have a subset of those components that we can be used in email. So people have a lot of opinions on AMP. Some people love it, some people hate it. There's some of the concerns, maybe not so relevant for email. Some might still carry through. Personally, I love it. I am a bit biased. I'm part of the AMP for email working group, so I am quite biased on this, but I love it. There's some really cool stuff you can do with it. So to send an AMP email, it's not like completely open. Not everybody can send it. You need to register. So you need to register and be approved to send AMP emails. As part of that as well, you need certain like certification, like DKIM, DMARC, SPF, and have all of that authentication in place already. And then you get registered, and then you get approved by the email clients, and then you can send AMP emails. So it's there's a lot of like obstacles to stop spam. But it's not that complicated of a process if you are a legitimate sender. So what with AMP emails, we can do interactions like we can with HTML emails, but just a little bit more. We can do form submits like we can with HTML emails, but a little bit more. Also, these form submits are post, and it keeps the user inside the email, so it just sends it off. But then we can return some content there. So you can actually use it like a search box. So you can type in and then it'll send back a JSON file with some information. Then we just lay that out using AMP Mustache inside the email. Really cool. Also, we can get live content. So we can use live content, again, using an AMP list, and that requests, when the email is open, sends a request for a JSON file from your server, and you can update that in real time and then send it back and have live content into the email. Also with the form submits, it does keep the user in the email with a post submit, but we can fake it so it acts like a get submit and redirects to an endpoint. So we can recreate that experience we have in the HTML email in AMP email as well. So we'd have that extra flexibility. So the way it works, AMP uses a third MIME type, so multi-purpose internet mail extensions, MIME types. Currently, emails, when you're sending an HTML email, you're going to include an HTML version of that email, and you're going to include a plain text version. Every HTML email should include a plain text version as well. So now we can have an optional third MIME type as well. So we can now add our AMP email as well. So this you code this completely separately. It's a separate file, and then you put those 3 separate files bundled up together and sent off as an email. So support for this, it's currently working in Gmail, in mail.ru, and Yahoo Mail. Yahoo Mail's just on the webmail at the moment, and AOL Mail is coming very soon. Again, that will be to the webmail first. So Yahoo and AOL are both Verizon media, and so they are sort of very similar. So it's coming very soon to AOL Mail. So this accounts for about 35% of email opens. Those stats are including AOL because in the tracking, Yahoo and AOL, because they are both Verizon, they are tracked as the same and they look the same in the tracking. So about 35% of email opens will have AMP support. And then the fallback for where AMP isn't supported or if the user's turned it off, you'll just get the HTML email. So let's look at some AMP demos. So let me get my Gmail inbox over for you here. So first up, let's look at this store locator. So this was built by my colleague Stephen. So we can look up a store and find where our closest store is. So enter a zip code. This is US based, so I have to use a US zip code. So 90210 is the one that I know. And then we're going to set a radius that's 15 miles and then limit results. We don't want to see more than 10 results of stores. Find our stores. Now that form is submitted and then this response is returned here. If I was to change it to 5 miles and then we can adjust there, and it just doesn't, we didn't find any stores within 5 miles, so we can adjust it. So it's pretty cool. So this is just a form that is submitted and then a JSON response comes back in. We use AMP Moustache to do this layout and we can have all our response in there. So next up, I want to show, this is an appointment booking. So here we've bought a new bike and we want some help booking a service for it. So we can find an appointment. So when this email opens, it loads using an AMP list to pull in the available appointment slots. So then we've got, let's book something for Saturday, and let's go to one of these Chicago ones. And as we're clicking here, we can see this updated live at the bottom there. The appointment will be on Saturday at 10 a.m. And then we click book appointment and it sends that off, confirms it, and then returns it and says your appointment will be at Saturday at 10 a.m. We look forward to seeing you in one day. This is not live, this is pre-recorded, so that one day is actually accurate. If for whatever reason that wasn't, somebody else had booked that at the time, then we can send another response back and say, oh, sorry, that somebody else has booked it, so try again, and we can give you another opportunity to select appointment. But the important thing is here is when you open the email, that availability is live. So we can't really do that. We can't show live availability without something like this putting in live data. One more example I wanted to show you in my inbox here. I wanted to think about email and what can we do so an email doesn't necessarily look like an email. I wanted to draw this like book. So this magazine layout. So we can just click and turn pages like that and flick through the pages. Also, I've got a range selector here, so I can just dive through the pages like that. I'm hoping this video is coming through smoothly because this is a really smooth animation, and something I'm very happy about. Also, we have a number input at the top, so I can just jump straight to a page. So I'm going to go through to a code view of this so we can see how this works a little bit more. So what we have an AMP state. We're setting a variable of page number to 1 when it's opened. Then we have our two inputs at the top. We have a number input and a range input. Both these default value to 1, minimum 1, maximum 10, because we've got 10 pages. And then we're using this value page number here. This is a bit of AMP code. So this means when the page number changes in the range selector, then it will change in the value of the number selector will change. So we're doing this using this at the bottom here, on input throttled AMP set state page number. So we're changing our page number to be equal to the event value as number. So as we change the value using this, then we're setting the page number variable to be equal to that value. Now, based off that, we have our pages. Each page is a div with a class of page on it. If the page number is equal to 2, we set the class to be page open. Otherwise, we set it to be just page. So we're adding a class, and that's how we're doing this animation, just changing the class on the page numbers. We also got some like ARIA hidden stuff going on there as well to help the accessibility. So we're hiding the content that's not visible. So for the 3D page flipping animation, this is all just CSS. I'm a bit obsessed with 3D CSS. I love it. There's loads of really cool things you can do. I've built some stuff. I'll share some more things. I've built like a 3D game that you can play in an email as well. So here, when the page has got 3 states. So we've got a page which is open, so that's page.open. We've got a page which is a sibling of that, so a page which is behind the open page. That's going to be a page on the right-hand side of the book. So that is this one, page open, sibling page. And then we've got page which is not open, which is I've written that sort of a long-winded way where I could just have it on the default styles of it. But these, so we have 3 states of a page, and we can have 3 positions of it. So when the page is open, we have it rotate Y -2 degrees. So that just lifts it slightly off the background. When it's a sibling of that, so it's a page behind that, we have it rotated -1 degree. So that's lifted slightly off as well. And if it's otherwise, then we have it flipped over, so it's -179 degrees. So I'm not using 0 and 180 degrees or anything like that, because CSS animation tends to flicker quite a lot, and it has some issues with the way it's sort of as it moves. So we can do things like just lifting things off slightly, and then using this translate Z as well. I'm sort of 0.1M, 0.1M, -0.1M. We can adjust things and move them around slightly so they don't flicker. So if you use exact numbers and you have 2 things together, then it gets confused and it slightly overlaps them. If you separate things a little bit with that, then it works, and it works much more smoothly. So there we go. I'm just going to show you one more example here. This is a scratch to reveal. So here I'm just using my mouse to scratch off, and you can see it's scratching off there, and I'll just do a quick scratch, click the animation there. So we can see this is simply, if I just remove that, we can see I'm using a sort of getting that GUI CSS effects using CSS filters. So if I remove that, you can see it's quite blocky, and it's just on hover, I'm hiding these. And then I've got a little animation when that's triggered. So I just put the filter back on there, and you can see that working. So I am running out of time, so I'm just going to do one more bonus demo quickly, because Harry loves it and because he asked me so nicely. I'm going to show you that this email, this presentation rather, is actually in an email. So if we go back to my inbox, we can see it's up here in the inbox. If it loads, there we go. And we can tab through the pages. So basically just drew this in, did this layout in Google Slides, exported each slide as an SVG, and then uploaded it and put it into an email, associated each image with a radio button. And while that radio button is selected, then we can view that. So thank you very much. I'll share the code for this as well in the Slack channel. So hope you enjoyed that, and please let me know any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much then to Mark Robbins for bringing us home. I told you that wasn't the email talk you were expecting. Just so much good stuff. Who knew? Who knew that you could do that with email? We're at the end of the day, gentlemen. I can't believe we've actually got through already. It seems to have gone past in a blur, but my brain is overflowing now. There's a couple of bits of just tidying up before I'll hand back to you to bring us home. We've got some business. We've got some tweets that we needed to talk about. Some workspaces. Harry was deliberating, right? And there was a lot of discussion. And we have some honourable mentions before we have the winner. So the first honourable mention, hopefully we'll be able to see, is from Jeremiah. So Jeremiah Menicelli, who hopefully you may remember from a lightning talk at a previous Hay event, just jam-packed with good stuff here. I mean, there's homebrew, there's picnic things. I think I see where you were going, Harry. There's good
Honourable
stuff.
mention.
Honourable mention. Sadly, Jeremiah not the winner. Another honourable mention, Rob Stellini, who I don't know. Again, I see where Harry's going, being a big cyclist.
Slightly biased.
Yeah, slightly biased. Rob is watching this on his bike, which I don't see very often. So Rob, bravo, close, but sadly, no cigar. You'll have to be satisfied just with the honourable mention, because the winner of the vouchers, or that we'll organise something with you, is Grace Zarzynski. Oh, I knew I'd botch this. I botched it when she was a lightning speaker once before. Grace Zarzynska. Why is that so difficult for me? Grace, thank you so much. This, of course, piqued Harry's interest because of the intricate placemat on there. Nothing to do with any canine activity, any dogs that...
It was the Wicker placemat that sealed it for me.
He loves himself some Wicker.
It wasn't until after I'd nominated the winner, I noticed there was a pooch in the shot at all. The dog had nothing to do with my decision.
I call shenanigans. But nonetheless, Grace, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone who submitted things. Grace will be in touch and sort you out with something. Okay, I'm going to hand over very quickly back to you. But before I do, I just want to say my own very quick thanks to all of the speakers, all of the lightning speakers. Emma Brittner, by the way, I gathered that was her very first conference talk, which blows my tiny mind. So thanks to all of you for doing such an amazing job. I'd like to just add my quick thanks to Duke Studios, the people who've looked after us so well here today. James and Benny behind the screens, you won't be able to see, but they've been looking after us so well. So big thanks to you. I want to offer my thanks to all the attendees who always make this event amazing. I love being a part of it. I miss your faces. So it's nice to see some avatars in the chat. Hopefully next year, who knows, we'll maybe see you properly. And then my last thanks to Harry and for Josh for having me, because I always love being part of the event, and I get to sit in this chair, which, by the way, is coming home with me. So thanks, chaps, and back over to you.
Well, yeah, thank you, Phil. I mean, every single year you just look after us so well. I mean, we just get to sit back and enjoy the day while you do all the work. In fact, no, you don't do all the work, because who I would like to thank, as well as doing work today, as well as you doing work today, all the speakers. Doing an event like this, it takes a lot of faith, a lot of trust. Being a speaker at an event, one of the big draws is you get to visit a place and hang out, and when that place is Leeds, that's a huge draw. No one gets to do that at the moment, so speakers actually being willing to take time out, record talks, without any of the travel, without any of the FaceTime, the interaction. It's work for those folk, right? And they do an amazing job. They've done us really, really proud. I've personally thoroughly enjoyed every single talk. Yeah. By the looks of the Slack channel you all have as well, which brings me on to, I was saying this during lunch, I cannot get my head around the fact that we have such a conference vibe via Slack. And that is all down to the audience, right? Just the fact that you can have a vibe on Slack is astounding to me, and I feel like it's testament to you folk at home, keeping things going, keeping that cadence, keeping the buzz, chatting. There's never any fuss, no squabbles. It's always such a good feel. So yeah, thank you so much for attending. It literally would not happen without you. Or could it just be kind of weird running a conference for no one? Which brings on to my final thank you. One of you, I'm not going to name names, one of you somehow managed to actually put some money behind the bar and send us a beer, which is...
Amazing.
Well, it didn't help you win the competition, amazing. So if that's what you're after, good try. Yeah. But yeah, so cheers. Thank you very much for that. Undeserved, but we'll take it. Thank you. And I'm going to pass over now, I think, for final words, to Josh.
Yeah, so all that's left really is to close the conference, I guess. You know, as you said, Phil, you know, thank you very much for Duke Studios for hosting us. It's been so amazing to do this in person, even if we haven't had an audience this time. But yeah, it's been fantastic to do it from here. So thank you for Benny and James for you know, looking after the sound, making it sound so crisp, looking after, you know, Biscuit Cam, which is never an easy task.
Finally at a conference, finally.
I can't. I said it was going to be in my last words. It's not. This is so. I'm not used to seeing a setup like this. You can't see, but behind all this, they're working away with, like, you know, we see like mixing desks or whatever it is, mixing or whatever it's all. There's millions of sliders that you don't know what anyone could possibly do. We've got that. It's behind there.
There's loads of buttons. There's loads of buttons. It's amazing.
And this is why Harry isn't doing the production.
On the fly biscuit cams.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Amazing. So, you know, that's a fantastic touch. So thank you very much for Duke Studios for hosting us. Thank you for James from 199 for hosting, you know, all the Slack conversations and for looking after the socials for us. He's done an amazing job, and he's done a fantastic build up to the conference as well. So thank you to James, and of course, you know, Phil. Really, we couldn't really do this without Phil. It would not be the same. You know, Phil very much brings his personality, and he makes the conference what it is. I can't imagine it without him. So just for me and Harry, thank you so much for making this what it is.
My pleasure. I love it.
Yeah. So you've been watching All Day Hey Live 2021. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Thursday. And we very much hope to see you at a venue next year in person, doing exactly the same thing again. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, and good night.
See you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Take care.
Bye.
I feel but one way. I feel but one way. You will understand it too. You will understand. I feel but one way. You will understand.